You guys see me okay? Oh, you know what I just realized? I was swapping out my monitor stand, and when I did that, I unplugged my camera, so I need to go re-plug that in. Hey, God of all gods, maybe. Foggy Sheep, Bloodlord, Hobocop, Pompeii. Hope you have Moxie's video lined up. Good info for the Rangers. Moxie's video? Does he actually look at, like, support gems and stuff? Someone convinced me not to play Hammer of the Gods Chronomancer. I'm not going to convince you not to do that, because that sounds like a good time. Foggy, what emote do you want? What emote would you like me to add for you? Do you know of the snack brand named after you? People have linked me some snack cracker things before, or Lance cracker things before. Did someone say ROG? You gotta be kidding me. Really? Did somebody say ROG? You know, I already know it's gonna be the case too. People are definitely given how much they nerfed, like, you know, withdrew power of crafting and what they're giving us back with ROG. ROG definitely seems like it's gonna be very strong in context of PoE 2. Full gameplay, and he discusses the nodes. Dude, did no one play like a sorceress or a witch? No one that was willing to freaking look at the tree? I want to know what's on the freaking nodes. It's driving me crazy. All right, we could take a look at Moxie's video, but let me hook up this webcam real quick. Hey, Cirrus, how you doing, dude? Not Cirrus, freaking Cyrus, I think is probably how you'd say it. Pay no attention to how I butchered your name just now. Thinking too much about the Awakener, I tell you. Okay. Find out if this works or it's cooked. Howdy, partners. Hey, Tables, how you doing, man? Is Arc any good? What I wanted to do today was try to get some comparison between all the skills we see here. I think the hardest thing about this is nothing's normalized. They're all at like different levels whenever people highlighted them. So it's kind of it's a bit hard to judge to some extent in terms of how certain skills compare, because some are level 10 and some are level, 15 or whatever, right? Do we have any info on gem quality? I have not seen anything about gem quality, no. My guess is it's going to be most likely something along the lines of adding, I would imagine, 10 to 20% more damage to get a 20 quality gem versus not, similar to PoE 1, but I don't know if that's actually going to be the case or not. Here, one second, let me make sure we can actually... Does that work now? It's a bit cooked, but yeah, adjust this some probably. Yeah, whatever. Call that good enough. John, that says it's gonna be endgame thing. Yeah, I wonder if that means like boss fight endgame or like just in maps you start finding the gem cutters. I saw a gem with 20 quality and it looked like it had 10% CDR. That is I could see that. I could see that. So if the gem was 10 CDR and it was a cooldown based skill, that's definitely a helpful stat. I don't know if it's quite on the line of 10% more damage though. Can't remember where the video is. That's still good. That does sound in line with similar to what current PoE gem quality does. So it's possible they just didn't really change it at all, and it's basically just that. Some gems will get, 10 to 20% more damage. Other gems will get 5% more damage, and some will get like some QL upgrades or whatever it is, right? Did you see how beautiful the skeletons look in the Malice teaser? Amazing. The Malice teaser. That was the Scepter teaser they did today, right? That was this thing, right? They are looking pretty girthy. Army of Bones. Starter build for Lance. I haven't fully decided. But I'm leaning towards Blood Mage right now, to be honest with you, just because of the new Zealot's Oath change. I kind of want to do a hybrid Life ES character. If I remember correctly, Jonathan stated they tried to avoid damage increases on quality for PoE 2. Yeah, so a lot of it's probably more of, I don't know, maybe helping the clear or helping some quality of life feature on the skill then. CDR value depends on how much you have. It's worth less the more you have of it. Correct, yeah. There's a lot of CDR on the bottom of the tree. Dude, I wish there was somebody who played Witch or Sork and looked around the inside of the tree, because that's where I'm going to start. I have to go completely blind. Malice. Critical weakness duration. Enemy emits an aura that continuously inflicts critical weakness on enemies in your presence. Critical weakness duration is 4 seconds. Applies at every 0.66. Critical weakness curses hits targets up to 0.5 base crit and can stack up to 20 times. So you can give up to 10 base crit. That's a ton. Which that means Eye of Winter is like kind of legit. As like a, no matter what character I'm playing, if I can proc these to get a large amount of crit weakness on hit, that's pretty big. I'm thinking cast on crit right now, to be honest, with Blood Mage. I think that could be a good time. Like, can you picture like let's look at like Comet, for example. Big hefty hit. This thing does not brick cast on crit as far as I know. But if I like link that to cast on crit, and then I was doing like Eye of Winter, which is proccing crit weakness on them, which would make it easier to crit cap. Do we have a cast on crit tooltip? That's what this is right here. Reservation of 100 spirit. While active, gain energy when you critically hit enemies and trigger socket spells on reaching maximum energy. So you gain 10 energy when you deal crit with a skill, and you basically have to deal like 10 crits to proc up to 100. I don't know, it doesn't say like if there's an innate cooldown or anything, but at baseline, this seems pretty solid for doing like a bigger hit skill like Comet on it. What's max energy? Oh, actually, I don't know what a max energy is. I thought it was 100, but maybe it's not 100. Actually, I actually don't know what it is. I don't know why I said 100. I think I was looking at the spirit. Is it 100? I don't actually know. I was just being cooked, I think. It was 500 on a different skill. Does it depend on the skill? 92 mana, cast time. I guess it doesn't really say. I wonder if they programmed it to vary based on skills, which would then make Comet maybe not necessarily a good cast on crit skill. If it's cast on the 10th crit, it's fine. If it's cast on the 100th crit, not so much. Yeah, I guess we'll find out. It's tied to the cast time on skills. Yeah, I guess we'll have to see in game. But cast on crit sounds like a good time to me. Can you put Unleash on Comet? You can put Unleash on Comet. I don't ever really want to do a self-cast of this skill. It's way too long of a cast time. You're asking to die while trying to cast it. You do a bait or no bait and call these no-knowledge D4 schmucks pumping out build guides when no one knows anything bait? When I do bait or no bait, I usually do it just for like fun. It's not specifically trying to call people out or be like the build police. Usually when I make that video, it's just trying to you know, have a little bit of fun before the league start, if that makes sense. I wouldn't really go for doing that. I'm not trying to freaking start drama between a bunch of people that are going to try out PoE 2 for the first time, when I'd rather have them just be excited about the game and be excited about playing it, you know? I enjoyed the video about Footnote for getting ready for PoE 2. I'm glad you liked it, Redemption. The Canadians? I don't know if they're just Canadians. Chronomancer looks so cool to me, but I have a hard time seeing, unless there's some other good nodes earlier on, I have a hard time seeing it being actually like strong. But again, it's like, it really does depend. Do those special skills have decent cooldowns and stuff like that? Trash their builds like a Giga Chad? Nah, I don't want to do that. I'm not trying to start drama. You being nice? I'm not Canadian, guys. I'm not Canadian. I don't know what makes you think that. I promise I'm not. Canadian adjacent. Yeah, I guess I am pretty close to Canada. Definitely what a Canadian say. Just saw the vid. Sorry to hear about the divorce, man. No one said PoE2 is gonna be easy. Yeah, you know, you have to be able to accept the cost. I'm playing Mercenary Witch Hunter. What gem do you feel is a must-have? Mercenary Witch Hunter. Honestly, I think it's the grenade skills. Every time I've seen Mercenary gameplay, it's like 90% of their damage. It's like this explosive grenade or like that cluster grenade thing they've shown. I think it's all about the grenades. The grenades seem very, very strong to me. So that's probably what I would recommend is definitely fit some of these into your build. Explosive seems really good. Cluster seems really good. The grenades look sick. They absolutely do. What is this YouTube video? Oh, this is the interview. I didn't actually watch this. I looked through it briefly, but I didn't go and watch it. Is it a pretty good interview? I'm not familiar with this guy at all. Legendary drops. Flash grenade for stun galore. I think I don't know. For me, it's a hard to be a believer in the utility skills yet. I feel like it's so important just to do damage or have a skill that hits hard or does something more impactful like that. The 10-second cooldown is tough. The 10-second cooldown, just think of it as what's a good way to put this? Think of it as a essentially just big extra damage window, like that you get regularly throughout a boss fight. Like, where can I go do a good showcase of this? Yo, Arrow, man, thanks for the raid. What's going on, everybody from Arrow Stream? How you guys doing? We're looking at some gems right now. Hopefully you've been having a good time looking through the different stuff. I just want to have a good idea of what I'm gonna be like going for skill wise. So I'm looking through all the grenades, try to help make my decision of what I want to league start and what route I'm gonna go. We're here for your animal cookies. Hey, back off, okay? My son delivered them to me. He said it's for you, Dad. He didn't say give it to chat. Not a lot of focus on actual content, more just like seeing philosophy behind the way they made their certain decisions. I mean, that's probably a decent interview, but I gotta be honest, I'm just like super one-track mind right now. I kind of want to like look at actual like details and stuff. I think I'm a little bit interviewed out unless there's some real banger interview that comes out where they actually like give a bunch of details on game stuff. Yeah, you have the +1 grenade. Okay, what I wanted to show you, showcase. Ooh. I don't think too many people got to the point where they showcased actual grenade footage, because I think the grenades required a higher level. Like, I feel like they're maybe like a level 28 skill or something like that, where the people who did the playtest never even got to the point where they got to put on grenades, for example. I'm trying to think how long ago they would have showcased this. Because at one point they showcased a boss with like scissors, and essentially they would be doing like, they'd be shooting like their little pea shooter thing, and then it would get around to the point where the grenade came off cooldown. They'd go bop bop bop, and then all of a sudden they do like a big chunk of HP. Like it just felt like it was just the vast majority of their damage. That was on the Mercenary reveal. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Mercenary. I'm just trying to find it. I actually have to spell it correctly, though. I have to spell it correctly. No one saw that. I think it was on this one. Yeah, I think it was on this one. They start fighting. They have a boss fight in this. 10 nades can overlap. I am fairly confident they can, which makes those nodes that have like +1 cooldown, +1 proj just so much damage. So like at the end here, they're doing a boss fight, right? So like you can see they don't have the tooltip in yet, but like you saw that, right? They're shooting like a pea shooter, doing no damage. The HP bar isn't moving. They go pop pop pop, two triple grenades, and they do like 10% of the HP bar, 15% of the HP bar. And you can see the cooldown of the grenades as they're coming back or whatever. And I don't even know if those are the explosive ones. They're like fire grenades. But I'm just thinking about this sort of thing where it's like you have a lot of these skills that just don't really deal that much damage. And then you do the 3 grenades and you just get a much bigger freaking chunk of damage. So far, the HP pool of this boss, 40% of the damage has been done from roughly like what 2.5 seconds of using grenades and then freaking 15 seconds of doing pea shooter. Is there Ascendency nodes that do that? That like do what exactly? I'm just showcasing this. I don't even know if they were showcasing Ascendencies at this point. They were just showcasing Mercenary. I'm just pointing out the fact that it's like you could have these other skills and the grenades are just such a large portion of the actual damage you're dealing. The armor's working? Yeah, they are doing the armor break thing. Which does... The thing is, like, I just don't really have a good concept for how much armor break does in terms of a damage multiplier versus not. That's not even cluster grenade? Yeah, it's not cluster grenade and it's not like +1 proj or anything like that or LMP. Grenades feel like traps. Yeah, I can see that sort of similarity. They feel like maybe like cooldown traps. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking at least. When I look at these skills, it's just so much higher effectiveness than the other crossbow stuff. I want to play Mercenary. I'm just a little too skeptical about the support gems, as it was said only skill gems overall, so you can have multiple proj with a lot of different types of grenades. I think you'd only want the multi-proj for like... How do I put this? Like cluster grenade or whatever. And isn't it like the case where you have like a limited amount of grenades you can use? Like you might just want cluster grenade with multi-proj, and then you have like an explosive grenade that's on like a weapon swap or whatever for single target type of thing. Also for sure since it multiplies, yeah. I can't imagine you're not getting some pretty decent value from this. I would think it would be worth it. There's a more recent footage when fighting Doriani. Grenades do indeed a lot of damage, but the snipe is chunking a lot of life too. That's with the that's the open worlds game video, right? That's this video. I was talking about the decimating strike node. Yeah, decimating strike node doesn't... Like, you do the decimating strike, you hit the boss for 20% or whatever, and then you pop grenades. Like, that all works fine, I think. Baby, wake up. A new Dreamcore video just dropped. Did it actually? Did I stall long enough to start my stream right when there's a new Dreamcore video? Is he going to finally give us more useful passives? More juicy passive. All right, hold on. Pause everything we're doing. Pause everything we're doing. He might actually be giving us int stuff. He might actually be giving us real information this time. Everybody, let's gather around. We're gonna appreciate Dreamcore giving us another 10 passive nodes. Wait, is that real? Wait, whose tweet is this? So Rob tweeted that he's excited about the 1500 nodes. Is Elon Musk gonna freaking play PoE too? This is so weird to me. I hope not. He might get baited in by Rob, I guess.
PoE2's early access launch, and we continue onwards with some of the most interesting nodes on the PoE2 pack.
He's gonna be the new Ben. That'd be kind of surprising. You think there are more people out there that are as good as Ben, but they just haven't played PoE?
Tree. I was able to capture some of these during my playtime at the PoE2 event in LA, and today it's the Dexterity Intelligence aligned area of the tree, where the monk starts.
Dude, he's literally doing this the worst way possible. I can't believe he started... Okay, starting with strength is fine, but then he went towards the dex side. Literally like the most useless part of the tree. He should have gone to strength in first. Like, what the hell was he thinking? Dex rocks, you stop it? Yeah, okay. Just, hey, mark my words, guys. Don't. I won't say I told you so, but it's okay if you have to come into this stream and say, Lance, you were right. Dex builds are trash. It's okay. I understand. But I don't have to say it, but I kind of did tell you this. I warned you.
Getting straight into it with some mana leech.
How do I unraid? Nope. No takesy backsies. No takesy backsies. It's a done deal.
Firstly, Siphon.
Dreamcore is edging us.
Very close to the monk start. Siphon makes you recover 2%.
Also, by the way, if you guys can't hear the video, if I have it too quiet, just let me know, please.
Of mana on kill, and increases the amount of mana leech by 25.
Okay, I've seen a lot of leech nodes. There are nodes that say like % damage leech, right? A little bit quiet. All right, we'll turn them up. We'll juice them a bit. There's a ton of it. I guess I just haven't really seen it. I feel like I've seen a lot of nodes that are like amount of leech or like just stuff that isn't necessarily % damage leech outside of like the blood mage 10% leech node. Where's ES leech? It might not exist. I mean, Zealot's Oath got changed to be harder to be used with regen.
There's also Manifold Method, which is found closer to the edge of the tree. This one grants 50% increased amount of mana leached and increases your chance to inflict ailment.
Mana stacker? I wonder if there's % mana nodes on the tree. If there's % mana nodes on the tree, you might legitimately be able to get quite a high mana number just because of how much mana you get from int.
Against rares and uniques. Now, I wanted to highlight these two nodes because they're going to be
Dreamcore is propagating the chonk. The chonk propaganda too. He is a part of the chonk propaganda wing. Okay. This Ascendency is basically gonna be okay. It might be fine if it does give you one of the few ways to sustain and leech. Yes, fine. It might actually work out pretty fine, honestly. But I have some worries about this class. If leech is cooked, this class is cooked.
Incredibly powerful with the Acolyte of
Chonk is the biggest bait. I kind of feel that way a bit.
Mana leech instant and has a node which will recover energy shield based on mana leached. So these two notables will massively improve the amount of mana you'll leech per hit, which will in turn lead to a lot more instant recovery for both mana and energy shield if you have both Ravenous Doubts and Consuming Questions. The 2% mana recovery on kill is also very powerful if you're intending to use Mind over Matter, as this form of recovery...
Mana on kill, less mana recovery rate. I mean, the thing is, Mind over Matter will work really well with the instant leech from Chonk. You're just going to be unplayable for the launch because of the bugs and technical issues, yes or no? I think no for bugs and technical issues, but maybe yes for server issues initially, which I guess you could maybe call that technical, but I don't think it's going to be unplayable for bugs. I mean, I played a freaking playtest, half a year ago at this point, and I didn't really encounter bugs when I did that couch co-op playtest, so... I think there's gonna be bugs you're gonna run into. Are they gonna make the game unplayable? I'd be pretty doubtful of that. But servers on the other side, might get wrecked.
And the mana leech with Ravenous Doubts are both instant, which...
Oak's Warcry crashing the game last league? What? Lastly, we had Oak's Warcry crashing the game. I guess I don't even remember that. But that is a pretty rough bug, though.
Bypasses the less recovery rate downside on MOM. Next up, Briny Carapace. 60% increased stun threshold for each time you've been stunned recently. This node is going to be a really nice defensive measure to have to help prevent your character from being chain stunned. Stun threshold is based on maximum life, but there are several notables around the intelligence area of the tree which help to improve the stun threshold for energy shield or hybrid builds. And I think this node will be really nice to have early on in progression before you find a better solution to stun. Okay, here's a couple of points.
10% duration for each poison you inflicted recently up to a maximum of 100%. Reduce poison duration, can poison an additional time. There's another one. There's actually a decent amount of +1 poisons. I'm hopeful that Ignite or Bleed ends up being a better dot ailment, but what's the likelihood poison ends up being the best of the dot ailments again? So Pathfinder could get up to at least 8 then? Yeah, with this node they can get up to at least 8. You can get up to 10 supposedly. That means there's one more on the tree somewhere then. Melee's going to want some poison nodes. I kind of wonder how that's going to shake out with in terms of damage scaling.
Building toxins found on the edge of the tree, which grants an extra poison stack but reduces poison duration by 25%. And escalating toxins, which is right next door, providing 10% increased poison duration per poison inflicted recently, up to 100%. Now, in the context of PoE 1, escalating toxins is obviously ridiculously strong, but for how PoE 2 is changing poisons, it's not nearly as good. In a mapping setting, you should be able to reach the maximum duration on the node quite often as long as you're inflicting poisons on monsters fast enough, but that may not be all that useful.
Yeah, with the poison cap, duration's not so important. It was always just extra damage if you got extra duration. But now that the extra damage is the extra duration is an extra damage, I feel like that heavily limits the poison scaling. I hope there's more Chaos Dot spell support. They haven't really shown us too much outside of just a few things with minions, but that feels a little bit weird to me. Is like, hopefully the Chaos Dot can exist on its own outside of playing like a minion build. Yeah, they showcased like ED Contagion, for example. Servers are definitely going to explode. PoE2 was the fourth best-selling game on Steam worldwide when I checked earlier today. That's pretty good. That's not half bad.
Where it matters more is on single target, where you'll need to not only be inflicting poisons quickly, but to benefit the most from the increased duration, you want to be able to inflict as many poisons as possible. And we currently don't have all of the information for how many stacks one may be able to achieve, to be able to judge just how good this node might be. I believe we've seen 3 or 4 sources of additional poison stacks, which all have their own downsides. While the Pathfinder can double that total at the cost of a less duration modifier, this one is going to be a wait and see for me. Next we have Slippery Ice. This is a cool one. 25% reduced effect of chill on you, unaffected by chill while dodge rolling. So we know that dodge rolling will cover the same amount of distance across the full duration of the roll that would have been.
Are you really gonna want to invest like 5 or 4 passive points just to get unaffected by chill while dodge rolling? I guess chill ramp's really high now, right? Like, can't chill go up to like 60%? Like, it gets really, really obtrusive. And maybe it's like you're just trying to get out of getting hit. Small lines going up to it might be good, yeah. Dreamcore doesn't show any of the small nodes, though, unfortunately. 25% reduces theirs, too, yeah. Just use a charm, yeah. Well, the thing is, we don't know how consistent charms will be. Especially in fights where the boss has, like, a mechanic that will keep chilling you type of thing. I want to play a cold monk. I think we're going to be doing some cold spells with the blood mage right now as well.
This node will allow your dodge roll to be much more effective while chilled. Not only for moving, but also for getting out of the way of dangerous AoEs, where walking out of them would otherwise be slower due to the chill. Inner Faith is located close to the outer.
There is so much energy shield on the tree. There's so much of it. Dude, I've seen like these nodes. I've seen the starting nodes near the witch. Even like the shield. You guys remember the shield on like this side of the on the other side of the tree over here, like this direction? That's near like Zealot's Oath. Even like the small node on that shield thing was like 12% ES, 12% armor, like one of the small nodes. I mean, we see flat ES rolls on armor bases. We've seen a couple, but nothing of like a top tier base. The mod pool seems the same. Like it seems like you can roll up to 110% ES or can roll up to 100 flat. Like that seems the same. The base number, I'm not 100% sure on. I know for sure there's a low level base that has at least 120 ES. Low level being it's probably somewhere in the range of 40 to 60 item level. Unfortunately, it occurred with a high eye level ES mod, so it's hard for me to guess what eye level that base was because it was clearly the level was being picked by the level of the mod, I think. We've seen a 200 base as well. Keemsir, do you have a video of that? I don't even remember where the 200 base was. Where did we see that one at? Keystone that converts mana into ES. That'd be a little bit... That'd be something. That'd be too OP, honestly. 500% of 0 is still 0. Guys, it's not going to be 0. There's like a decent amount of ES you can get on gear. Like a sizable amount, I would say. Local ES mods still exist. Yeah. Like, for example, you roll a chest piece and you can have like 100% increased energy shield on it and it'll multiply the ES number on the chest piece. And my guess is they probably applied the new quality changes to PoE 2 as well. With like how quality is multiplicative now, I bet. Who knows? Maybe they reverted that, but... I think overall that was a positive change. What's the time interval for ES recharge of PoE 2? The base interval is 4 seconds, I believe. 4 seconds, I believe. Yo, Keemanson, do you know what video you saw the 200 ES base at?
Edge, 20% increased evasion rating, 20...
Also, yeah, Dreamcore, now that you're here, dude, why the hell are you going through the deck side first? You're literally going through the weaker set of nodes first. What is wrong with you?
Percent increased
you're literally
ES
torturing me.
25% reduced effective curses on you. This is just a really solid node to be picked up on any character scaling energy shield and
Strength in has no character in EA. Yeah, it doesn't have any character, but there's probably a lot of good nodes over there. You know what I mean? There's probably a lot of good nodes. It no longer gives ES. It doesn't matter if it no longer gives ES. That just means you change your priority of gearing because you make up a lot of the percentage you lose with not getting int with these nodes that are way higher percentage on the tree. It limits your late game scaling in terms of like how high can you scale your percent ES, but you still have a ton more percent ES than you normally would be able to get otherwise.
Evasion, as it just grants a bunch of useful stats. Dark Energy
has to rely more on recharge now? Yes. +1 chaos skills. I think the plus gem levels are big.
Freeze is another node located on the outer
Everything I've seen makes me feel like they destroyed gem level scaling.
Edge. And again, I don't have too
maybe
much
they
to say
didn't.
about
Maybe
this one,
gem
other
level
than it
scaling's
just being
fine.
a really good node. +1 to the level of all chaos skills. The 4 small nodes leading up to it may make this one a favourable anoint for builds that want it. The Eternal Youth Keystone is changed from...
Whoa, what the hell is this? Life recharges instead of energy shield, and then it swaps recovery. Okay, so it still does the life recharge thing, but it also swaps the flasks. Interesting. Okay.
PoE 1, and it finds itself on the opposite side of the passive tree. It still makes energy shield recharge apply to life instead, but also...
I think there was a video of somebody destroying content with +2. Yeah, that was subtracting, but it wasn't just a +2 staff. It was a 47% damage staff, which the second you put that on at level 1, it's 47% more damage, basically. And then it scales down as you get a couple levels. But on top of that, he had a skill that was built into the staff. That seemed like that skill was just good for the point in the campaign he was in.
Makes recovery from your life flask apply to energy shielding.
So Even TV is having server issues right now, but I got a new emote ready to go. Is this for Chonk? Is this are the Chonk enjoyers gonna be booting this up?
Instead. Now,
Thoughts on discipline? It looked like a mana bot support basically, right? It was more mana per like grants mana to your allies, right?
One interesting thing I'm noticing on the passive tree for PoE2 is that options for energy shield recovery are extremely limited compared to PoE1. For example, in the version of PoE2 I played in LA, there was no Ghost Reaver Keystone on the tree, and I didn't see any nodes for energy shield leech. And I think this is very deliberate, as there's a lot more nodes to invest in to scale energy shield recharge instead. However, Eternal Youth provides an alternative for ES recovery using your Life Flask, as there's a decent amount of notables in the area that grant Life Flask charges over time, and some that grant a chance to not spend any Flask charges too. Next is another Keystone.
He's just like dancing around the topic. There's so many good nodes in here that he's probably skipping over, just trying to torture us.
Resonance, which
This is
makes
excruciating.
you gain
Why isn't he hovering these ES evasion nodes over here? Why isn't he hovering this mana node? What about this node over here? What the hell does that do? I need
certain
answers,
type
man.
of charge instead of another. Power instead of frenzy, frenzy instead of endurance, and endurance instead of power. This one will enable some builds to be able to use or boost the use of skills that they otherwise wouldn't have been able to do before, and keep in mind that charges in PoE2 do not have any inherent bonuses like they.
How many skills even interact with charges? There's quite a few of them, right? This is something that I feel like I'm just not gonna have too much feeling about until I actually get to play with the skills with them. That with Combat Frenzy. Combat Frenzy is the reservation that can generate frenzies, right? Resonance can bypass the Flicker Strike downside. Flicker Strike downside. Let me see. Flicker Strike downside. You cannot gain power charges while using this skill. Consumes a power charge. Yeah, so potentially if you could find a way to generate frenzies with the skill, and then that gives you power charge. I don't know though. I think it just wouldn't work. Because the way resonance is worded is that you gain power instead of frenzy, and then the power you would have gained is you can't gain. I think it just probably wouldn't work. Right? Yeah, it says gain instead. So when it procs to gain this, it just won't gain.
Do in PoE1.
Can't wait for PoE2, same Ninja.
Wildstorm is a
Persistent Illusion will be good, trust me. What the hell is that? More maximum lightning damage, dang.
another very strong notable located towards the outer edge of the tree. 15.
Is this a Dreamcore video? 5-minute video in 10 minutes? I don't want... Oh, come on, man. Dreamcore's a good dude, man. He takes time going over a large amount of details. You know?
10% more
In-depth mechanics. You know, he takes the time to write a decent script to explain it well.
lightning damage. Since lightning damage modifiers typically have low minimum and high maximum damage ranges, this one is great to boost that maximum
Now we need the
damage
lucky
range
lightning. There
even
probably will
further
be sources
and
of
improve
it.
the average
There's lucky hit on stunned enemies, I think. I've seen that, so there's probably gonna be other sources of it. Unique items or whatever.
damage roll. Okay, check out this.
What the hell? Yo, what is that? That's hilarious. That's a good note right there. 3 movement speed, 29 chaos damage, minus chaos res, reduced light radius, increased attributes. Spaghettification. Is that gonna... I wonder if that's gonna make a core like that. This can't be real. It might be real. Would they let that go core? It's so random. That's a real chalk node right there. Yeah, it is. Pretty strong node. Yeah, it realistically is. Because the thing, if you do chonk, you probably want to do instack to get some decent mana pool. You're doing instant leech anyways. You're doing CI. Like, all this stuff works well with a chonk setup. The downside is pretty funny. It is quite funny. Reduce light. Well, I don't know. It might not be funny. Light radius can be super painful on dark maps. Oh, we see the next notable. Nah, he's gonna skip over it.
This one is crazy.
There's so many, like, yo, Dreamcore, what's this do? What about this one? What about this one? What about this one? He's freaking like, there's so many good nodes here. He doesn't want to freaking tell us what they are. Oh, there's trap nodes. Dude, I want to know, man.
Easy. 3% move speed, 20...
Okay, do me a favor, Dreamcore. I respect the grind. You have to milk the videos, okay? But before the very last, day, maybe just a full video of the tree. Just every notable. Maybe no filter. Wait, you have to get these approved though, probably. Maybe they're telling you they don't want you to.
29% increased chaos damage, minus 13.
He's got the long arm of the law. The notes for trap fell are all just increased damage. Oh, they don't even do anything. Honestly, that kind of makes sense until they actually have gems for it.
% chaos resistance, 23% reduced light radius, and 7% increased attributes.
Polymath,
this is just a
really,
really strong node for any chaos damage build. The light radius modifier is going to be somewhat annoying, and you'll need to overcome the chaos resistance downside too, but the rest of the stats gained are just incredibly useful.
What class will use Flail? Templar, probably.
For pretty much any build utilizing chaos damage.
The holy weapon,
I expect to see this one getting picked up a lot. Alright, the best nodes are saved till last.
35% chance for trigger skills to refund half of the energy spent. That's pretty legit. That's gonna be so important for like cast on crit builds. Or any of the procs, really.
And there's 4 of them. Let's start with Energize, located on the outer edge of the tree. 35% chance for trigger skills to refund half of energy spent. So the energy mechanic is a system tied to some trigger-based metagems which reserve...
What is energy? Okay, so everybody that doesn't know what energy is, real quick. Just as an example, we'll look at the cast on critical. We'll look at this. A lot of triggers or procs in this game, the system they use is, they say things like gain energy when you do X, Y, or Z. For this one, it's you gain 10 energy when you do a crit. And what ends up happening is there's a certain energy number, I don't know if it's 100 or what, for cast on crit, but once you get to that full amount, then you proc the cast on crit for the extra trigger. And so what ends up happening is you spend all the energy. This specific thing that he's talking about right here gives you a chance to refund half of that energy spent, so you're more likely to get to your next trigger a lot faster. Do the cast on X buffs share energy? I wouldn't think so. I think they would all have maybe separate energy counters, but if they did and they all procced at the same time, that would be interesting.
Of spirit.
But I think they're separate, I would believe.
Gain energy whenever a condition is met. For example, cast on shock gains energy upon shocking an enemy. Once enough energy is reached, the socketed spell is triggered and energy is fully depleted. But this node will provide a chance to retain some of that energy.
Why is the cost spirit? That's the reservation amount. That's how much it costs you to reserve. Because basically what happens is you're not attaching cast on crit to like an attack skill. You're literally attaching it to like a spell that you're triggering. But you have to reserve it. That's the cost now, is you have to reserve it.
Energy so that the next trigger goes off sooner. The value of this notable goes up massively the more energy gems you're using. One with the storm is a
core staff skills that consume power charges count as consuming an additional power charge. Oh, nice.
quarterstaff notable found on the outer edge of the tree, which makes quarterstaff skills which can...
How much is that for, like, Falling Thunder, for example? Whoops. Didn't mean to skip there. Freaking, I'm curious. Falling Thunder is like 100% more damage or something. 100% more damage if a power charge was consumed. 100% if it was consumed. Fires 3 additional proj per. So it gives you more damage, another 25% more per consumed. That's not half bad, man. So you have 1 power charge, but you get the 6 extra proj and the 25%, the extra 25% more. Hey Mikuhu, how you doing, dude? No dominating blow, absolution, blink arrow, or mirror arrow. I don't think they've showcased any of those skills. Whether or not they're going to be in the game later on is an I don't know.
Anyone? Okay, lastly, these nodes. Yes.
+1 energy shield per 12 evasion rating on your equipped body armor. That's half the value of current Trickster, and this is a third of the value of Trickster, right? Trickster on the tree login. Yeah, I mean, it's a decent amount. It is a decent amount. I don't know. I don't know if this is going to be worth doing a hybrid base. But this is just an easy go-to node, right? If you want to pair evasion in there, probably. It better make some strong bases. I mean, all of its context is we don't know how hard enemies hit versus, like, how good various bases will be in comparison, right?
The Trickster is back in PoE 2, well, not as an Ascendency, but in Spirit. Spectral Ward grants +1 to maximum ES per 12 evasion on your
Current Trickster's numbers are getting nerfed anyways. There's a good chance they nerf Ghost
body
Dance.
armor, while Subterfuge Mask grants +2 evasion per 1 maximum ES on your equipped helmet.
Whoops.
We currently have no idea about the scaling we're going to have access to on endgame bases. For example, how much armor or evasion or ES will they provide at the top end, and how high can any local modifiers scale up to? Regardless, I expect to see a lot of monk builds taking these nodes. And that's it, some of the interesting nodes in the int dex portion of the tree. If you've liked this video and you want to see more of other parts of the tree, make sure to subscribe as
I want to see a lot more, man. Well, what are all these other nodes, dude? There's so much stuff. I want to know. I want the information. I wonder if mana will still be only on int armor bases. I think they'll probably keep with those thematics of having like strength roll and strength bases, int roll on mana, or on int bases, etc. You can't handle the information, dude. I want it so bad. That's probably the thing I want most is passive tree information. Like, for example, these nodes right here, these have the artwork that like Sanctuary of Thought has, you know? Like those are definitely like mana ES like hybrid scaling nodes, and I really want to freaking know what they do type of thing. Does PDR exist and does suppression exist? Suppression, I have not seen. I don't think suppression exists. PDR might still exist. Have we seen mana on a pure evasion base? Potentially, maybe. I don't know, you got a clip? Spell suppress not existing is it's gonna be a wake-up call to all those Dex builds. Those Dex characters, guys, I'm telling you, I'm warning you. You guys are in for a rude awakening. If you ask me, a rude awakening. That if you are a Dex tree enjoyer and you're used to having like some threshold of not getting one shot all the time, guess what? Your suppression's gone. I think they said evasion now affects spells. Yes, evasion now affects spells, which is very strong, by the way. Evasion affecting spells is very strong. But the thing is, we had this before, right? You guys remember when we had spell dodge? You remember how like every build on that side of the tree would click acro, phase acro, right? You'd get like 30, 40 spell dodge or whatever. When they traded out suppression for spell dodge, I was like, this is unconditionally just way better, way stronger to have. Max hit versus avoidance. And I think it was pretty clear that when everybody threw freaking spell suppression on their gear, how much of an impact that made in terms of it was a lot stronger. But the question is, they don't have to be as one-shotty in this game. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like considering we don't have movement skills, so that they don't have to be as punishing in terms of like abilities of monsters and stuff, which that might go in the favor of maybe not needing spell suppression per se, and evasion working out plenty fine, and actually being like quite feels good situation if the max hit requirement really isn't as high. Evasion might be the only way to get spell dodge now. Makes evasion more thematic. Yeah, I mean, it's just different, right? If it's spell evasion, I don't know if you call it spell dodge or whatever. It's like I just think it's like something that's like a similar idea of just avoiding spells entirely. There's an Iron Will as a support gem. Is there actually? Iron grip there is. Support attacks deal. Support projectile attacks cause you strike to increase the projectile damage. Feels like you're gonna have a hard time with fizz damage. It's just hard to tell how hard various mechanics are gonna hit. Does more gem exist in PvE1? Iron grip does? Yeah. The thing is, I don't think I've seen Iron Grip or Iron Will on the tree yet. I don't think they're there. Also, strength doesn't increase damage anymore, right? Dude, how do I find the wiki for PoE2? I don't know how I'm supposed to find this. PoE2 wiki is now live. Okay, I just need to get used to going here. Like, strength is only life, int is only mana, right? Just gains 2 life per, 2 mana per, and dexterity is, here you go, have some accuracy. There's already a wiki. Sure, here, I'll link it to you guys. It's not really filled out at all. It's like, just like the baseline of what they started putting together. PoEDB, I think PoE2DB has more information than this does per se. This is like super limited. The video job this morning was fire. I'm glad you liked it, Greek critics or not Greek critics, Creteritus. I was having trouble reading your name. Does Lance know what a dinosaur looks like, or is it like a dragon where he has no clue? Okay, this isn't. I can go find the dragon picture just so people know, but that dragon is good, by the way. Also, look at this, dude. Lance is he's going straight for the alcohol. This is a while ago, because he's like way younger in this picture, but he was investigating my dad's house, and he went straight for the alcohol. There's water on the other side, and he opened this side. Just went straight for it. Just like his father. An early drinker. I was not. Dinosaurs look like birds. Yeah, maybe some dinosaurs. The pterodactyl, is that the right one? I don't freaking know. I don't know my dinosaurs that well. Mercenary's not bad after subtracting video. I'm scared. I think Mercenary's not bad. I think Mercenary's bad in Act 1 or until you get grenades. And early on, the grenades are like their level requirement locked, or you need the attachment or whatever. And once you get that, I think you're going to be fine. Like, I think grenades will carry your experience. Grenades just seem OP to me. He is in 30s now, or at least that's what I assume the age of Lance's children should be. They're not that old. No, they're not that old. No. Totems uses its own weapon, dealing 59 to 89 base fizz. Ancestral Warrior Totem. 1 hand and 2 hand maces. I guess that means if you're playing the totem, the Warbringer, you're going to be a mace enjoyer, right? Unless there's a different support or a different totem based on the one that actually uses, like, where you could, like, put Sunder on it or whatever. I'm going to try Blood Mage for sure, but figuring out what forks with it has been interesting. I'm thinking about Blood Mage too. I'm thinking about going to crit build. Right now I'm eyeing up Eye of Winter. Let me see if there's other sources of critical weakness. I'm kind of curious. Yeah, Eye of Winter is one of the only ways to get critical weakness outside of the this support, this aura thing, right? I'm looking at this thing right here, inflicts critical weakness. I just think the Blood Mage crit damage node is really, really strong. I don't think there's anything close to it out of the nodes we've been showcased. Bone Storm has good high base crit. Bone Storm's like a channeling skill though, so it's hard to use as like triggers and stuff, which I think is a bit of a problem. I'm looking at the Dark Monk with the Eye of Winter as well. The Chonk. There's a lot of Chonkers. I've been hearing about them a lot. We just need a way to turn strength into spell damage. We do. We do need a way to turn strength into spell damage. I mean, what we do have is do I have my note thing I wrote down the other day? I should, right? What we do have is I'm gonna get it out up to the top because this is the thing I'm most curious about. This node's insane to me. We know there's at least 17% attribute we can get on the tree. I feel confident that strength still rolls to like 50 range. Based on the videos they showcased where they were like random rolling a belt and they were hitting like 30 strength. I feel like that felt like it was like a mid-tier roll. 3k, 4k, probably 5k life is doable with some good strength focused gear pieces because of how much life strength gives you. Does Flammability count as a fire AoE spell? A fire AoE spell? Flammability? That's a good point. I haven't looked at the curses too much, actually. Blasphemy seems pretty good to run. Despair, Enfeeble, Flammability, Hand of Chayula, Hex Blast, Temporal Vulnerability. Surely we just haven't seen like Frostbite and stuff. But yeah, it's an AoE fire skill. Curse all targets an area after a short delay, lowering their fire resistance. This short delay thing feels weird to me. I'm definitely going to try to run a Blasphemy, I think. All the ranger skills are dropped. Wait, really? What about the other things? Where did we get this from? Looks like marks are no longer curses. Marks are like you proc it once, it seems like. Marks a target, making them more susceptible to being shocked. W, the marked target dies. I'm guessing this should be when the marked target dies. When the marked target dies, lightning nova erupts from their corpse. Nova does not use your weapon damage and instead uses its own attack damage. Hits against marked enemies have increased chance to shock. Shocks inflicted on them have 30% increase. Big W, yeah. So are marks just separate? Like, I think one of the ones I read earlier was like it just got, oh yeah, Sniper's Mark. This is a good example. I think this was the one I read earlier where it just got removed. The next crit the target receives consumes the mark to deal extra damage and grants you a frenzy charge. Like, this just feels weird. Having the mark just constantly be removed. Like, do you want to constantly reproc this? I guess this with Hammer of the Gods is probably insane, right? You could have mark cast on crit. I like what you're saying. So you proc this skill as well from your various triggers. What do you have any thoughts about the Hand of Chayula? Have we got to that one yet? We'll probably get to it. It might be in these skills. I don't know. Hand of Chayula is the one that like procs curses on enemies with increased effect. Marks on attacks. Well, at least snipers one is a spell. Fire noxious area at the ground. We've seen this. The detonate gas arrow thing. A little bit of a weird one. Sniper's Mark gives us frenzies. Leap forward into the air and fire downward. Hitting an enemy will attach an electrocuting rod to them, causing all incoming lightning damage to apply electrocution. Do I know what electrocution is from the wiki? Electrocute is a non-damaging ailment that sets action speed to 0, effectively immobilizing a target. Electrocute is usually inflicted by lightning damage. The hell? So it's freeze for lightning? It's a stun, yeah, blue stun. Okay. Just the guy being like, zzz, or whatever, right? Type of thing. Fair, I guess. Not by default. Yeah, I guess you need stuff that can actually help you proc it. Like a taser? Yeah, like a taser. Toxic growth. Pustules explode after 6 seconds. In the air, fire a volley of arrows. I've seen this one, yeah. It's like it shoots a shotgun of them on the ground. The pustules explode after a delay and can be poisoned, causing them to explode faster and more violently. 100% more explosion damage, 66%. 1 meter to the base radius of explosions. I think this is decent. It seems like it could be, depending on how much overlap you get. If you get that much damage multiplier and 8 projectiles. Skills tied with a new plague bearer. It is a weird skill too, though, because it's one of those ones that has like forced movement. I'm so hyped, AJ. Yo, me too, man. Me too. They're basically convulsing. Yeah, they're completely locked out of their basically nervous system. Caster right now works with spells as the trigger, right? Yeah, it's one of the trigger reservations. Choosing a reservation is going to be a little bit difficult. I think I'm definitely leaning towards doing like a lot of like elemental triggers type of thing with like cast on crit spells, but I don't know. There might be some good reservations that change my mind. Barrage. It's a spell. What? Ready a volley of arrows, empowering your next bow attack to repeat multiple times. Consuming your frenzy charge using additional repeats. So you use that to just charge up your next bow attack. Powers your next bow attack to repeat an additional time, plus an additional time per frenzy consumed. 1400% of repeated skills attack time is added to this skill's cooldown. Okay. Maximum buff duration is 5 seconds. Chronomancer. The Chronomancer is gonna proc a big barrage bow attack, and it's gonna weapon swap to a mace, and then drop the hammer, and then it's gonna proc the cooldown, drop the hammer again, and then do this again. Uses against rare and unique mobs. Yeah, charge up something, your next big hit, right? Vine arrow. Fire an arrow into the air that lands after a short delay, causing a plant to spring up at the impact location. The plant sprouts vines that latch onto nearby enemies, slowing the movement, dealing chaos damage over time. It was something with, I think, Vine Arrow and Toxic Growth that I believe Yosis was doing in our couch co-op playtest, and those worked pretty well. The Chrono angle is everywhere. I want to like Chrono. I hope the earlier nodes are like actual stats or something. Snipe. Projectile channeling physical bow skill. Channel to charge up your bow before releasing a powerful shot. Releasing the moment you fully charge causes the arrow to explode on impact for a guaranteed critical hit. And it comes with 200% crit bonus damage. Does it tell me how many stacks I have to charge to? Blood Mage Snipe? No, you don't do Blood Mage Snipe. This feels like it's a skill that like you have a forever cast time for, right? I don't know where it is though. On like how many stacks you need or whatever. %121% of attack too. Well, the thing is, it's just like we don't know how long this takes to charge up. I think it's the one where they're like it takes forever, right? So would you rather do that and like hit 5 times as hard or attack 5 times, you know? Ignite with it? Yeah, it's definitely going to be something you can use with like an ignite or bleed for sure. Poison bleed ignite. Yeah, I think that would definitely take advantage of it better. These are all the ranger nodes. Yep. Snipe has a big advantage. You can move during it. Can you actually? You are heavily like slowed down when you're walking while aiming with the bow, right? Or the crossbow. That one's a crouching while charging, so you can't move during it, or you still can. Fire an arrow that embeds where it lands. After a delay, the arrow will call down a lightning strike with a high shock chance. Embeds where it lands. After a delay, the arrow will call down a lightning strike with a high shock chance. Okay. The ranger can ride a mount. Yeah, you can ride the rower or whatever. The thing is, the riding the mount, though, it doesn't, like... Can't you get, like, knocked off it, like, heavy stunned and stuff? Poison inflicted by this skill is affected by modifiers to skill effect duration. Poison burst arrow. Poison enemies hit. When it lands, it creates a burst of poison affecting all enemies around the arrow. Don't know how to feel about that. Lightning rod. This is the one where they, like, put multiple rods in the ground and then they chain lightning between it and you get extra hits, right? Drops from above, creating lightning burst. The arrow remains in the ground. It can be chained lightning beams to it. Yep. Ignored Sag. Did I miss your message, Peter? When they showed the ranger can move while casting, did they show moving with the snipe skill too? If we can walk with channeling spells and there will be incinerate, then I hope knockback still exists. You hope knockback exists? I don't know if I'd even want to knockback in that case. Maybe. But maybe not. I don't know. Knockback always was really frustrating to play with. You trying to make a build before substantial info and no skill, but Googling a build on day one. You're gonna swap by day one. I think we're all gonna throw a dart at the board, and there's gonna be maybe some obvious outliers of the first few people who get like something working initially. I think a bunch of people will panic swap to the first few builds that seem to be working initially. And then people will panic swap again when there are some builds that are like actually like legitimately good and not just good enough to get through the campaign. I feel like that there's gonna be people that are like ping-ponging between builds. People just stick to their thing. Okay, there's probably gonna be a large amount of people that just are happy to play with whatever they're playing, but I think there's gonna be also the people that just freaking want to copy somebody else who's got something working. What does the other lightning bow skills have for this one? I think you were probably talking about lightning rod. I mean, lightning rod is basically just setting up to deal more damage by basically getting additional damage from the rods in the ground and then hitting them, I think. Like, they remain for 12 seconds. So you can load up, like, a bunch of them over the course of, like, 5 seconds or whatever, and then just get a bunch of extra damage over 8 seconds or, you know, like, shooting into them. I could care less about the meta during EA. Just want to play a lot of builds and classes as a whole. Same. I also do, at the same time, want to successfully get to a large amount of the endgame content and hopefully complete it. I wonder how hard it's going to be in terms of, like, what level of builds will be necessary to beat the hardest bosses and stuff. What class are you going to start with? I'm going to probably start... Right now, I'm leaning towards Blood Mage. I will make a video before launch being like, hey, this is what I'm going to start. We have no idea if it's going to work. This is my general plan. Like, I'll do a video like that for those curious, but ultimately, it's like a take it with a grain of salt because we have literally no idea what the full tree looks like, what the other Ascendency nodes are, how good various skills are on the start, stuff like that. It's going to be all over the place, right? To some extent. Like you said, ES is OP. ES is OP, but you need gear, KTX. So, like, I can't just start with ES. I need to, like, acquire gear with something. And I found out more recently that Zealot's Oath has changed. Zealot's Oath is in the game, but it's changed, and it doesn't work with CI anymore. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to do a Blood Mage hybrid character, and then I'm going to make a CI character after that, I think. That's my initial thoughts right now. You respec or make a second character? Probably make a second character. You know, because there's like there's a whole lot of things to do. There's a whole lot of like new Ascendancies. I'm just gonna want to do quite a bit of variety. I don't know if I want to just like respec the same class type of thing. I'm gonna play a chonk with the Hand of Chayula and Hex Blast. Good luck. Good luck. I haven't seen what the new Hex Blast is. Let me check real quick because I'm curious. Hex Blast does maximum 9 explosions. Detonates a curse on enemies in all area, causing explosions, but removing the curse. This is kind of like Impending Doom, isn't it, right? Could you use Blasphemy with this? Yeah, I kind of wonder. Where is Zealot's Oath located in the tree right now? Zealot's Oath. That's not how you draw this. Let's try this better this time. I know how to draw this pry. Zealot's Oath will be right there. So this is the inside of the tree, the deck side of the tree, the strength side of the tree. It's like right there, roughly. Leaning more towards the inside, but near the strengthened area. Right where it belongs, basically, yeah. They moved it to the right side, not the left. What footage do you have? What footage do you have where they changed Zealot's Oath? I'm going off of the video that was posted based on somebody who played on November 8th. So did they change it since then? Was it in the last video you just showed? Dreamcore's video? It was not, no, it was not in Dreamcore's video. Yeah, I'll show you. Right here. Zealot's Oath. Yeah, Eternal is on the right side, yeah. No way they put it on the right? Yeah, no, it's basically, this is the int portion of the tree going to the strengthened portion of the tree. This is where it's at. So yeah, if you're looking the Zealot's Oath, this is where it is now. Which this is very cool for hybrid builds, which is why I'm considering Blood Mage and swapping around my thoughts. Corrupting Cry, Strength Stacker. What's Corrupting Cry do? Corrupting. Is this support gem? It's a support gem, isn't it? Corrupting Cry. War Cries have less AoE. Corrupting Blood deals 10% of your strength as physical damage per second. Blood duration is 5 seconds. More War Cries inflict corrupted blood. 10% of your strength per second. That just sounds so weak, right? I guess it depends if this stacks, but if you have like 1,000 strength, that's only 100 flat per second. 100 flat for a 1k strength build. Not a spell, yeah. So you can't scale with spell damage. Maybe it's better at level 20. Support gems don't level. Just get 30,000 strength. You think Decaying Hex works with Hand of Chayula triggers? Decaying Hex. Support skills inflict decay, dealing 30% of intelligence's cast damage per second. Do I think this works? Sports curse skills. Yeah, it might work with Blasphemy. Or did you say Hand of Chayula? Probably. I would think I would put this on like a blasphemy or something, if that works. I kind of wonder what's going to work with blasphemy and what's going to not work with blasphemy. Oh no, the crickets, not the crickets. It's solved. We found our F, just put it on, just put it on blasphemy, decayed hex. It's not really RF though. I wonder what is this stuff not going to spend? It's probably only going to scale with percent cast damage, and then if there's dot multi or something, but I don't know. It seems rough. I really want to look at the poison bow character, but I don't like that there's a bunch of combos. Then don't play with the combos. Just use the skill you like. That's the answer. Rain of arrows. Fires arrows in the air, causing them to rain from above, consuming a frenzy charge to fire more arrows. 100% more arrows if frenzy charge was consumed. 50% more per frenzy consumed. It's no longer like the flat, like they all rain down at once. It like rains over a duration, right? Good morning, Zenchido. 53. Yeah, I wonder how many of those actually hit. Probably a lot of damage if they do. It should scale on fizz damage. Yeah, it would scale on percent fizz, but I don't know if there's going to be a lot of percent fizz on the tree. And it's also like 10% of your strength is pretty rough, right? The thing is, like, they've reduced numbers a ton, right? Like, for all we know, 10% of your strength, 30% of your strength is not actually like that bad. Because everything we see of, like, flat numbers is all, like, really, really low. Level 13 skill is 16 to 24, right? Did anyone see the new Ancestral Bond? I did. The one that does 50 spirit per totem. You need spirit to scale damage? Yeah, I would assume the spirit cost goes up the more reservations you do, right? Are attributes +5 instead of +10? Correct. I think the attributes are the same on gear though. Supported with hourglass support and with brutality. Let's take a look. Brutality. 35% more fizz, deal no cast, no elemental. Dang. That's pretty good. Support skills have a cooldown. I guess this is if you do, like the no cooldown Warcry guy, right? What are your thoughts on weapon swap? If we just stick to one weapon, we're gonna lose out on a lot. My thoughts on weapon swap is there's probably gonna be ideal situation to use a clear skill versus an AoE skill. The hardest part about it is you need to have gear. Like you basically need to have two good weapons, right? Two good weapons, or you need to have two good shields. Like that's the awkward part I think about the weapon swap is initially you might have one really good weapon. Do you really want to be weapon swapping to your bad weapon type of thing? Can I link my MS Paint build? Sure, I'll easy. Let's check it out. Damage base numbers are significantly lower in PV1. I think so. Absolutely. Like just looking at just look here. Let's look at the one world open world game PoE2. When they were showing the Gestula fight. They're showing this fight right here. Like if you're looking at this sort of thing, this endgame boss let's say that's 5% of his HP pool. We're looking at a 1 million HP boss as like our first endgame boss. Like 30 million? Well, it's not though, right? If this is 50k damage and they did like this much, maybe it's closer to like 1.5 or 2 million. But the point is they just downscaled all the numbers. So like numbers that we would expect for a level 20 skill is going to be different than it is in PoE2 versus PoE1. As long as weapons with plus levels are easy enough to get, you shouldn't lose too much after swapping. It might not matter throughout the campaign if you get lucky enough on drops, but it's going to matter a lot late game when it comes to having like an actual good weapon. Like, I'm just thinking about PoE1 in terms of like, you know, how like one of your most expensive pieces on a lot of builds is the weapon because they're harder to craft a lot of times. Maybe that won't be the case in PoE2, but like it's just like a number of like, it's just like an investment thing that is going to gate some of your ability to do the weapon swap stuff. The numbers are going to be squished compared to PoE1. Yeah, I think so. Like I think weapons are going to be high of lower base numbers, and obviously the effectiveness of skills is lower. If we can get a lot of damage on tree and flat ally spell damage on essence, it should be a good amount of damage, right? I don't know if we have flat damage on spells. Like, I don't think it's a thing, to be honest. Because all the spells I see, I don't see an effectiveness number. Which you kind of need that. Like, without an effectiveness number, I don't think there's flat damage on spells. Or there's no flat. Flat was removed from the game? Yeah, I think so. Because, like, it wouldn't make any sense, right? You're not gonna add 50 flat to the skill that costs 2 seconds of cast time versus the skill that has maybe only a 1 second cast time, right? And then hits 8 times. Heralds of Ice and Thunder. Buff adds 1 to 10 flat attack. And then this, they don't have info on. Really old? Yeah, a lot of this stuff might not even be the same, necessarily. Probably changed, there's a good chance of it. Mercenary's on the strength part of the tree. Mercenary is, deck strength. Mercenary is right here. In between dex and strength. Active, killing shocked enemies with attack damage will cause the subsequent attack hits to release lightning bolts, which deals attack damage to all surrounding enemies. Herald Thunder seems like an attack skill. Yeah, it seems attack specific now. So there's no flat spell damage? I don't believe so. Not anything I've seen. I think it's about the it's about the levels, and that's about it. Is Alweezy's paint build? All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look. What are you cooking here, Alweezy? What you got for us? So you have the... You're doing the cooldown thing? Okay, okay. I see you. You got... you. All right. Fist of War, Inevitable Critical, Ignition, Hourglass, Hammer of the Gods. All right, hold on. Let me just... let's break this down one at a time. Ignition support. Ignition support, 100% more chance to ignite. Are there nodes with percent chance to ignite? Like, I don't even know what the base chance of ignite is. Inevitable crit. Let's find that node. some comparisons here. Inevitable, critical. Sword skills gain 40% crit chance for each second, up to 200%. Whenever the skills supported by no critically strikes. Oh, interesting. That's kind of neat. That's actually really, really neat, actually. I'm gonna like that on skills where I have like say I have like some sort of trigger set up that doesn't occur very often. Like that's pretty big value because there's a lot of good base crit. Dude, I haven't looked at the tree. Oh, I want to know what's on the inside of the tree in terms of like how much access we get to percent crit chance. You convinced me. Oh no, it's a dangerous situation. Instead of having 3 pure and 3 50-50 splits, there are 25-75 splits now. Wait, what? Is that actually real? What do you mean by 25-75 splits? The positions on the tree are fixed at the 50-50 locations, not 25-75. And it's about what like nodes you spec out, especially now that you can make the small travel nodes whatever attribute you need. There's a video where a guy hovered every node. Wait, Marcus, are you being serious right now? That's what I need. Literally every node. Do you have a link? Because that's what I need. We've been getting destroyed by watching watching. I could find it. Badgera? Well, no, we've watched Badgera's and he definitely didn't hover every node. Badgera hovered a lot of Marauder nodes. He missed a lot of Marauder nodes and he didn't hover like any int or like any like index nodes. Mainly strength nodes. Was it the Badge Hero one? Because that's the one we've seen. Dude, we needed somebody who actually hovered the int nodes. Int nodes and index, yeah. Imagine only hovering the strength nodes. This is messed up, man. All these warriors get to log in knowing what their trees are going to be ahead of time. Meanwhile, we have to go in blind. This is rigged. There's Dreamcore. Yeah, Dreamcore has he's doing like 10 nodes at a time. He's not giving us the small nodes, and he's doing handpicked big nodes, and he's skipping over what are probably a lot of good big nodes. Int is going to be his teasing video tomorrow, yeah. But the thing is, it's still not going to cover all the nodes. There's going to be a lot of nodes we don't know. And a lot of those nodes could be very good. All right, where was I? Hourglass support, ignition, inevitable critical, hammer of the gods. Okay, big hurt, yes. Eternal flame. What the hell is eternal flame? Let's take a little look-see here. Eternal Flame. Sword skills have 100% increase ignite duration on enemies. Sword skills have 25% less chance to ignite. Okay, fair enough. I know what most of the Merc tree will be like. Yeah, Merc and Warrior Badge here mostly covered decently. And then Dreamcore started with those nodes too. I think the top part of the tree in PvE1 is least successful, so I'm excited to see if they improved it in PvE2 without knowing what to path through. It's gonna be, I don't know. Part of me, when the launch is live, I'm gonna want to just go as fast as I can, but at the same time, I kind of want to pause and then go hover nodes, so that way I actually can make a coherent tree that makes sense. But it's gonna be a little bit cooked. Okay, so you're going for a big Hammer of the Gods ignite. You're gonna do this to redo it. You're doing Herald of Ash for gain as extra. And then you're doing Wave of Frost for agility, faster attacks, cold pen, concentrate, mana leech. I'm so confused right now. What the hell is Wave of Frost? Respec gold will help. Yeah, respec gold will help, but it still is not ideal to be constantly respecking and not necessarily having ideal nodes and stuff like that. The hell is this? It's a quarterstaff skill? So you have a weapon swap for this. Wave of Frost is the one where the monk goes and like shoots out a little thing that freezes enemies, right? Backflip Frost. Yeah, that makes sense. Weapon swap for freeze. Okay, so he's gonna go around freezing enemies, and then he's gonna drop hammers. Dude, this cooldown is gonna be rough, right? Isn't Hourglass plus 8-second cooldown? I think you're gonna have a really bad time in maps. Yes. You're gonna be killing one map pot, one monster map pack per 32 seconds. He's gonna do the thing where it goes through the entire map. That's why I'm doing timestamp. Okay. Do we know what the cooldown is on timestamp though? Like there might be a cooldown on this too. Like you're not gonna be like able to constantly use Hammer of the Gods. What if timestamp is like a 6-second cooldown? That seems like kind of cope, right? Was Badge Hero the guy you mentioned whose video yeah, we already watched his video. And he only hovered the strength and dex areas. He didn't hover any of the int areas really. Did they showcase it in the video? Hold on. I have to go back now. Did they showcase the video of how, like, did we see the friggin'... If I go back to the Ascendency thing when they showcase the Chronomancer, does it show it on cooldown? Let's see. It probably doesn't, right? Okay. Yeah, it doesn't show. I was wondering if it would show like the toolbar and we'd actually get a hint of how long its cooldown is. Does Heartstomper look utterly useless in every scenario besides Uber boss degen? Yeah, kinda. It seems like it'd be rough to use, I think. Did I watch the Dreamcore one? Yep. Yeah, we did. No, we're definitely still relatively blind on the early passives. We're still relatively blind on the early passives. Increased effective ignite from critical hits, 12% increased chance to ignite. 6% critical strike chance. Increased crit chance might just be a really rare stat to come by. If it's 1 minute, then I'm just not going to use it. I would think they wouldn't make it 1 minute. That just seems crazy long. Because it's something that, like, I don't know, it's innate to the character. It's probably something they want you to be able to use on a regular basis and actually enjoy playing. You can stack it in co-op. Yeah, but that's not necessarily going to be the best way to play co-op, though. There's no way that's the best way to play co-op. Have 6 Ascendancies dedicated to just chain freezing the boss or whatever. Surely it's better to just stack actual, like, natural buffs on each other that allows you to just one-shot the boss. There will be cooldown reduction nodes, that's true. There was quite a bit of CDR, at least in the dex area we saw, so there's probably CDR in the int area too, I'd imagine. Look at the mana flare. Yeah, well, that's a good idea. We'll check out the mana flare. Mana flare. Support skills trigger mana flare on critical hits. Causing it to trigger mana flare on crit. The mana flare consumes your mana to deal fire damage. How much fire damage? Is the fire damage as much mana as you have? Fire Archmage kind of looks like Fire Archmage. Can uncut gems give gems from all classes or just yours? It can give gems from all classes. It will give you the initial options of gems like related to your class or the items you're wearing. But there's like the sidebar of UI that's like Templar, Witch, blah blah blah, and you can go click any of those and select skills from them. What happens if you don't have mana? I mean, it depends if the fire damage is based on the mana you consume. If it's not based on the mana you consume, then I don't know, it seems a little bit weird. The thing that sucks about Mana Flares sounds like it's a different hit. Yeah, it's like a separate proc, essentially. From what I can tell, it looks like a separate proc. Gain 25% of damage is extra chaos. Force heals deal 50% less non-chaos. You better hope you have some conversion, I guess. Can you gain chaos from chaos? Like if I had 100 flat chaos damage and I put this on, would it give me 125 chaos damage? It just says 25%, right? That's that feels so weird. That feels so weird. I believe so. It should. What's this chonk about? It's cope on cope on cope. There's some people that somehow believe just because they have a little bit of leech, they have a good ascendancy, but they're coping out of their minds. That being said, it might actually be legit. It might be legit. Chaos says extra chaos is going to be meta. Yeah, maybe so. So a lot of these are just pretty generically good. If you deal a skill that's 1 damage type, the added just seems like a good support. So good to note, if I have a skill that's of 1 damage type, this is a 25% damage multi, essentially, if it's of 1 damage type. It's worth mentioning that a lot of the cast attack types are quite a bit big. Yeah, they are. Kinda hate that they only work on attacks. Oh, there are a lot of attack stuff. I think the reason they did that is because of, maybe it's a little bit too non-brain involved for spells, because basically all the spells are all just 1 damage type, so you would just always just use these on spells. Whereas attacks, you might have a weapon that has flat, cold, and fire, and it makes you think about it a little bit more. There's less stuff on spells. We can look through. Control destruction. Support skills cannot deal crits. More damage. They noticed they nerfed Tornado Shot and Tornado. Yeah, they did. I'm not sure if that's... I haven't looked at it too closely. I'm not sure how good that ends up being. Gain Arcane Surge after spending a total of 100% of your maximum mana on supported skills. Arcane Surge. Do we know what this does yet? Grants a burst of mana regen and cast speed. Let's see if the wiki knows. Arcane Surge. Wiki does not know yet. Total of 7 spell supports. That's just supports that are specifically for spells. But there's going to be other support. Well, I'd assume. I guess we'll look at through the supports and we'll see. More cast speed at the cost of less damage. So that's roughly like, what, 8% more damage? It's not a great support. But maybe use it for utility stuff. Getting blow from support skills, they have a chance to cause the enemy to explode. For how much? 30% less cast speed with Spell Echo. But you get it twice, though. Just put this on comment and then get stun locked. It's that easy. Gain a still every 200% of the cast time to a maximum 2 seals. 4 seals are unsealed when cast, and their effects recur. Unleash is pretty friggin' strong. I'm thinking of starting a Pyromancer just spare. Pyromancer, I support it. Let's look at the attack specific supports. Oh my word. This is messed up, man. They have so many more supports. They have like 10 more supports. Making me reconsider Infernalist. Yeah, I need to go through and look at the thing. Okay, guys. The support gems we have here on the PoE2 DB is not the actual amount of supports. If that makes sense. Like, we're missing a ton of them, I think. This is just the stuff people hovered over. And a lot more people... A lot of, like, the information we know is from people that played the various, like, beta tests. Like, the things like that. And a lot of people did warriors. A lot of people did mercenaries and rangers. Not many people did sork or witch. I think Infernos will make a great minion ascendancy. Yeah, we'll see what it does for minions. There are possibilities. I want to play the Chaos Monk, but I'm scared it'll be bad in Axe. I think Monk will be fine in Axe. I think everything's probably relatively balanced in Axe for the most part. I think something like Mercenary might have a weak early game. A lot of the classes might have a weak early game, but then maybe when they get more of their support gems that are higher level or more of their skills at higher level, they become more decent. I think the thing that's really going to matter is how good your initial tree is when you first start like setting it up and going for things. Enduring Suns. Gain endurance charge when you stun an enemy with a melee hit from supported skills. And Rage Warcry. Supported Warcries consume up to 10 rage, causing attacks exerted by them to deal 30% more damage. I don't know if I've seen too many things of like generating rage or even what rage does. Yo, what the hell is this? Wait a minute. Faster casting comes with 10% less damage, but faster attacks has 5% more speed and doesn't have less damage applied to it. Yo, what the hell is this? Yo, this is rigged. Probably outdated. It's rigged for sure. This is so rigged. Finally, some justice for attack skills? What do you mean justice for attack skills? Literally all the melee skills had their damage doubled last patch. This is messed up. This ain't fair. Ancestrally boosted. They're not going to tell us what that is, are they? No more than once every 6 seconds. That has to mean it's a good damage multiplier, right? If it's only every 6 seconds, you get this extra juice. Lightning Strike's still the only good one. Lightning Strike is not still the only good one. Jwar, you know what's going to happen? There's always going to be certain skills that are shown to be very good on a start or maybe very well rounded. That doesn't mean other skills are bad. Okay, there's more ways that you could play and do all content. You don't just need Lightning Strike. Gain 20% of damage as extra cold for 5 seconds on freezing an enemy with supported skills. Okay, fair enough. Alice is kind of the only really good one. That's not even true. It's not. Molten Strike exists, guys. Freaking a lot of the trauma scaling setups exist. Flicker Strike. There was a lot of builds I saw do viable for Ubers. I feel like every bonk build will be using Hammer of the Gods. Why wouldn't you use it? Yeah, 100%. I feel the same way about Hammer of the Gods as I feel about the grenades. It's just free damage. It's just free damage. Support skills have 30 CDR. So you can put this on your time snap. That's kind of nice. How do I clear maps? No one knows. Or double time snap? Yeah, you could do that. You could do that too. I don't think that's the play because you're going to want to use it more often, right? Put the reduced cooldown on grenades. Yeah, putting this on grenades I think is a great idea. 100%. Isn't the can't have 2 copies of the same support gem and your skill's kind of dumb? They show you can swap it to other skills whenever you want. So what's the point? You can't swap it to every skill, whatever skill you want, whenever. Like in the middle of a fight, you're not going to be like, oh, let me swap my reduced cooldown from my grenade to my Hammer of the Gods. You know, you're not gonna go open up your gem menu in the middle of a fight and then like keep doing that and keep swapping them back and forth. The reason for the one support thing is to make it feel like there's a choice. Because if you always have the 5 best supports that are obvious, then you just use that on everything type of thing. You don't necessarily have to make any hard choices for your extra skills. Faster attacks would be on all attacks. Yeah, exactly. Gem socketed and skills from weapons will be kind of lost on the swap. No, they're not lost. You literally have a system where you can set what weapons you're using with whatever skills you want. And the weapon swap doesn't like unequip those skill gems or anything. Close combat. More attack damage enemies within 1 meter of you, scaling down to no bonus to 3.5. Fair enough. Yeah, attacks have some good supports. Support War Cries consume up to 10 rage. Reduced penalty to accuracy rating at range, far reach. Demon Legionnaire will have a blast find all the extra support gems for the +3. Demon Legionnaire is going to be... I think it's going to be bait on League launch. That's my call. I think it's going to be bait on League launch. I think that's going to be a rough one. I mean, the max res is really good. So maybe that'll be enough to make it feel fine. But I think it's going to be rough. Do we solve the game yet? Nope. Game's not going to be solved for at least the next 10 years. 20% of lightning on killing a shocked enemy. Chance to maim. Who knows what maim does? Do I have attacks typed in here still? Projectile isn't an attack tag though, right? Yeah, you can do it with the projectile supports with spells or attacks, right? It's gonna be a minion cuck. I'm calling it. I think it's got a lot of generic stuff. It could probably do quite a bit of things. I think minion cuck is gonna be very hard to pull off with the mercenary start because you're so far from minion damage nodes. There are no cluster jewels as far as we know yet. So to me, that implies that it's going to be rough for a character that doesn't start near any like scaling for their character. Wait, there were minion nodes on the bottom of the tree? Okay, never mind. Maybe I'm crazy. If there's minion wheels other places, then maybe that's going to be fine. Do you think people are compelled to swap support gems before boss fights? I think if their build doesn't work during the map, then it doesn't work during the boss fight type of thing. I mean, maybe some people will feel like they're compelled to do that, but I would rather just make a build that works. You know what I mean? I think it's much more likely you might have a setup that's like a clear setup where you're using some of the supports that are for clear. Like, for example, say I have a projectile build. I'm going to use something like chain support on my setup that I want to clear with, but I'm not going to use it on my freaking boss skill that maybe I have a single target skill. I'm going to use a different support anyways. Chain support, +1 chain, support skills chain 100% more times. So it's actually +2 chains, right? Faster prod speed, fork. I'm really interested in playing with the fireball skill. I'm kind of curious how that will feel. 2 less multipliers on extra prod. I could see people either use the same skill more than one for clear and for single target with different supports. Oh, like 2 different setups they have with the same skill. That might happen, yeah. That could happen. I wonder what skill they would go for. Having no PoB to work with hits home how good PoB is for it. I think the biggest thing I need, I don't think we need POB. We just need to know what the actual tree nodes are. So you actually have a rough idea of how you want to like path things. That's the biggest thing I think that's going to slow people down on the initial like launch, is being like, what the hell am I doing with my passive tree? Two additional projectiles. Less projectile damage. I'm kind of wondering if Fireball is going to like shotgun a little bit. The tornado shot Fireball skill. This skill looks so like a good time to me. Fireball looks nuts. Yeah, I'm assuming you could shotgun with it too to some extent. They showcased it with Fireball for like with lesser multiple for like 2 seconds, I think. Let me see if I can find that clip. When they showcased it, it looked really cool. It was with the Sorceress gameplay footage. Yeah, this right here.
Fireball, if you fire it without multiple projectiles, you get a single fireball that explodes. Throw multiple projectiles on there, and you know, obviously it does what you might expect. You get multiple fireballs.
That looks like it would be super satisfying. Fireball with extra proj.
So one of the things that's important is that you can actually move these skill gems, support gems around between skills. For example,
I think that's really what the skill I want to play. That's what I want to play is Fireball.
Frostbolt.
I'm thinking of starting Rager. I hope it's shotguns. I hope so too. I feel like they're adding shotgunning support for some stuff back into it, but I don't know. Maybe I'm coping. I want to look at the Fireball DPS number on this guy's character screen because I'm just curious. So Fireball, they have the DPS at 2500, and that's with the LMP on it, but it also has a bunch of links to it as well. I don't know what all these links are though. Level 20. Spark might be pretty legitimate too, if you get extra hits with that as well.
For example.
So the chain support on Arc will give 6 chains, and 8 if there's +1 on the tree somewhere, giving 300 to 400% more damage. Arc? Ooh, that's a good point. Yeah, Arc gives more damage per chain, right? How juiced does that seem? 9 base crit, cast time of 0.9. Chains 2 times. So you're just getting more damage for each chain. Dang, yeah. Chain support would be real good with Arc. I wonder how early you get chain support. That's crazy. 100% more chains. Deal less damage with hits though. So it cuts your damage in half when it does that. So even though it's effectively like doubling the Arc damage, it's also cutting it in half at the same time. As a new PoE player, should I play PoE on console or PC? PoE 2, Ben? I have a big bias towards PC, but if you like playing on console, I think it's got a lot better UI support than the PoE 1 version does. The biggest thing that is a drawback for console when I did the playtest with it was basically inventory management was the hardest thing. Don't go PlayStation. Yeah, PlayStation kind of screws you for like MTX and stuff, I think. Better for trade aiming. Yeah, it's higher value for the trade for the trade aspect. It does have that advantage at the very least. Dude, the LMP looks so
We took the
good.
multiple projectiles, and instead we put it on, I don't know, this ice. I think you've got an ice skill somewhere. Frostbolt. Then you'd be able to make that into multiple projectiles instead. So effectively, this is the way another area of character progression that you can use in order to improve your.
If you like using controller, you can use it on PC as well. Correct. Yeah, you can always plug in the controller or Bluetooth or whatever you do to connect it to your PC. What's a good game to practice ranger gameplay moving with WASDA? I don't know of too many ARPGs that have WASDA, like, at all. So I don't know if there's any good example to recommend to you. They gave Asmon a box. I think they gave literally like a ton of they gave a ton of streamers boxes, I think. Asmon also plays PoE a lot. Like Asmon's been a PoE player for like I think since like I think he got into the game like as a crip or something. So like that kind of makes sense, I think. He's supported, he's promoted the game a ton of different times. It makes sense they would send him one.
Characters in PoE. So you want to, I think there was another one as well, actually. Yeah, Firewall. Let's try Firewall. So Firewall is a skill that allows you to create a wall of fire. If you fire projectiles through that, it's going to add fire to the lightning.
How much are the numbers on Flamewall? I need to look at those. Am I going to be casting Flamewall when playing the game? Is Flamewall good enough? Am I going to be a Flamewall enjoyer? I don't want to be because it's blinding, but I might have to be. 3 to 5 at level 1. I need some context for another level 1 skill, I guess. Put Flamewall on an automatic gem. Oh, yeah, something that triggers it. Do the invocations... Okay, does anyone know this for sure? If I have an invocation like this, can I put multiple support gems in it and get multiple things triggered at the same time? Or is it going to be like... is it going to be like PoE 1 where it's like Spellslinger and you have to reserve it freaking like twice? Is it like that sort of thing? I kind of wonder... Invocation you get from when you freeze, shock, or ignite an enemy. Shock spells consume 10 energy per 0.1 of base cost. Wait, so it's added of spells? Oh, that's a good point. Flamewall is added. Maybe... That's so weird. Surely that's not how it is in game then. Maybe they changed it. Maybe this is probably from an earlier showcase of something. And this isn't supposed to say this. I wonder what it's supposed to say. They have 60 spirit for every spell you socket in it. Okay, so it keeps adding more reservation. Too small, can you zoom in to read text? Here. Is that some good zoom for you? Does that give you guys the feel, the vibe? How would it work? It could also, yeah, it could be gain % damage as fire. Like it could just be gain % damage as fire. Will we be able to make a frozen orb build, or is it just to enable other skills? Frozen orb. Do you mean like the skill they just showcased in this? Whoops. I did not mean to skip backwards.
I think you've got a nice skill somewhere. Frostbolt.
Like Frostbolt, or do you mean like Eye of Winter?
Multiple projectiles instead. So effectively,
like, do you mean like that sort of skill? Frostbomb. Frostbomb's like you target an area and it makes a thing that goes right into like an explosion. Saga spells, plural. I assume it just won't cast them until it casts them all, or maybe cast them in the order of placing the gem. Yeah, that could be it too. I can see that. That makes a lot of sense, honestly. Oh, this will give us a good idea of how the spirit, the energy cost. Saga spells consume 10 energy per 0.11 cast time when triggered. I wonder if that's based on the base cast time of a spell, or if it's based on the how fast you could actually cast it. Like, I wonder if you could scale it up based on your increased cast speed modifiers. $60 for all makes sense because you have one good spell or many spells. Yeah, and you like rotate between them. I kind of think it's just one reservation. Base cast time makes me think that it doesn't count. Yeah, it says specifically base. Which I mean, cast speed not factored in then. Increased energy generated. Interesting. If you can keep freezing stuff, this looks crazy. If freezes are a lot harder to proc. Shocks and ignites might not be so bad though. Especially if you're critting. The thing is that I'm worried about is I don't quite understand what the hell's going on with ignite or shock. Because I haven't seen like base ignite chances or base shock chances. Ignites deals 20% of a hit's damage for 4 seconds. This percentage is effective multiplied by ailment effect magnitude. Ailment damage cannot be scaled directly. However, it can be indirectly scaled by modifying the hit damage. Ignite does not stack. Each instance of Ignite is independent and has its own duration. The chance to apply Ignite depends on the amount of damage dealt relative to 25% of the monster's ailment threshold. Do not inherently always... So ailments are just like kind of based on like how hard you hit them, not necessarily a chance to inflict or whatever. This stuff is very weird to me. This is just gonna be the learning curve, I think. Can triggered skills generate energy too? I would think they would probably be able to generate it. Like if they proc an ignite or a shock. That's why I'm going bonk ignite. Yeah, the harder you hit the enemy, the more likely it is to proc the ignite. This is a very weird change. I think it won't take long to get used to, but initially it's gonna feel weird. And then when like a new league for PoE 1 pops, and then when you like go to play PoE 1, your like brain's gonna be in PoE 2 mode. It's like swap back in. If I swap back and forth, I'm gonna start freaking mixing them up. Do we need elemental apply chance? As far as I can tell, there's not any ailment apply chance, but rather there's increased chance to apply ailment, and it's based on the enemy's ailment threshold. Okay, I don't like 100% know how this works, but this is kind of what I see. This is the way I'm understanding it. You guys can tell me if this sounds stupid. Let's say 1,000 ailment threshold. And then you inflict 1,000 fire damage. This procs ignite. This is what it sounds like to me. And then maybe if you had increased ignite chance, then you would need to hit less of the threshold. 25% to ignite? Oh, is it okay. So it would be 250. Not 1,000. It'd be 250. You only need 25% of the threshold. P1's gonna be dead in 2 years. You think so? I think as long as it offers something that people still enjoy to log into, like people are probably still gonna get burnt out of various like PoE 2 leagues, and we'll probably be happy to log back in. I don't know. We'll see when we're playing it. I honestly don't know what to expect. I kind of think I'm gonna get addicted to PoE 2, and then I'm gonna be a lot less interested in logging into PoE 1, but we'll see. People are underestimating the mana cost relying on a mana leech will be horrible. If you have the dodge mechanic, Infernal solves that with 1 Ascendency point. The thing about the Infernalist Ascendency point is it deals a bunch of self-damage. I think that can be an advantage, though, if there's cast and damage stuff, or if there's a significant amount of like recoup on the tree. But yeah, the mana cost is crazy high. Like, I was thinking the same thing when I was looking at these mana costs of skills. Like this stuff is crazy. Like the spells, 35 mana base cost of arc, 46 ball lightning. Like, the mana cost of skills is kind of crazy. Bone offering 67. Just have instant mana leech, yeah. It sounds as the other way around. 250 ignite threshold means you have to do 1,000 damage. The chance to apply ignite depends on the amount of damage dealt relative to 25% of the monster's ailment threshold. 25% of the monster's ailment threshold. Chance to apply ignite depends on the amount of damage dealt relative to 25% of the ailment threshold. To me, that sounds like if I deal 250, then I have 100% ignite chance. Whereas if I dealt, like, let's say 125, a 125 hit would have like a 50% chance to ignite. That's the way I read that. Is if their ailment threshold's 1,000 and I deal 250 damage, then that will proc and ignite. Versus if I deal 125, it'd be a 50% chance to ignite. Seems like that to me too. That's how I read this, at least. Stormweaver, Elemental Invocation, everything generates 25 energy. Stormweaver is going to be an interesting one. I really want to know what the other nodes are. I think if I wasn't so tempted to do the hybrid Blood Mage, I was going to be starting Sorceress, because that way I could check out all the, like, the starting nodes of both Chronomancer and Stormweaver. We don't know up to 12 nodes. And the base nodes on these Ascendancies, Time Snap seems like it has some abuse cases. Time Freeze and Temporal Lift, probably not the greatest, but they do seem like they'd be fun to play. This stuff seems generically decent to me. And then this is the most unknown nodes of all the other options that could be like good stuff underneath. That paint build, if that person didn't ignite with 50 skills, he'll be effed. Nah, he'll be fine. Aloysius, he's got a decent plan. He's gonna hit really, really hard. And then if he doesn't ignite, he has the backup Time Snap. He's ready. What's the hybrid Blood Mage sauce? The hybrid Blood Mage is... I'll just write this out. Hybrid Blood Mage is stack big life for crit bonus. Get good regen with crit bonus, or with big life. Click Zealot's Oath. So regen applies to ES on full. Get decent ES number for good hybrid total EHP. That's the idea. Like, for example, strength gives a bunch of life, so we're probably gonna do a bunch of investment into, like, for example, strength scaling, as well as life on gear, but then combine that with ES gear pieces. Get a few different percent ES nodes that are stronger than others. Click Blood Magic. Oh, I should probably also say click Blood Magic. Click Blood Magic to solve mana. Because mana is definitely going to be a problem. I think for sure mana is going to be a problem. You're going to have a way to solve it. What have I tuned in here? This is like 3 separate conversations. This thing here was just people asking me where Zealot's Oath were and where Mercenary was. This was talking about Ailment Threshold. Speaking of Ailment Threshold, I kind of want to look at the other ones. Okay. I think I have a good concept for how Ignite works. This makes sense to me. About the Ailment Threshold thing. It's just about how hard you hit them, kind of. Yeah, they indirectly affect the chance to apply ailments because they're affecting the damage dealt. Yeah. Blood magic seems so much better now that you no longer give up auras. Yeah, blood magic I think is gonna be big. I definitely think a lot of people are gonna be clicking blood magic. Let's look at like freeze and chill. I'm kind of curious about. There's chance to ignite supports. Yeah, the chance to ignite support doesn't give you chance to ignite though. It's very specific. It gives you increased chance to ignite. So like, let's see here. Oh look, a cast on ignite. Gain 20 energy when you ignite an enemy with a hit from a skill, once per skill use. Trigger all socket spells and lose all energy on reaching maximum. Has 10 maximum energy per 0.13 of base cost. Cast time of socket spells. There's a lot of like proc on these things. This stuff is gonna be fun to play with. Like I think that's the part where we get some pretty like interesting stuff going on with our skills, like proccing multiple things. But anyways, where was I? Oh yeah, the life overcap thing too with a hybrid. I should probably put that on here as well. Dude, I'm getting hybrid ES pool protects life overcap. Double crit. Like, so, you know how we can stack up to double our life pool? If we have, like, this decent ES pool that's protecting our life, then throughout, like, a map, we just stack a higher and higher life pool if our ES is protecting it. And I think that might allow us to get more crit damage from the gore spike. How do you sustain ES? You sustain it with Zealot's Oath. So if we have a good life pool, there's a decent amount of regen on the tree that I can see. You can then get a decent amount of regen, and that allows you to sustain your ES. That's the concept, at least. I think you underestimate the gem guy. Imagine having six links of extra triggered skills, Sammy Jenkins. The thing is, you have to get to the point where you already use 9 6 links, right? Because you have a base of 9 to begin with. I think even like that is going to be hard to do as well. Like you have to consider there's also a reservation cost. Like you have to be able to reserve the triggers. You have to have triggers that are worth using. I think and it's also like you don't get those 6 links until you get the jeweler orbs and stuff like that. Generally, when I say I think Gemmeling Legionary is bait, I think it's gonna be bad on League Start because like a lot of the stuff I see is expensive. Like you have to have those jeweler orbs. We don't know how rare they are. That's a lot of your power. The max res requires you to have a lot of the gem sockets all filled out, and you need those extra sockets with the jeweler's orbs or whatever. I just think initially it's not going to be great, and then it's going to be maybe better after you have those resources. Guyboyd, correct. Yes, only one support gem. And you have to pick what skill you actually want it on. But they're giving us more support gem options than we had in PoE 1, if that makes sense. It's a second character class? I think so. Well, that being said, we don't know what the other nodes are. The other nodes could be generically strong enough that they're just good starter nodes, and you don't even need to do the nodes they showed us. That sort of thing. Is there a shock chance support gem? Yeah, there's a lot of, like, trigger ones. Oh, actually, we'd probably just look at the trigger things. I'm kind of curious. Barrier Invocation, cast on crit, cast on freeze, cast on ignite, cast on melee kill, cast on melee stun, cast on shock. So like cast on ignite, cast on freeze, and cast on shock, and barrier invocation or elemental invocation. These are all like kind of the same, right? So basically, it'd be a lot of reservation to fit these sorts of things, but you can have so many things just proccing and proccing. I could kind of see a scenario where you like walk into like a pack of monsters, you cast one skill, and then the procs start happening and they start proccing each other. I don't know how much that's gonna be possible, like how much cooldown is built into these things, but the Grim Feast sounds good for Bird Mage. Grim Feast. What's Grim Feast do? Grim Feast. That's the ES Remnants. I don't know, man. 24 ES Remnants feels weird. Picking up by Grim Remnant grants energy can overflow, which up to double. Yeah, that might end up feeling decent. 24, like just having a flat value. I don't know how good this will feel. feel like you want like a percentage value, which is kind of what worries me about the life node, is I feel like it's going to be a flat value. I think there's going to be plus levels on Gemling Legionnaire. Maybe. There might be. That's something where we just don't know until we actually get to see it. And I still am not confident how good gem levels will feel in PoE1 versus PoE2. Like, we don't... there's no guarantee it's the same rules where each gem level's like 10% more damage, right? I'm gonna go explosive plus the oil grenade. I have a build. Yo, good luck, man. Good luck. The grenades seem pretty decent, so I think you'll probably have a high chance of success. Okay, I want to look back at the trigger stuff. Oh, this is support gems now. Whoops. Skill gems. Quality's way stronger, yeah. Somebody said earlier that they saw a 20 quality item with 10 CDR, but they couldn't remember where they saw it at. To me, that feels like PoE1 level of quality, but maybe it was like something from an earlier showcase before they decided what they wanted to do, and it's a completely different type of thing. We saw +3 minions. Yeah, I think they've made gem levels just more common, and I think consequently maybe less powerful, but I don't know. It could also be a thing where they wanted to make early gear feel a bit better, and that's also just a part of early gears. They made those mods more common on the early levels. Yeah, there's a lot of triggers here. What's the differences between these? This gives you all 3. Works with whatever elemental skill versus... This has to be a situation where... I don't know. This doesn't make sense. If cast on shock... this is like something they showcased at one point. I think this is something they changed. I feel like there's a good chance elemental invocation is like the newer thing they added to the game. And cast on shock, cast on freeze, and cast on ignite are gone or something. Invocation is manual? Oh, it is? Oh, interesting. So that's why it has the max 500 energy. So like you have this stuff that's like charging up, and then you proc it, and it might cast like 5 spells all at once type of thing. Trigger while focus, yeah. Oh, okay. I see. The glorified Val skill? Something like that, yeah. Interesting. Build your own Val skill, exactly. Gain 1 energy for each 5 energy lost to damage taken. Casting a skill once activated causes you to gain energy when your energy shield is damaged by hits. Casting again once sufficient energy is gathered will consume energy to trigger socketed spells. This is okay. So invocation, it must be the invocation word because that sounds similar. It's basically the same idea. It charges up, and then you proc it whenever you have like a good amount ready to go, right? It casts 3 to 4 ice novas. Yeah, exactly. So that's just like a different like thing. Is this is the key word for it? I guess is invocation probably for that type of thing of charging up energy and then just proc it for a big proc. I wonder if impending crit with all the instances of spellcast by invocation, impending crit. That's the support gem, right? The one that gives you a bunch of crit chance. And I think that's going to be a good option to use on some of these things. Oh, not impending. Inevitable crit. 40% increased crit chance for each second up to 200%. Lost whenever skill supported by an inevitable critically strikes. I kind of feel like you'd proc 5 skills all at once, and then maybe the first one would crit, and then you'd lose this buff. But I don't know. I don't know if it would snapshot. Maybe it would snapshot it, but I don't know. If it snapshotted, that would be kind of neat. A neat way of using this. There's so few supports, I wonder if going for a 6-link is even going to be worth it. The other thing I noticed about supports is they don't have much mana cost to them, or at least I feel like a lot of them don't. Maybe that's just like a placeholder thing, but most of the supports I've seen, a lot of times they don't have like multipliers, or their multiplier is 110 to 120 at most. Okay, this is an example of one that's higher, 140, but like... It'll probably depend on the skill and what supports you're using largely. Base cost is crazy. Yeah, base cost is crazy. But I don't know if the breaking point of whether you can cast the skill is going to be the supports. I guess it'll depend. Some supports clearly have higher multipliers, but maybe it's just something where they haven't figured out what multipliers they want on some skills yet. Like, I can't imagine they're going to give you faster attacks with 25% more speed with no downside, right? That's kind of crazy, isn't it? Yeah, a little crit goes on your biggest hit. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, even faster project. This is such a mixture of like things that were found like previously versus now. Focused curse. Support skills cause them to curse enemies more quickly after being cast. Interesting. We're missing a bunch of supports. Yeah, we are. We're missing a ton of them. Missing an absolute ton of them. Any ideas how Mana Flare would work for Infernalists? My guess is it just wouldn't interact because it's not mana. It's technically called Infernal Flame, right? So I think it just wouldn't interact at all. Would be my guess. Okay, I need to refill my water, guys. I'm completely out of hydration. We're dry. I will be right back. Give me one moment. I'll add some text for it. I need hydration. All right, I'll be right back. Water's been acquired. The one for spells is downsized because it's on characters who stack mana. I think a lot of this is just, it's a mixture of things that are updated and aren't updated. Because some of it's from earlier playtests. You know, so many things have been changed, I think, is what it is. Did anyone do... This guy's video, he didn't showcase, like, any gameplay. He highlighted, like, a couple nodes, but he didn't actually showcase gameplay. One day ago... This is gameplay. Did he play as a witch? Witch and monk. Is this person a witch? This person doesn't look like a witch. Yeah, it has the old floss. This is couch co-op. So this is probably from the June playtest then. Watch the try interview. Is that happening right now? Oh my word, the try interview is happening right now, guys. I didn't know it was happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's watch this.
Ooh, I'm excited now. Thanks for the dono, Dustpan. Daz and Goth, thank you for the 5 gifted members.
Should I message him and be like, hey man, can you ask about Righteous Fire again? Is Jonathan about to interview? Yeah, Try's about to interview Jonathan. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it for sure. We're going to observe. Ask about dot cap, guys. The endgame boss has like 2 million HP. You want me to ask if there's a dot cap for a boss with 2 million HP is like your endgame boss? Like that doesn't even make any sense. I'm pretty sure RF will just be a buff. You shut your mouth right now. They wouldn't do that to beautiful RF. John, any RF news since yesterday? Yeah, exactly. Hey man, I just hey, do you have you changed your mind about destroying Righteous Fire? Have you thought about it at all? I'm gonna break out the treadmill, guys. I'm gonna break out the treadmill while they're about to set up. I think it's a good time to do it. I think we have ample opportunity to break out the treadmill. This is what better time to get some walking in while listening to the soothing voice of Jonathan say Righteous Fire is alive, and it is good, and we didn't ruin it. Surely, he'll say something like that, even unprompted, without Try actually asking any question about Righteous Fire. Completely unprompted. Have you interviewed Jonathan before? I did. At the PoE playtest I did in June, I got to interview him. It was a good time. I was nervous. I think I did okay. I think I did slightly okay. Will RF be a class skill? I hope it's not going to be tied to an Ascendency. They're going to reveal it with Templar, I believe, but I don't think it's going to be tied to an Ascendency. Surely not. Lance's copium tank is unparalleled, infinite in power. It's not infinite. No. I don't know what all Try's gonna ask, but From what I could tell, it seemed like he was assembling a pretty good list of questions. Hopefully, a lot of things that have not been answered yet. We'll see how it goes. Val RF, but cold, righteous Maelstrom? No, keep RF, keep RF, RF. It's a fire skill. Let it be a fire skill. How long do you think Templar's neck is going to be in PoE2? I think he's getting a neck reduction. I think he's getting the old neck reduction surgery, to be honest. Quite frankly, he's been too powerful for too long due to his neck superiority. The other classes were starting to get jealous. I think they're finally, you know, they're finally stopping him. Don't say that. It's just the truth. It's just the truth.
Studio mode off. Okay.
Oh, he's here?
Exiles, do you see Jonathan Rogers?
Turning the volume to max. Let me know if it's too loud or too quiet. Well, if it's too
Question
quiet,
number
we're
2.
screwed.
Do you hear Jonathan Rogers? Jonathan, can you do a sound check, please?
We're in the new studio today. So, you know, that's pretty nice. You know, very nice little area that I'm sitting in here.
Perfect. Is he a good audio level, everyone? Or a little louder?
Hopefully we're good.
Okay. Perfect levels, Jonathan.
Nice.
Okay, man. Like I said a second ago, you are 9 days out from Path of Exile 2 launching, and everyone I'm talking to is excited. It doesn't matter if they've been playing Path of Exile 1 for years. It doesn't matter if they
ask them to
literally
release
haven't
the
played
tree.
video games ever. I show them just the snippet from the trailer, and they are ready to log in on December 6th. So my first question, what's the secret sauce? How are you guys doing this? How is grinding your games making non-gamers ready to log into a hardcore ARPG?
I think we just have a, like, when we're presenting our content, we always do it in a way where we're thinking about, you know, like how are people going to react to it? Like, you know, we just, and the other thing as well is that we're not afraid to put information in our videos. Like, I think a lot of people are kind of like, you know, hey, you know, tone it back a little bit, you know, like people don't need so much information, this kind of stuff. But personally, I'm kind of a fan of just like, you know, let's just put everything out there. And if you do that, I think people get excited. So, you know, I guess that's my philosophy about it anyway. And I think people do resonate with that. If you show them just, you know, show them what you got cooking and show them gameplay, show them, you know, how they're able to use all the tools you give them. And I think they'll be excited.
Definitely. And I hate to bring it up, but it wasn't an interview that dropped today with Legendary Drops. How just during the Settlers of Kalgur reveal, you all pivoted to focus entirely on Endgame. How is your company that agile? Because I work at a company of about 70 people.
Right.
We are not agile at all. What are your processes like internally as developers? Like, how can you move on a dime and just go in?
I mean, I guess it's just about not being afraid to do it, right? I mean, certainly it causes some consternation, right? I mean, nobody likes being like jerked around from one task to the other, that kind of thing. But I think it is important because it just gives us the ability to really make sure we're reacting to what we think is important. And so, yeah, I mean, you know, like, I don't know what to say really. I mean, just like, you know, we just have to make those kinds of decisions and just tell people, you know, this is really what we have to do. Like when you realize that you're not doing the right thing, you really have to jump on. You know, you can't just sort of say, oh well, you know, we just keep going to doing the wrong thing just because there's so much inertia, right? Like you have to actually try to turn the ship around. And so, you know, yeah, that's what we did.
Awesome. All right, Jonathan, I have the interview broken down into various different categories here. I wanted to start with questions about new players in particular and just people logging into the game, playing it for the first time and their experiences. So I wanted to start with the fact that in Path of Exile 1, it's renowned for not many people making it even to Brutus. I mean, I know it's a free-to-play game. A lot of people try it out, but even when it was paid, I'm sure a lot of people bounced early on. So I'm curious, first 5 minutes of Path of Exile 2, do you think that onboarding experience is solid and you're going to really wrap people in and get them progressing further into the game?
I'm pretty sure it is. And I think that, like, if you're talking about literally the first 5 minutes, then I think that what will really just get you in is the fact that just the feeling of combat is much better. And that's really the thing you're going to appreciate from the first moment that you start playing. The other thing as well is we have a lot of, not necessarily, I mean, in the first 5 minutes, you're going to come upon your first boss, right? And that will be a much more engaging experience than Hillock was, you know what I mean? Like, the first boss is significantly better. But even just after that, right, even the first 15 minutes, there's like other bosses really close. You're sort of getting into that experience of having the more interesting combat and more interesting things going on just sort of right away. And you know, it's funny. I had a friend over at my place who was playing the game the other day. And there was a word I thought was really interesting that he used for this. He's like, "Oh, you're so generous with the content," and I was kind of like, it's kind of an interesting way to look at it. Is like, you know, like you know, he's kind of like, you're giving people what they want so quickly. It's kind of like, you know, I find that's a kind of an interesting way to look at it. But you know, yeah, I mean, basically, we just want people to have a good time. And you know, even in the from the very beginning, like before we even made Path of Exile 1, like when we founded the company, one of the things that I had as my metric is like, what's the time to first zombie? You know what I mean? Like, when's the first moment you can actually kill something? You know, like you just kill like a basic enemy. And I kind of want to make that sure that that's as minimal as possible. And that's why we kind of make sure that we start the game the way we do, with like action immediately and that kind of stuff. So, you know, that's kind of just a philosophy we've always had.
I'm starting to get the feeling like he invites people over to his house and then forces them to play Path of Exile. He always talks about making other people that are at his house play the game.
Never played an ARPG. They never played Path of Exile 1. And they are wondering, in Jonathan's eyes, what is the busted build? What is the archetype they should log in and play on December 6th if they want to get into the action fast? I'm not going to use you for clickbait videos, Jonathan. I'm just wondering, from your view, I know you said people really like the monk that had a high satisfaction score, but is it the most powerful?
Not necessarily. I mean, I honestly don't know that I should be recommending builds particularly. I mean, I've said a few times, I think the Mercenary could be a very good new player-friendly class, both because you're further away from the action and just because of that like instant response of everything. Like,
grenades are OP.
You know, if you're going to pick something like the Warrior or something like that, you're going to have to worry about the fact that you know, you have to commit to attacks and this kind of stuff. Whereas with something like the Mercenary, because it's so fast from the point where you like, you know, attack and the point you recover, and also because you're further back, I think that could be a very good choice for new players. But honestly, like, any class can work. Like, any class can be the one that you work. And look, the main reason why we have classes in the first place, like, because I mean, we could be a game that just has like zero you know, introductory stuff. Like, we already let you choose between all and mix and match all the different skills and weapons and things like that. So the reason why we have classes at all is because people really want like a stereotype to latch onto when they start the game, to think about like, okay, how am I going to build my character, right? So you show them some things like, you know, like here's a ranger and here's a sorceress and so on. And then when they see that, they immediately get an idea in their head about what kind of thing it is that they might want to do. So I think that when it comes to that, like, you're best off just picking like what excites you, right? Like what is the thing that just makes you feel like, oh yeah, I could see how I'm going to play this, right? And so you do that, and then I think you'll have a good time.
I baited you into that answer. That's exactly what we wanted to hear, man. Whatever you're going to have the most fun with. And I'm curious on character selection. I know it was talked about in the past that ascendancies might appear on that screen. Are they still not there, and you find out about them in the trials?
Yeah, they're still not there. Look, that screen is certainly something that needs some UI attention. We just haven't had time to work on it more. There's so many things I would still improve even now. But I mean, look, that's what the early access is for, right? There's going to be tons of time to improve on that stuff. But yeah, for the beginning, it's just like, you know, pick what you think sounds like it would be cool, right? And we do have a few like little videos of skills and things like that on that screen, which like show, you know, and like it kind of gives like, so it gives kind of 3 main points for each class of like, here's the kind of things you can expect from that class. And there's a little video for each one as well. So we've got a little bit of information there, but we don't have like, full-on Ascendency classes and everything there. I think there's room for that sort of stuff, but not at the moment.
Okay, awesome. Now I want to move on to testing and what new players, completely new players to ARPGs, found the most challenging in Path of Exile 2. I've heard that Path of Exile 1 players were just shocked by the difficulty of the combat and right. And newer players were kind of fine with it. What did they find challenging, though? Because I know you did a lot of first user testing, and I found that very interesting because you're going to get a lot of first users on December 6th. What did they find hard?
So definitely the things they were finding the most challenging was the character customization and itemization stuff, right? Like that's where they're kind of, potentially finding that they, that so, I mean, we asked quite a lot of questions about like, what do you feel like you're skilled at and that kind of stuff. Like, try to sort of get a gauge for like, how people rate their own skills in different areas. And it was certainly like understanding itemization that was the part that people found the hardest. So we've actually done quite a few things to improve in that area, I think, since then. I mean, like, it's just kind of subtle stuff, but just over time, we've just been, carefully massaging towards a situation where, it's easier to find the stuff that you need to find. It's, there's more help, there's more guidance. There's also things like, the socketing system being, I think, a lot easier than the crafting bench system that we had and things like that. So there's things like that, I think, that will help a lot. So that's kind of the stuff that I think new players find the hardest. And then I think that's really just because, I mean, like there's a lot of stats, there's a lot of things kind of coming at you, we just have to make sure that we're not overwhelming you too much with that stuff. And of course, there's the giant passive tree, which always gives people a bit of a scare. That's really the stuff that I would say that new players find the hardest.
I hope eventually people start
Awesome.
logging in harder when they see
during
the tree.
betas, I know that there were a few closed beta tests. People were freaking out when they first got those NDA invites and everything. Between those tests, what were the largest changes, and did you really change a lot about the game after the tests themselves? Because I know, like, when we went to LA, you took a ton of feedback and made a huge number of changes just between March and June. Did that happen again with all the beta tests this year?
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of it really comes down to difficulty, but the thing with difficulty is that people know the game is too hard, but they don't know why it's too hard, and the reasons can be hugely varied between like, oh, it's just this one boss ability to like, oh, the entire way you're scaling spell damage is incorrect, or random stuff like that. So there's all sorts of things, and it's always just, can we tease out what exactly it is that people are running into that's the most, that's the reason for the thing they're finding hard. So I think there was a variety of changes. So one of them was like, the map change where, you can see what's out there so you know what to find. A lot of it was down to, more specific item drops around the place. Then there were things like the flask change. So the flask change was pretty big, I think, because that one really was like people dying to because they were fumbling their flasks. But it took quite a while to identify that was like an issue. Like we knew that we kind of knew that we weren't happy with flasks, but I don't think I'd really appreciated the degree to which a new player really did struggle with them. So that's another one of those things. But I mean, look, it's all over the place, and it's like the devil's in the details, really, because even something like just the exact specifics of the passive tree, even for a new player, even if they're not like going deep on it, like it can actually be worse for new players because a new player will pick something that's weak without realizing it, and so you need to make sure that everything on there is reasonable. So there's quite a lot, sort of like as I said, it really all comes down to those details that make sure that the game is feeling right. And I think that without doing a lot of those tests, it would have been very hard to appreciate some of those problems because you just don't, when you're playing yourself, there's actually like a tendency where you'll always pick the stuff you kind of know is good subconsciously. So I actually have like a thing when I'm playing now where often I'm like, okay, I'm going to pick what I want and then I'm going to do the opposite of that. Like in order to kind of force myself down the kind of like the not golden path of like, what if you were what if I picked the worst choice every time for like, like, how can I make sure that that's like not too terrible? That's kind of another thing you kind of have to make sure that you're doing as well.
Definitely. I have two follow-ups from that question. First, and I don't want you to commit to a release cadence or anything, but once we go into early access, do you see the team making large balance changes pretty quickly? Kind of like Path of Exile 1. I'm notorious for going
every other week,
the freaking ancient history
every
of
month.
PV1 and seeing that when it first released, weekly updates, going in, making huge balance changes, wild swings back and forth, passive tree resets every like 11 days and the like. Do you see that happening with early access given how much larger scale it seems it's going to be? Or is it going to be more stretched out, maybe a month, 2 months, 3 months?
Well, so I think that there's going to be a couple of different things depending on what type of thing we're talking about here. So for balance changes, I have absolutely no doubt that in that first week we're going to be just doing a storm of crazy things, just because like there'll be, I mean, look, there's going to be cases where like people just haven't tested bosses with certain builds and things like that, right? Like, especially in the
We're
Endgame.
too good, too quick. We're getting nerfed, is what he's saying.
So there's going to just be things where it's like someone will be like, oh, this boss is just impossible with minions. And like, someone probably did test it with minions at some point to make sure the AI is good, but there probably wasn't like a really, like, is this actually easy enough? Like that kind of stuff. Like you'll get changes like that, and I'm sure there'll just be cases where
play cool,
we need to make those kinds of changes.
If we're too strong too early,
the
we
other
are
thing
going to
that's
get
gonna be, I'm
smited.
sure, is just lots of like someone finds something that's just like not just busted in the normal way things are allowed to be busted, but like busted
chonkers
in
are
a
gonna be
completely ridiculous
fine.
way
Don't
that
need to
just
hold
can't be
your
allowed
power
to stand.
back.
I'm sure that will
Freaking
happen. And
chonkers.
as long as we can fix that stuff fast enough, I think
Shut
that we
your
might have to do a
mouth.
few things like that. But ideally we don't. But we'll see how that goes.
Don't tell them
so I'm
grenades.
sure on the first
Grenades
week
are
there'll just be lots
gonna
of that
get
stuff. But if you're
exposed,
talking
I
about
think.
like larger content inclusions, like if we're talking about like
Grenades are dead,
new classes and like more sort of content type things, I suspect that we'll probably batch those up into like a larger cycle. Probably like, I mean, we were thinking like 2 months. It might end up being 3. Like I'm not entirely certain. But we'll kind of like work that out when we go there. The funny thing is like, so like months ago we had plans for what we wanted to do immediately after release, but as you get closer to release, like everything just falls apart, and you kind of have to be like, okay, after release we'll just have to take stock and see where we are, because like no contact survives. No plan survives contact with the enemy, as they say. So we'll just have to sort of reassess and see what's going on at that point. But effectively, yeah, we'll probably do larger updates, just because I think. In order to actually get good testing for something, you have to get enough players back to actually test it substantially. And people certainly are much more willing to come back for a larger update than they are for a smaller one. So I think that's kind of important. We actually noticed in PoE 1 when we were doing the weekly updates that, we didn't really see like a lot of people come back for them. Like the people who were playing were really happy, but the people who weren't playing kind of weren't. It wasn't rising to the level of them actually coming back. So I think it's better to make sure that if you've got a new update for even in early access, you want to make sure there's enough to kind of sustain it. But of course, that doesn't mean that we're not going to fix all the like random small issues that like anything that doesn't like that wouldn't be an attractive thing for someone to come back for. You might as well just put it in immediately, because like that's just that like bug fixes and just little balance changes, because it's not like a big deal anyway. So you might as well just throw it in there.
If you're
Definitely.
strong in week
Now,
1, you might get nerfed. Week 2, you get to survive for a month.
Ever since I saw it at ExileCon 2023, the Druid, the bear form.
Yeah.
Is that the reasons the Druid is delayed? Because it's got crazy animation problems with WASD, or is it just the final bit of polish on the third form?
No, it's not that. It's just literally that we had to pick something. We had to pick like when we were slimming down for early access a little bit, because as I said, we're going to have 8. When we're slimming down, we're like, look, unfortunately, the Druid is going to have to be on the chopping block for now. It was really sad, but we just had to pick our battles. And I have no doubt that that'll be one of the next ones that comes out. And the reason ultimately is that making a new form for the Druid just is a lot of work. One of the forms wasn't done. We looked at the amount of work it would take to get the Druid over the line, and we're just like, look, if we can not have that, especially because when it comes to the stuff, it's like if you're talking about adding like a new animal form, that's like work that could go into like making a new boss fight or something like that. Because it's the same kind of like it's the animation team. Ultimately, you have to do like a bunch of work to do that stuff.
Got left
Rigging,
behind,
all that
man.
stuff has to happen.
It ain't right.
It isn't just the sort of
Werebear
skills
RF
pipeline,
should've
as we
been
might
real.
call it, that has to be worrying with that. It's also the the kind of the animation team who work on that stuff. So when we look at that, it's just like, look, if we cut this, it's going to add more content elsewhere, versus if we cut this other class where it wouldn't really so much. So that's kind of how those decisions get made.
Right. That makes total sense. Now, I have 2 very quick Ascendency questions for you, and then we'll move into classes themselves. First, last time we spoke, when we spoke in March, I tried to get some Ascendancy details out of you, and you said you were working on a broken Sorceress Ascendancy. You didn't know if it was going to make it into the game. Did it make it into the game, or are we not seeing
So
it?
that was the Chronomancer, the like time stop and everything. Like I just I mean, the moment you tell people you can, like, the moment we're like, oh, we want to be able to stop time, it's like immediately, that's how do you make
Powerful.
that not OP? It was absolutely that. It's very fun to use, it's just really cool.
Awesome. Glad to hear it made it into the game. And then the other Ascendancy question, can you change Ascendancies in PoE 2?
Yes, can you?
So
Can you?
You actually can't right now.
No!
I think I did another interview recently where I thought
need
that
a
we
leak
could,
started
but
Fertilist.
I believe that you can't at the moment. There's probably
My
more
first
discussion
lab
about
is
that.
literally a
I do know
downside.
that certainly some designers are very keen to be that a locked choice. We'll talk about that more. We'll see how that goes. But at the moment you can't, and so that'll be how it goes into early access anyway.
Okay, so for the foreseeable future, once you pick an Ascendancy...
not necessarily. As I said, we'll talk about this more, but
Okay.
but in the moment at least, you can't change them.
Okay. Sounds great. Now, classes.
Rigged.
Just broad questions about the classes for me.
This is
So
rigged.
you've talked about the monk having the highest satisfaction score for everyone who's tested. Which class has the lowest satisfaction score, and what are you doing to perhaps bring it up, if anything?
So the one thing to say is that the difference between these is not like super high, but the lowest one on that survey that we were referring to was actually the sorceress, funnily enough.
Really?
And I think that the reason for it is just because in the skill set, there's not like quite as much combo stuff as what some of the other classes have. And so we actually, after that point, we did work a bit on that and try to sort of improve, make a few more of those things sort of work together a little bit. But I think there's a little bit more work to do. I think that what I've heard some people say about the sorceress is it's a little bit more in the PoE 1 direction of like there's less kind of like cross like less cross element combinations than what some of the other classes have. So therefore, like if you do pick that class, like there will probably be more situations where it's like there's less, like you're probably going to use less skills overall than other classes, or rather, it's not so much that you will use that, but like you won't be forced into as much using more variety. So I think that's something we can still improve by just adding more synergies between the elements. But that's at least my understanding of probably why I think that's the case. But as I said, we've already made some changes since the point when we did that survey. So I think that it already is, like somewhat improved already by that. Yeah, that was the thing. But I mean, as I said, we're talking like, 0.1 of a, like if you, out of 5 stars, it's like 0.1 of a star lower than the others. And like when you sort of dig into it, it's like, yeah. But I mean, as I said, I think that's at least my reason for, for why I think the sorcerer was like that. But yeah, that's kind of, I mean, as I said, we can always improve that. And I think we have been as well.
Yeah. Awesome. Just wanted to hear. I thought it would be a curious question.
Yeah.
Now, this one, I don't know if you can answer it or not, but everyone knows there's a monk in Path of Exile too. Monks use quarterstaffs. Monks use their fists a little bit with finishers and, mobility skills. Are there any unarmed combat support options? Is the default attack supportable with your fist? Can you make something busted with it? What is that a thing in PoE 2 right now? Or
so I believe that default attack is supportable. I'm like 99% certain of that, but I have to admit, I haven't actually seen that user interface myself because I haven't made an unarmed build. There is a plan for a bunch of unarmed build support, but it actually did get cut for early access for the time being. So unfortunately, I can say that Facebreakers will not make it in to early access, but we do have a plan for it. There is like a whole thing for that's going to support that with other stuff. That's one of the reasons for that actually is that it would require making unarmed versions of a ton of skills like animations.
Oh, okay.
There's actually it ended up being cut just for that reason alone. Like it was just a bunch of animation work that we ended up not having time for. And effectively you're talking about a bunch of animation work that's just to support that one unique, because like that unique really is like kind of the key to being able to make unarmed damage like actually decent. There were a couple of other things as well that were sort of intended for unarmed things, but yeah, we're not going to do it for now. But it'll come in the future. We'll get to the point where you can do that.
Okay. Is Facebreakers still a pair of gloves in PoE 2?
Yeah, it is.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. This is a fun one just for you, Jonathan. What is your favorite skill to use in Path of Exile 2 right now? I know you're a Mercenary fan. You're playing through as the Mercenary right now. Is it on the Merc or something else?
That is really tricky. Look, I mean, if we're talking about the Merc, then my favorite thing is definitely the ice wall, the shot. What's it called? I can't remember even the name of it, but it's the one that fires a shot and then makes like 2 diagonal ice walls that come out, and then and then following up with the fragmentation rounds to explode them. Like I just love that combo. It just feels really satisfying to me.
Not grenades.
But it's like obviously like every class there's interesting stuff. Like on the monk is probably the bell. Like I just love that bell. There's so many little things about its design.
Bell's cool.
It's just a fun skill. Like I love that kind of thing.
A lot of chonkers belling it up.
Those are definitely up there for 2 of my favorites. But I mean, there's always new stuff. There's lots of cool things, right? That's just the kind of stuff that I like to do.
The bell is incredible, and you guys even snuck a showcase of it with a crossbow rapid shot into the. Oh,
yes.
That was so good.
Just to give a hint to the idea that there might be some pretty interesting ways that you can do some pretty cool stuff.
Oh, definitely. All right, rapid fire question here. Can we use the weapon swap system passive skills to allocate keystones, or can they only allocate notables?
Fixed number. I think it's based. The bell's based on your hit damage, your weapon.
Have some interesting stuff to talk about with this because we were originally going to allow that, but then So the skill that actually originally was like that completely broke this, that we realized like this was going to be like not okay, was Necromantic Aegis, funnily enough. Which now for anyone who doesn't who hasn't played PoE1, effectively what this does is it makes it so the stats from your shield are transferred onto your minions. But when you've got weapon swap involved, where like we like if you can turn that on and off, it causes. The specific details of this are kind of complicated, but it caused a lot of chaos in like how the stat system worked and like how the minions would have to work and like the snapshotting of this and like just a whole lot of details around that were very complicated. And then at some point while we were discussing that, because we kind of were like, okay, how are we going to even implement this? It was like a whole thing. Then we're like, well, hang on, like, is it even okay for other keystones anyway? Like, when you really come right down to it, like, is chaos inoculation really okay if you can turn it on and off? Like, it's kind of supposed to be this like massive downside, and like if you can just like. Like it's kind of like we're kind of thinking maybe it wasn't okay, and then we sort of made the decision. You know what? Maybe Keystones should actually be not swappable like that, just because of the type of. I think that might be a balance problem too far, even for us. Like even as far as we're willing to like accept a lot of these kinds of problems, like I think that might even be a bridge too far, even for us. So yeah, we decided not to allow it, and that's what we're going with for now, anyway.
That's for the best. Let's be honest.
Theorycrafting ways to like get the perfect keystones on their side. Oh
Up and swapping keystones.
That's good.
Whack.
Another rapid fire. If you know off the top of your head, how many passive points are there in total? Because people are already looking at the tree and trying to path through it.
Sure,
right
sure.
now.
I
turn off
I
on blood magic. Yeah.
122 is the final
when you
count.
need
And once
cast
you get
your
all
more
of the
expensive
optional
skills.
skill books and stuff like that.
Okay, awesome. Another rapid fire. This is a spicy one though. Are you able to do a one button respec if you have enough gold, or if you pay a premium, or is it one node at a time?
You will have to do one node at a time. And like the thing is, I mean, yeah, I guess I can see why people would want that. But generally speaking, that's not the kind of behavior we're really encouraging, right? Like we want you to actually be changing
Another
one node
interview,
from one
yep.
to the other. So yeah, there's just a one node at a time. I mean, look, it won't take you too long, right? You can click 100 times even if you're level 100. Like it's not too bad.
I know it won't. I get it. I totally get it.
Red Orb's still in the game.
Another
I
one.
think
So
maybe?
we've seen this key term overflow a few times, and some people are wondering how it works. Could you explain how it works?
Yeah, so anytime you've got something that says overflow, it means that you're able to overcap that resource by up to double. So effectively, overflow just means, like if it's leech, or if it's like any other kind of thing that gives you back life, or for example, or mana or shield or whatever it is, it basically just means you can get back up to double of that resource.
Okay, awesome. That makes sense even to me, and I'm pretty simple-minded about these mechanical sort of things. Awesome, thank you. All right, another rapid fire. Can you use skills granted by ascendancies in meta gems, like cast on shock?
No, you can't. So when you get one of those ascendancy skills, they effectively just appear in your skill screen. Like they're not a gem; they're just kind of like there and locked in by that. So because you can't take them out and put them somewhere else, you can't put them in a meta gem.
Okay. And then meta gems, can you use multiple of the same meta gem? I know you can't repeat supports, but can you have 2 cast on ignites in your build?
You absolutely can. You absolutely can. But of course, you'll have to pay the spirit cost for both of them. So that's how that's balanced, and that's why it's fine.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, you guys released a teaser yesterday. I'm not sure if you saw a scepter, minion, ascendance, or not ascendancy.
Yeah.
Oh, the second scepter that looked
Double
like
cast on crit, yeah.
mirror tier item, which was just awesome to see. All right, now we're gonna move on from classes, and we're gonna talk a little bit about combat.
I can have 3 cast crits, 2, 4,
when I played Path
5.
of Exile 2, the
Depends, you got the spirit
Raven
for it or
fight
not.
and the Executioner fight hard locked me for combined about 4 hours. What right now do you think is the hardest boss fight in Path of Exile 2's campaign? Not the end game, but the campaign itself. And do you think it potentially is going to hard lock a lot of players if they're stubborn and they get that Elden Ring mindset where they're just like, I'm just going in over and over. I'm not stopping until it hits 0.
Well, so we've definitely tried to improve the issues that we had with that in that one. But what I would say is that the further you go into the game, the less kind of like of the feedback we've been able to address overall, just because if there's less of it, right? Like as you go further. And so effectively what that means is that I have no doubt that if there's a boss that's going to hardlock people, it's almost certainly going to be in Act 3, I would say, something like that. But I mean, on the same
Act
time,
3
ideally,
untested.
the hardest bosses
Prepare
are
to get home.
later in the game. That's kind of what you want in some sense. So I mean, look, some of those fights are pretty hard. I don't know that there's one that I'd point to as like this is the hard one. Really, I mean, as I said, we kind of try to make sure that they're all kind of a relatively even keel, or rather slowly increasing as you kind of go through. So yeah, my hope would be that the Act 3 end boss is one that people will find the hardest, and then ideally the second time through it's even harder again. So, but we'll see how it goes. And as I said, as you now know, right, like if you go around the rest of the areas, you'll find other stuff, you'll find more items and so on, and that'll definitely help you. And if you come back, you'll definitely do a lot better.
Question on bosses in regular versus.
Let's be honest. It's gonna be the Giga Endgame bosses.
Do they have
Those are
new
gonna cook
abilities in
people.
Cruel, or are they the same, just a little buffed with damage points?
So usually they don't have like completely new abilities, although I think that in some cases there might be a little bit of that. Usually what it is, it's kind of tweaking the parameters or the AI or the radii and like things like that, just like things about them. And it makes skills feel dangerous in new ways quite a lot of the time, just because like a skill can feel very differently just by changing where it is you go. So the same is true in maps as well, where once again you've got we have to make sure that some of these bosses that were balanced for people who are level 10 or something are now able to feel like they're challenges in the end game. So effectively we have to do something about them. We can't just leave them as they are. There has to be tweaks. And so yeah, a lot of those changes effectively just get made to make and they make the bosses feel quite different. The other thing as well that you have in Cruel is that there are just monster types that have been shifted around and things like that.
Oh.
Like so the combat in areas can feel a little different as well. In some cases. So there's just little fun details like that can vary things up and just vary the experience up a little bit.
Awesome. Now, one more combat monster related question, and it's revisiting a favorite topic of the Path of Exile community. Rare monster modifiers. We haven't seen a lot of that in Path of Exile 2 in the past little while. We've seen some of it in the playthroughs. Is that philosophy the same as in Path of Exile 1? Or are we expecting to see 3, 4 mod rare monsters? And how do you keep the monster's identity when you add a whole bunch of modifiers to it? Because all these monsters, they're unique fights in of themselves, right? So how do you keep that clean?
There's actually been quite a lot of specific work on rare monsters that I don't think we've talked about to anyone yet, actually, and it's probably quite interesting. So the first thing I will say about it is that we realized a while ago that it's actually like not every monster type makes sense as a rare. Like if you just have a rare zombie, it's just kind of like, it's not a good fight. So we actually decided, hey, you know what? We're going to pick monsters that are going to be ones that can be rare. And bear in mind, many of them can. And then what we'll also do is if there are monsters that that don't work well as rares, maybe there's mechanic changes we can do for rare versions of that monster that could improve that. So then what we started to do is we're like, oh, you know what we're going to do? We're actually going to split out the monster types for monsters and then the rare version of that monster. And then we're actually going to do specific balance for the rares of those monsters. And that actually matters as well because there are mods that can go on certain monster types that like just completely blow out the life to unreasonable levels and things like that. Like there are actually cases where now that we've actually got the ability to do specific balance for a rare of a given monster type, we can actually tune that difficulty to make that much better. And so they'll get extra, they'll actually get extra abilities in some cases just because they're rare. Like as a random example, there are like the very first monster, the quill in the first area, so after the zombie you've got the quill crab, which is these little things that shoot little spikes. And they also appear later on in the hunting grounds as like a poison version of those. And I believe if those are rare, I think I'm getting this right, then they immediately get a different way that the spikes work. And like I'm trying to remember the exact details of this, but it's like they like land on the ground and explode afterwards or something like that. There's like some little thing that sort of happens. So effectively, it's like there's like little specific things that we can do. And so that stuff, I think. Helps a lot. And look, I'm sure we're going to do more of this, like after the early access is launched as well, like more things like that. But it really upgraded the rare fights quite a lot to be able to do that specific balance. And then, of course, you also have the mods. And once again, we're doing a whole pass on mods and trying to make them a lot better. I mean, look, there's even more we can add here, I'm sure. But trying to make sure that each of the rare mods that we add, like makes sense for the monster. We make sure that the rare mods like there are pulls and tags so that like you don't necessarily get every single mod on every single monster, to kind of make sure that they make sense and actually have a reasonable fight. And I don't even know if this got done, but there was talk at one point about having a for each rare, and once again I don't know if this actually got implemented or not, but we were talking about having it so that for each monster we make sure that at least one fun mod goes on the monster to kind of make it have like by what I mean by that is like we look at each monster type, we're like, okay, here's a set of different mods that are going to make it so that the fight has some kind of interest to it. We make sure the first step is like put one of those on it, and then after that, then we can kind of be more random with what the rest of the mods are, and things like that. So yeah, there was actually quite a lot of balance stuff there that went into that, and there's more to come. But I think that the rare fights you will find are significantly more interesting in PoE 2 than they were in PoE 1 because of all the specific attention that had.
They definitely sound like everybody's freaking out. That sounds amazing, especially that first system of just the monsters changing implicitly. If they're rare versus
hopefully that means no more Soul Eater with Conk Ground with Life mod type of thing.
Can you answer if Soul Eater is in Path of Exile too?
I actually don't know the answer to that. You'd have to ask Mark that one. So he's the one who's been setting up all that stuff, so I actually don't know. I would have to go check with him on that one.
All right, lovely, love the answer, man. Okay, now we got a bulky section on Endgame that I want to dive into here.
All right,
I want to start with, again, another infamous Path of Exile problem that we've experienced in Path of Exile 1. And I think it's one of the reasons you designed Path of Exile 2 in its endgame. One-shots. How are one-shots in endgame looking right now? I'm not talking about bosses using huge abilities and obviously one-shot.
Good builds, I'm just you're fine. Rangers, you're dead.
Mediocre defenses.
That's the facts.
And you just get one shot out of the blue. Is that happening in testing, or is that avoided for the most part?
Needs to occur.
Well, it's definitely happening at the moment, and that's because
Rangers got to get put down.
We just haven't finished the balance of a lot of monsters, and it's one of those things that's actually really hard to completely root out because there are a lot of attacks that some people, depending on your playstyle, just might not get hit by. And obviously, you know, when the balance people do their initial balance, they try to get it right. But it's one of those things that's just easy to miss. And so I have no doubt that at the start of early access, there will be cases where some monsters are just unfair. You know, that'll happen. I mean, like when we were doing the beta test, there were these like spiders that were just like so nasty. And like we looked at the damage. I don't remember exactly why this occurred, but it was just like, oh, it was literally doing 10 times the damage it was supposed to be doing, right? And like someone just made a typo. And yet, like we played a bunch of times, and like none of the people that were testing before we did a beta noticed the fact that was happening, right? They just managed to avoid it all the time, or they only got hit by one of the bits, or you know, something like that. And so you know, we just missed it. Look, I'm sure that's going to happen, right? Like there will be some rough edges like that. You know, we'll as soon as we hear about them, we will do our best to fix them. But
+1-0,
we're trying to root out all that stuff as much as we can at the moment, and you know, hopefully the players don't experience too much of that. Yeah, I'm sure it'll happen. But yeah, look, we don't want people to be just like randomly out of nowhere, just dying for nothing. Yeah, that's something we'll just have to make sure we're addressing as we get more balance testing in.
Right. The term I hear a lot from people, especially who went to the recent event in LA, is war of attrition. That's what it feels like in Acts 1, 2, and 3. So there's nothing really instant happening. You're fighting against monsters. They're draining you down. You're draining them down. And it's a war between you two. So there's no instant one-shots really happening unless it really is your fault. That's what I heard from like Big Ducks. He said, if I died, it was my fault. I felt good about that. I love that feeling. On monsters,
that is the goal that is the goal for sure, to make it feel that way.
Okay. And it sounds like the deadliness is on a by monster level. And a lot of people are curious. I think Mark said in the Endgame presentation that every map is fully random at Endgame. All monster types, no matter of biome. Is there anything that determines?
There actually is a like one monster, I believe, or at least a type of there will be one pack in the map that's always there, but all the rest of them are random. And the kind of main point we were trying to make with that is that in PoE 2, we pretty much all monsters. I mean, look, there are some like monsters that are just like swarmy little things that don't really do anything, but for the most part, monsters all have some kind of ability or mechanic or interesting thing going on with it. And so, in the endgame, it really is the fact that you've got the combination of all those different types that really makes the combat interesting.
Yeah.
And you kind of never really know what you're going to get. And so, I mean, look, PoE 1 does have that effectively the same idea going on. It's just that so few of the monsters in PoE 1 actually have like different mechanics, right? Like like 1 in every 5 might do, but it's like in PoE 2, it's like there are so many more things going on. They have movement skills and like random abilities and things like that. It's just, yeah, there's just a lot going on.
Oh, that's rigged.
So yeah, it's the combination of that really gets you.
They took our movement skills and gave them to the monsters.
Perfect. No, I love that. I love that there's a little bit of theme that's there as you're hunting these different biomes and maps, and then the rest is random.
But the thing is, you're still going to get like some pretty out of place stuff. Like I know, like I went into a city map the other day and there's a gorilla attacking me, and I'm like, what the hell is this guy doing here? But you know, the end game's like that.
Are the bosses the same for every map? I'm sure they are. Like, You're not
Yeah,
going to get
yeah,
a
so
gorilla boss in the
effectively-
series. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So the bosses are picked for the map if they spawn. Later on, we're talking about making it so that there are different, even within one map, we might have a couple of different bosses that can spawn there. But we'll kind of have to see how we go about that. It does take a bit of work, and so we haven't done that yet. And it kind of depends a bit on like how many maps there are versus how many bosses and and that kind of stuff. So that can be fun too.
Oh, that sounds awesome. Sounds like some people would just get shocked as they walk in. That's how I expect to be when I walk into the pinnacle boss, whoever it is, for the first time. I expect to just get like Cirrus die beamed. And it's like, oh, all right, well, got to build up defenses better. I can't wait for that. On that note, too, all the boss arenas look like they have so much detail within them, and they're so distinct from their actual arenas from the campaign. The example I saw that stuck out to me was the Colossus is like now in the heart of a volcano. Is the level of detail and distinction there for a lot of the boss fights?
Yeah, so effectively we're trying to make it so that like ideally when we're using a boss in maps, we can put it in a different context so that it feels like a different fight.
Okay.
That like I mean look, we have to definitely reuse certain components of the arena because often there's arena mechanics that we have to make sure are there. But even just the feel of the arena that can make it feel quite different. Like for example, if you're talking about something like the Carrion Crone, who's just in the second area. She's in a much bigger arena when you fight her in maps, and she also like all of her AoE abilities have been like ramped up so that they like have target a much bigger area, and things like the way the wolf spawning, that's like a different pattern. There's more of them and stuff like that. So effectively, like the fight actually feels quite a lot more advanced when you fight at a maps for that reason, just because the arena's different and like the placement of all of the
Dude, I like that a lot.
of all of the markers that the designers use to like
boss
configure all
fights
that
changing
stuff. Like
when you get them fight them in maps.
A lot more that's gone into that. So effectively that can make the recontextualize the fight in quite a cool way.
Oh, that just sounds so exciting. How many of these are we getting on launch? Is it around 50?
Yeah, so the 50 bosses, like I mean, all the bosses that you have through campaign are in Endgame in some way.
Okay.
So it's just a question of whereabouts, how we use them, and so on. But of course, then there's also the bosses that are in Endgame that aren't in the campaign as well. So there's quite a bit of that too.
Yeah, the secret pinnacle that I'm going to try to get you to leak at some point during this interview.
You'll have to wait. I definitely won't be leaking that one.
Okay.
Make him talk.
All right, next question also on Endgame. So previously, I think earlier this year in an interview, you mentioned that once you get to Endgame, about a third of the loot will come from pack monsters, a third will come from special mechanics, and a third will come from bosses and maps. Now with bosses only being in every 4 maps on average, is that philosophy still the same, or has that shifted a little bit?
Yeah, so that definitely has shifted due to the change to the way the mapping in game worked. So I mean, this was always a struggle, right? Because the real thing wasn't so much the amount of loot, but the amount of time you're spending on things. And I think that having to spend 1/3 of your time, if you're not interested in doing boss fighting right now, is a little bit high, and definitely wasn't working. So I really we like to give players choice about what type of content they can fight, and we realized the bossing was also one of those type of things, right? Like, do you want to do bossing or don't you?
Hell yeah.
So
I do.
yeah, I think that the balance of that is a lot better now, and I honestly don't know what the percentage would be now that you sort of have control over it at this point. But effectively, yeah, like that has definitely changed around due to that.
Okay. And in testing, how is
Bossers will
pack
make more
difficulty
money,
versus
I
boss
believe,
difficulty? Are
Jonathan.
bosses just way harder? Like, I know a lot of people say like, oh, I want to chill when I'm fighting packs,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
when bosses,
Exactly,
they can be
yes.
really intense. Is it kind of that difference?
Yeah, exactly. And look, the big reason for making the change of not having a boss in every map area was literally for this, right? To make it so that we can make the bosses actually hard relative to the pack difficulty, because that's what sort of that sort of maintains the integrity of the combat system, if you will, because like that's where you really have to get into the detail, like really concentrating and like actually using all your abilities to the maximum. Whereas pack clearing, you can chill out a little bit more. But that being said, we still want you to run into rares occasionally that are like crazy. So it's you still want that, but they're not going to be as crazy as the uniques are.
Okay.
That being said,
Awesome.
we're still gonna kill
Rapid
you in
fire
every
question
map
on
with rare
Endgame.
monsters. Peace.
Why does the Waystone or map opening UI still have 4 slots? Is that intentional? Is there something
Yeah,
that
it's-
hasn't been revealed?
So we actually had 4 slots when we started PoE1 as well, even though we had no idea what we were going to use that for. So it's just like one of those things where it's just like you put it in there. It's like, maybe we'll use this one day. So there's literally no other reason than that. We had 4 in the back of the old days, and we're going to just do it again now. Just it's fun little thing. And look, one day I'm sure we'll find something to do for that.
Okay, I love it. No, I didn't know that about Path of Exile
Throwback,
1.
baby.
That it was always 4. That's
Yeah, yeah.
hilarious. That's good.
The VOD will be
another one that
public.
could be a
You'll
little
be able to
long.
watch
I'm
it.
not sure.
Yep.
Maybe it's a simple answer. So it sounds like there are currently 4 tiers of endgame boss or endgame encounters, but technically, from what we saw from the Atlas passive trees, we can get +5 to those encounter levels.
Right.
Is the 5th tier meaningless, or is there an extra secret tier?
So what happened there is I'm a programmer, so I always count from 0. So when I say difficulty 4, it's like the first difficulty is difficulty 0, and then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's technically 5 difficulty tiers there, but I referred to the top one as difficulty 4. So maybe the players will refer to that a different way than I am, but
okay.
Yeah, that's just what that is. Now, technically, it is actually possible because of the fact that the small
awesome.
nodes and the big nodes are the way they are. It's actually possible in some cases to cause it to be 1 tier even above that. But if you do that, it will not result in the difficulty being higher. That's actually kind of just a quirk of the way that the nodes are. So that's just effectively capped in that regard, which I guess might be kind of fun to have like an extra sort of hidden thing like that. But we decided not to in the end. So yeah, there's just there's effectively 5 difficulties, 4 difficulties above the bottom one. Yeah.
I know you're saying that, but everybody needs to try that on launch, okay? There's a hidden difficulty, maybe that they don't want us to know about.
I don't think so. No.
Okay. This one might be pretty quick too. So how high in tier do waystones go? We saw tier 79 in the endgame.
That's gotta be
Is
just
that
so I mean the way what it's supposed to be is like
a
T15
level
is like
79
it
map.
goes from T1 to T15. I think it might have been that it was listing object level there, and there might even have been some inconsistencies between different clips depending on when they were shot. I'm not 100% sure about that, but ultimately it goes from T1 to T15. However, there is a corruption outcome that can go +1. So that lets you that just lets you go a little bit further.
I love that.
With that.
So corruption
Okay, so it was
only
potentially like a monkey
T16s.
issue. That's what I'm going to call the little
sure,
inconsistencies.
if you
the monkey
like.
issue.
If you like.
Okay.
I respect it.
Awesome. Okay, well that was it on Endgame for now. Now I just want to go into a few general questions.
Keeping
about
it
the
classy.
game. Some rapid fire, some a little bit longer. This first one, I'm curious, going into early access, what's one system you are hyper confident won't need further iteration, and one system you're pretty sure is going to be broken under the weight of the players and you're going to need to have a lot of iteration on?
It's a really hard question. Look, I think that where I'm most happy is like all the way the skill and support system works, I think is very solid. Like I'm very happy with all of that. I think it's just a massive improvement over how PoE1 was. I would say that the stuff that's going to require a lot of iteration will definitely be endgame stuff, right? Because like that's the stuff that's had the least testing from players, and from
The endgame bosses are probably going to be ridiculous.
Look, I have no idea what kind of changes we may want to see there. Like I'm pretty
We're gonna
confident
get hard
in it,
locked out doing some of the
like,
endgame
you never know what will
fights.
happen when people actually
You
go for that.
probably need like really good
there's
characters.
There's a lot of stuff that could need changing there, and we'll just have to work on that as we see the players, as we see what the players think. But the other thing as well is that of course the end game is where there's the most I guess like you have to get it right completely, because it's like that's kind of like your final like the final experience you're having is like playing through that content. So it's like you can have a single boss fight that's like maybe people don't like it in campaign, that's like not a big deal. But if you're talking about just the core staple of what it is that you're doing in the end game, you have to make sure you get that exactly correct. And even the tiniest details can significantly affect the experience. So, I'm sure there'll be a lot of tweaking there, and like some things maybe just like a tiny number tweak, but it ends up being like a massive difference as far as player experience goes. I'm sure there'll be a lot of iteration there.
Okay. Now, one system that I've had a little bit of discussion about in my community is the flask changes. Are you pretty confident in those, limiting you to just having a life and mana, or do you see yourself perhaps allowing that for a wider variety of flasks in the future if you want to reintroduce them?
I do think that it is important to make it so that is as simple as possible, because it really is one of those friction points you get for new players. But I think the charm system is really where we can go wild there. And so I think if we were doing like more kind of interesting stuff, or like expanding on that, I think we'd do it in the charms where we can. That's kind of intended to be the thing that you can expand on with that stuff. I just don't want it to turn again into a situation where you feel like you have to constantly be pressing buttons like all the time in order to be able to do that stuff, because I think that really was kind of wearing on people. And it's like, if you're going to be pressing buttons, I would rather the buttons you're pressing are for using active skills rather than just using flasks. So
Right.
yeah, ideally it can sort of move some of the like physical skill off just pushing flask buttons and move it onto using skills instead.
Okay. All right. All right. This is a tough one. Maybe.
Mhm.
Maybe not for you. Over the past 6 or so years, what has been the single most challenging aspect of development? I know it's broad.
Yeah, so I think really the big challenge is just underestimating like the scope of what it is we set out to do.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where we're constantly having to, it's like we have a quality level we want to hit.
Yeah.
And it feels like it shouldn't be as difficult as it is to hit that quality. Like it just really is a constant battle. Yeah, I mean, look,
I think that, Jonathan, though,
it is difficult.
I think that's why so many people are resonating with this release. It's very obvious that you have hit a high quality level here. I mean, it's spread like wildfire. I saw you talking to DM and Ghazi and surprised at how many people are interested. I am having people who I haven't talked to in like a decade reaching out to me about PoE 2 because they're searching and they like saw my face or something and they're like, holy crap, there's this new game I just heard about. Like, it's spreading everywhere because the quality is so... you waited until it was ready to showcase it, right? And it looks phenomenal. So...
yeah, I mean, as I said, like just getting there has just been such a thing. Like when we announced in 2019, we thought that we were going to be releasing PoE 2 in like 2020, in like 2021. Like it felt like it was like 2 years out. And like it's just it's
a big scope change,
right? Like just the and even it's like even like is it how long ago now? I'm thinking like so 20. Yeah, look, it's like the funny thing is it always feels like it's 2 years out. Like no matter how far deep into development, no matter how far away it is, it's always like because 2 years feels like forever, right? 2 years is like forever in the future, and so therefore, like no matter what the scope that you think that you have is, it's always like, oh yeah, we can do it in that amount of time. Sure, absolutely. And so yeah, it's just real tough, like doing that. And it feels like no matter how much experience we get, I mean, obviously, Mark and I have both been in game development a long time. No matter how much experience you get, it's like it still feels like it's impossible to really know how long something will actually take by the time you've gone things through. So yeah, it's just it's tough. It's tough for sure.
I know you said it always feels like 2 years away, Jonathan, but 9 days log in, okay? We're 9 days out.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So a few really rapid fire questions here. You guys opted in for GeForce Now for PoE 2. Do you know if that's going to be available for early access launch, or I know you guys don't have control over that, but do you know if it will be available?
I believe it's supposed to be. We've been told it is. So hopefully that all works out and people can use that.
Awesome. Now, how about the trade site on day one? Is that going to be functional?
Yeah, so we're doing everything we can to make sure that's the case. I think that there'll be some items that maybe won't show up correctly, and hopefully, like for example, the way that skill gems are rendered is like completely changed.
They got the one guy
so
on it, the trade guy.
Gems is just like show the name
He's
of the
working
gem and the
overtime
level, rather than having to work out like all the stats and everything how that works.
The one
and I think
dude.
for something like gems, it doesn't really matter because there's nothing about the gem other than just like the name and the level that actually matters as far as trade is concerned. So they're going to do their best to get everything rendered correctly, but I think it's really important to make sure we've got trade on day one.
Definitely. Oh yeah.
We're fine, guys.
Now,
the trade guy
PvP,
never fails. He's got
that
it back.
exist in any form. Yeah.
So
like
you
simple
can
duels.
do. You can do simple duels just like duels like you could in PoE 1. We're not going to be doing anything more than that for now. That's it's there, but like we haven't done any effort really towards it. It's just like like it just is what it is. Just as a fun thing, if you want to challenge your friend and just like just do a thing, you can do that if you want.
Cool. Now, in the second run through of the campaign, Cruel, do bosses once again drop permanent buffs as they will on the first run through for those optional bosses, or are none of those available in the second run through?
Yep. So the second run through, it definitely does have that. So yeah, you're going to want to look for those as well. I believe that that some of them are the same and some of them are different. So you'll have to look around through the map to see what's going on with that.
Oh, okay. Curious. Now, this one is, I want to be gentle with it, but it's something that a lot of people have talked about in the past. There is an MTX that is audio based that plays in towns, and everyone wants to hear the sweet songs of Camille when they go into the Clearfell encampment. Is there any way that you guys are thinking about maybe an audio slider for MTX or something like an audio adjustment maybe, or is that on your radar?
Counter the
I mean, it's something
goblins.
that I've heard complaints about recently, so it's something that we might have to think about, but I can't say I've got a solution for it right now.
Okay.
By the way, just one question, speaking of audio, do you hear like a loud beeping, or is that just on my end?
That is just on your end. Chat,
sure,
do we
fair
hear a loud beeping?
There's no loud beeping.
Let's see. No beeping. It's on your end.
All
Is
right,
everything
cool,
okay
good.
at the
Yep,
GGG
yeah,
office?
I think it's fine. It's just coming through my headset, so I'm not sure what's going. It's all right. It's fine. I'll just
Maybe
ignore
that means he's about to
They're
run out of
telling you to
battery.
not talk about the goblins.
it. Sure. Maybe.
Okay.
So he's trying to signal.
No,
like,
unfortunately, I don't have a good answer for you for that. But
Okay, no,
yeah,
that's
I understand.
totally fine.
I do understand the issue, though.
Okay.
I bet his headset's running out of
now-
battery.
Oh, sorry.
It's running out of battery. Like
So,
100%.
in the last
Gonna cut
time
out
people
the
got
middle
their
of the
hands on
interview.
PB2, we saw obviously the tiers, which you talked about, and can't wait to get my hands on that. We also saw items dropping with terms like advanced, expert, and ultimate. Are
Oh,
those
yeah,
related
yeah,
to tiers, or what is that?
So the reason why that is because
Blizzard swapped out the batteries? Yeah.
so we didn't
Yeah,
want to
that's it.
release. So what we've done in PoE2 is that all of the acts, they have a much more
This'll slow GGG
like
down.
the items that you find in each act are like way more related to the content of that act. So like as soon as you go to the desert, you're going to be finding like all of these like Marrakech themed items and so on. So for Act 4 and 5 and 6. We've obviously got a whole big set of base types that are all like, you know, related to those things. And so what we did was we're like, okay, we don't really want to like just have those dropping now because they kind of don't make sense for the content they're in. So what we decided to do was effectively make a duplicate of the base types that goes into the second set of difficulty, in second difficulty. And that way we can drop all of those there. And then that will mean that we just don't have the we don't have that we don't have to release all of that stuff now, and then effectively at the point when we release the acts, we'll effectively also release the base types at the same time, and those base types will get replaced by the and the art and everything will get replaced by the new base types that we've already got. So
Okay.
yeah, that's effectively the what's going on with that. Now, in Endgame, there are some base types that relate to just Endgame. I'm not 100% sure exactly what the situation is with regard to the art stuff that they've done there, but effectively, by the time we're sort of completely done, it should be that we're not like having to repeat any art anywhere and all that sort of stuff. But for the time being, we've just got the
So that's why we have like the expert
that
gloves,
going on.
advanced, like that
Oh,
thing.
okay, awesome. Now, also related to items in the tiers. Obviously, tier 5 item will have amazing mods, amazing rolls, and the like once you identify it.
Mhm.
What happens if you craft on it?
So yeah, it doesn't affect anything after you've identified it. So effectively, once you've ID'd it, like you've seen the mods are there, then effectively it is just a regular item as far as any other, like just like any other item would be. And that's kind of important because it's only really in the unidentified state when you see the tier. After that point, the tier doesn't matter anymore because like the decision that resulted from that is already decided and everything's everything's done.
Okay, awesome. Thanks for the question, by the way, MP. That was from Empyrean. Okay, another one. So, I know that you vastly increased the number of orbs that are dropping in early game, and the intent is for people to be using said orbs on crafting. Are you at all worried about how this will affect the greater economy if people decide to just hoard everything and try to post it on the trading post? I'm curious about that because I'm going to be spamming.
People are
on
going to
here,
trade,
but I
dude.
think a lot of people will be
People
like,
are gonna
"I'll just
trade.
save it to trade," you know?
People have to make the number go
I
up.
think it will be fine.
They ain't hoarding. They're gonna
So the
they're
nice
gonna
thing
sell
about
their
currency is that
item
it's self-syncing, right? Like you get to
at
actually use
discount
all that
prices
stuff.
to me.
And I'm pretty sure people will be using it more because they have more. Like I think that's just how it will work. So usually speaking, you don't really get hyperinflation with currency items because the way that they actually have as I said, because they're self-syncing.
Yeah.
But you never know. Like we never really can tell exactly what will happen with an economy until we actually see it. But I really hope we don't have any problems from that because having the more currency in the game just definitely makes the game significantly better to play through the game. I'm loving it. I just like the experience of doing all that stuff. So yeah, I really want to be able to keep that. And I think just the fact that you kind of don't have the scouring orb anymore, and the way that like things are always added, like you're going to be wanting to add mods all the time. Like it's just a common thing. And there's even sort of rules, like for example, so it used to be that when you alched an item, it gave you a random set of mods from 4 to 6, but now it's always 4. So it's like there's always going to be that you want to do the alch and then the exalts. So like there's just more uses for that stuff. Like the adding stuff definitely, happens more often.
Yeah, I heard somebody got 4 exalted orbs by the end of Act 1.
You have to
Just
pee so
felt
bad. I'll be right back.
good being able to slam their items. So,
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, runes. I know they're a recent addition. I had a few questions about them. First, are all runes just basic stats, such as resistances and the like, or are there any spicy combinations that might remind us of fan favorite ARPG, maybe later down the line?
So we don't have rune words. And the funny thing about the funny thing about that is that like I actually had a long conversation about this because it's one of those things that everyone remembers loving. But the funny thing about that is that like what they actually remember loving was not so much the mechanic of rune words, but just the fact that all the rune words were super OP. The rune words were just crazy powerful. And so like when people are like, oh, I love rune words, it's like they think it's the mechanic they liked, but no, like it's just the items were just absolutely outrageous. It's sort of funny how it was like that.
Okay.
But what I will say is that like so runes are intended to be the kind of simple ones that don't have a lot of a lot of complexity going on. So it's the soul cores that you can put in the same sockets. Those are the ones that are intended to kind of have where there's more complexity, there's different stats, there's different things going on with them.
Okay. And with those, they're unremovable, correct? You can't take them out of here once you socket them in?
And that's just kind of our general philosophy of the fact that we want most crafting to be additive. Now, we still do have some crafting things that remove mods, but I guess the difference with the sockets is that every single mod that went in there, it's like there's no randomness to those decisions, right? Like every single thing you put in, it's like you completely controlled that outcome. So therefore, we don't feel like we have to provide a way to remove that because it's like that's entirely in your control. Whereas when you're talking about the random chance addings, like then it's like there can be ways that are also based on random chance to be able to remove that again. And then we've also got things like the omens that allow you to have more control over that. So like that sort of stuff makes sense. But for the socketables, it's like, well, yeah, it's like you chose to put that in. It's like, I think the additive philosophy works fine for that.
Okay, awesome. Now, 2 more questions on items here really quickly. One of them is about Splinter stack size. Now, I know we want to declutter the screen for Path of Exile 2 and keep the focus on combat, but it looked like from the trailer, the stack size, for example, the Breachstone is still 300. What's the design philosophy between like 300 stack size and 25 stack size?
So they actually drop like in stacks, and the reason why that's important is because it means that we can have effects that say if there's a mod that's like 10% splinters, it means that when we drop a stack of 10, that plus 10% can actually make it a stack of 11. Which so basically it's just to give granularity so that when we're dropping them, we actually can like have the mods like a plus 10% can actually be a thing that actually does something. So that's the reason why it's 300. It isn't necessarily to change like the amount of like things on the screen or the amount of the amount of duration that it takes.
Not 300 clicks, guys. We're fine.
It's just about the granularity for mods, basically.
Not 300 clicks.
Okay, awesome. One more item question, and then just one final question for you. Thank you so much for your time, Jonathan. I really appreciate it. Will there be vendor recipes in Path of Exile 2? And if so, any examples?
So we actually decided to not do the system the same way how we did it before. So so basically, we no longer have the vendor recipe like idea as a concept where there's just a vendor who, where you could just do like any combination of items in the vendor. So the vendor that has that same UI is like for disenchanting. And then effectively what we've done is we've tried to pull like the different vendor recipes out into like benches or like items in the world or like NPCs with specific modes or things like that. Effectively like all of those things we want to try and make sure that they're kind of like just more discoverable than what they were in PoE 1. So like what we kind of want to do is like if we're going to do like for example the quality recipe where you had like 40% quality and you get a whetstone. Now that we've got the salvage bench, that's like a specific bench that's able to effectively replace the thing that was doing by something that effectively serves the same function, but it's like discoverable now because you've got like a bench that's dedicated to quality and also socket currency items. And if we're going to do for example, a 3-to-1 recipe, there is an item, a thing you get later, which has like three slots and then a bottom slot, and then you click the button that like, combines them and it's like got its own thing. So effectively it means that like, it's like more obvious like when there's stuff like that. And effectively for each time where we want to have something that's like a vendor recipe, we can sort of find a place to put it, like make it more thematic, like have a little UI for it.
The cube?
There's even things like
no, I don't think it's the cube,
other ones, but effectively, whenever, but effectively, whenever we're doing when we need a function like that, I think it's cooler to have a specific user interface, a specific place, a specific NPC, a specific object, like something like that you find that allows for that. And so it kind of gives you a hint that such a thing even exists in the first place. And then now that you've seen that, you're like, okay, what actually goes in here? Like, what is this for? Like, then like maybe you can have like little lore hints, things like that. It just makes the whole thing a little bit more discoverable and I think a little bit more interesting. So that's effectively how I've replaced that system.
Yeah, when you said that, now I'm thinking that there could be nodes on the Atlas that house systems like this, little secrets where you could go and find these little crafting benches, which just sounds like so much fun. I know we talked about it earlier, the Atlas and the exploration aspect of it.
Right.
Huge W. I cannot wait to go in and just explore it. It's going to be great. Yeah. Okay, Jonathan, I've got one last question for you, and then we'll let you go. Thank you so much for your time again.
No problem.
I want you to give me the best single reason for everyone in the chat right now, everyone watching this VOD, to buy a supporter pack and log in on December 6th at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Put him on the spot.
I think that really probably the main thing that you're going to love is just fighting those bosses. The combat with them is just like so fun. They're so varied and interesting. Like I'm just like, there's a lot of them to fight. If you play on December 6th, there'll be a lot of bosses to fight, and I'm sure you're going to have a great time with them. It really is, I think, one of the things we're doing the best out of all the things we're doing.
Right
Jonathan,
on.
will you be logging in on December 6th?
Of course. I mean, as soon as there's some kind of horrible fire with the servers, then I'll immediately have to probably deal with that instead. But
It's not gonna be a fire, Jonathan. Don't say that. It's all gonna go smoothly.
All right, Jonathan.
No crashes.
It's been great. Every time I talk with you, it's always so smooth. Everybody appreciates your time. Good luck the next 9 days. Okay.
He's bringing on the danger.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great
talk
to talk
to you later, man.
Great to talk to you. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. All right. Talk later, man.
Right.
See ya.
Good interview. We got some good information out of that. Number one, I can't respec. What the hell? I have to start out with the downside node. I guess like the downside node has the overcap thing, but it's still like not. I don't know, man. That's a bit rough. The other obvious stuff that was, I guess, pretty neat was the change of how they're doing rare monsters. It sounds like maybe the cases where we get Conk Ground, Regen, Monster Life, Soul Eater. Hopefully that stuff doesn't happen. If they're able to target more what mods go together, that's a pretty big change. We'll see how that actually plays out. No Ascendency respec? Yeah, that's right now there's no Ascendency respec. That's a big bummer for like I don't know, I would much rather start with the Infernalist Hellhound node than the freaking the Life Orb node, for example. Yeah, has to mean you can't respec Ascendancy, not the change Ascendancy. I think you can respec the Ascendancy points. I think it means you can't become an Infernalist and then change to a Blood Mage. That's what I think it meant. Life recovery mod on Breach Ring? Was it just a 50% life mod? Or was it 50% recovery specific? Then it's fine. What was one of the... the freaking you can use multiple meta gems? That was kind of surprising. Like I can have freaking 5 different cast on crits potentially if I have enough spirit. That's wild. That's really, really freaking wild. 2 cocks? Yeah. This is gonna be a... Sure they don't want auras anyways? Yeah, we'll see what the auras are. I mean, so the auras they showcase with the Scepter, these are literally like... The Discipline one, for example, was only for allies, right? Like, that's a pretty big difference. You don't really use that for yourself. You use that as like a party play thing, right? Yeah, mana to their allies. Allies. Very weird. I definitely haven't seen aura effect or anything like that. 10 cast on minion deaths? Yeah, cast on minion deaths could be interesting. Crasher Fred's rig with this cast on everything? Yeah. Was Malice only allies? Let me go to the earlier part of this. Malice was... Okay, no, this was just generic to everybody around you. It's persistent. So that wasn't necessarily allies. It was something that's just put on enemies. But to me, if the discipline aura is specific to allies, that hints at a lot of the auras could potentially be this way, where they're specific to allies and stuff. But I don't know. You can take runes out as well. Yeah, I think part of that is probably to represent the... Because they want it to be a replacement for the bench in some regard, and that allows you to maybe swap around and fix your res type of thing. I told you, yeah, auras... A lot of your reservations are going to be done for triggers and other things then. Maybe there will be specters that cast certain auras, potentially, maybe. Fireball plus Rage Spirits plus cast on death. Whatever fire you want, throw everywhere. Do the Raging Spirits, wait, let's see if we have that one. And my axe. Yo, Patata, appreciate the 14 months, man. Thanks for the sub, dude. Do we know the full definition of allies yet? You can't count as your own ally. My guess is allies would be party members, minions, maybe totems. And not yourself. Would be my guess. Non-minion players will end up with 200 max. I mean, it depends if you do a scepter, right? Like you can see in this video, look at this thing. The scepter. The scepter item has 200 spirit on it, right? So you could easily dual wield 2 scepters and all of a sudden you have 500 spirit, right? So there's gonna be options like that. We'll see what you can actually use and whatnot. We saw a Witch and Sanctum with over 500 spirit. Yeah. Spirit, it's... I think like there's gonna be a lot of spirit from scepters, and then I'm guessing there might be some nodes on the tree. The thing is, I don't know if we've seen any nodes on the tree for spirits. So maybe there's not nodes on the tree. To the second line, this aura does not affect you. Yeah, there you go. They said you can't dual wield scepters. Oh man, what the hell? It's okay. I was gonna use a shield anyways. Can't stack ES without a shield. You know what I'm saying? Wrathfith definitely gonna exist. There's a reduced cost of minions and heralds. Oh, that helps a lot with those spirit reservations. I wonder if that reduced cost might exist for other reservations too. It probably is just minion specific though. Scepter is an offhand? Why would this be an offhand? No, they have they have like a shield thing and a scepter. You can see the scepters right there, right? And you see the shield thing. What if I find a 2-hand mace with minion stuff and dual wield that? I mean, you probably won't get minion mods on a 2-hand mace though. Most likely, would be my guess, at least. Probably not happening. Raging Spirits, limit of 10 summon, fires area spells. Does they have their base duration? Base duration is 4 seconds. Projectiles from fire spells summon a Raging Spirit on hit. 5 per cast. Can I get less duration? Let's see if there's duration stuff. Like, picture this. I think that's a good idea. The cast on minion death with a duration support. Oh, I need to look at the support gems. Duration. Deep freeze. Feeding frenzy. Increasing limit. Supporter skills have less skill effect duration. Like, imagine if this could somehow work with the the Raging Spirits. You start stacking some less duration on them. You're proccing them to die, and then you have the cast on minion death. Well, how much does this work? Gains energy from when your minions die based on the defensive powers of the minion. I guess I wonder what that translates to. The defensive power of the minion. There's a less support duration too. Yeah, so you stack both of those. Raging Auto Bomber. Yeah. What could possibly go wrong? You just need 1 Raging Spirits. Their reservation is not very high. You put the less duration stuff on it, and then they just disappear or die. I think that would count as dying, right? Them running out of duration. The defensive power. Yeah, I guess we don't really know how tanky they are. Your fire spells will summon Raging Spirits, which are short-lived flaming skulls that rush at nearby enemies, rapidly attack them. Enemies will not directly engage with these minions and can pass through them. I wonder if these minions don't have an HP bar at all then. Right? Skelly Reavers work as well. I mean, you need something that you can constantly be resummoning, right? Because a lot of the base permanent minions have some sort of they have some sort of cooldown to how often they get resurrected, right? They shouldn't have defensive power? Yeah, if they don't have defensive power, then that means the plan's a little bit too scuffed, unfortunately. You still dream, though, right? You still believe in something. Frost Mage. Wonder where you would find their defensive power. Someone's aggressive Reaver that can rage on command, and rage scares cause them to lose life over time. Grant rage on hit. Yeah, this is like you don't know, because you need to be able to constantly like be cycling through them, right? Zombies are a 20-second duration now. Like zombies are those a temporary minion basically? Arsenic gives you a skill to detonate. Well, the thing is, it's not just that you just want to detonate them. You want this to be somewhat automated, right? Because you want to keep casting your own skills on top of having the other skills get procced. So you need to have it something set up that's like somewhat automated, I think. I'm going to do Hand of Chayula, added Chaos, Despair, Decaying Hex with Chonk, stacking hit and mana. Good luck, man. I hope it turns out well for you. If defensive power is just HP, they should have worded it out as health. So it's something else. Yeah. It'll be hard to tell then. We'll try it out. If it works, it works. I don't think there's another obvious minion skill that would fit quite as well as Raging Spirit. There's 180 base spirit at endgame, plus Scepter can go up to 280. There's also a stat roll for increased spirit. Goes to at least 33%. You get 180 base just for going through the campaign. That's kind of a lot. Going Chonk after finding out you can change Ascendency, I respect that. Oh, the Chonk supremacists are out of control. And my axe, yo, Lil 90, appreciate the sub, dude. Spell totems won't be in. I don't know if they have support for spell totems. They might. They don't have them on this page, but we've seen the Keystone, you know. Stop hating on the Chonk Enjoyers. I'm not hating on the Chonk Enjoyers, okay? I just think that they're baiting themselves. Okay, that's just a little bit of a thought I have. I think they're making a bit of a misplay. That's all it is to it. If you start at 100, then it's at 280 at endgame. I don't know if we start at 100 or not. But 180 throughout the campaign sounds pretty nice. They said a spirit giving boss on each act, that's plus 30. So that would be 180 throughout. Not half bad. I can't, that name is gold. What's the chonk? That's the Chayula Acolyte monk, Grimro. That's the instant leech. Basically, as far as I can tell, there's a ravenous horde of individuals who think the instant leech is going to carry. Which it might. But I gotta be honest, I'm not so sure. I'm not so convinced. And they keep talking about chonk. They're out of control, really. How the new one with Storm thing would be positive for some builds? Could you maybe explain how the new one with Storm thing? I don't know what that means. What do you mean by new one with Storm thing? They were on a Sork last time we saw his gameplay, but it wasn't when he looked now. He said it might have been removed due to issues. He didn't know. Oh, that's a bummer. We don't. I guess we'll find out. I don't think it'll carry, but I won't be losing darkness. Dude, you're gonna sacrifice all your reservation space for gain 30. There's no way that's worth. There's no shot. That cannot be a good trade. Leech resistance is going to be a result in a lot of tiers by the endgame. Yeah, the things we don't really know what that looks like, right? I'm going to do Pop Scully's Ignite Prolip in the same build as earlier. Well, hopefully it turns out well. What's supposed to be better with the new mom? Well, the new mom has less recovery rate. So a way to get around that is instant leech, right? So Chonk might be just one of the best builds to do with a mind over matter angle. But I don't know, man. I'm skeptical. Lightning Arrow is going to be meta again. I'd be worried about Ranger's tank, to be honest. I think there's going to be a lot of Ranger builds that are just getting pancaked due to lack of girth. But I don't know. Maybe they'll be fine. Because honestly, they don't have the downside of having the lack of, you know, decision-making capabilities. Because, you know, like, part of the Ranger problem is they just don't know how to click life nodes. Like, they'll go past a 2-point life node situation and they just won't click it because they're like a bit slow, you know? They think their item that was listed 5 days ago is worth repricing when they get their first person messaging them. So, like, maybe it's an upside that there's no movement speed on the tree. You know, that might end up making them tankier overall, because they can't have the downside of making the mistake of not clicking the life node. Lance is hung up on the realist, dude. I've lived that moment so many times. And every time, dead eye. Every time. Without fail. They need to call me out like that. I did, though, okay? I did. It was necessary. It was necessary. Ball lightning. Are you gonna be good? Fire slow moving projectile repeatedly shoots bolts at nearby enemies. Base radius 1.8. 700% more chance to shock enemies. What about a ball lightning build with cast on shock? With that 700% more shock chance. Cast on shock is 100% reservation. Ain't no way. Hit 20 energy, you shock an enemy with hit from a skill once per skill use. What is that limitation? Surely that's something that got changed. Surely that's something that got changed. Cast on crit is not once per skill use, it's just whenever you crit. 100 Spirit's a lot, it is, yeah. It's small hits, it is small hits, but still 700% more does make it proc that chance a lot easier, right? Keep reading the shock one? Okay, fine. I'll go back to the shock one. I'll go back to the shock one. You can get literally shock chance? Ooh, neat. Oh, I'm not on the freaking cast on shock. Ten max energy per 0.1 of cast time of socket spells. Trigger all socket spells to lose energy on reaching maximum. What do you mean keep reading this? This is like pretty similar for all the trigger stuff. Is they have this like line in here. Chance to shock on ball lightning. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I guess you could have a set of skills in one of the metagem setups that's designed just to trigger the other triggers, right? Why did the Dark Monk become Chonk? Hey, don't blame me. It wasn't me, okay? It's because they combined Chaos and Monk, and they got Chonk. Makes me look at Lightning Conduit. Lightning Conduit's in this. Calls down Lightning Strike. All enemies in a cone in front of you deal significantly more lightning damage to shocked enemies, but remove shock from them. Doesn't even tell us how much damage it deals. We just don't have a number for it. I gotta be honest. I just think I'm gonna click this skill. I'm gonna click Fireball. Surely Fireball will be good, guys, right? Surely Fireball will be a good choice, dude. I just want to have Fireball with some extra prod, and I want to shoot it and just see, you know, as everything goes outward. Fire looks so nice, it does. It looks like a good time. Fireball with some cast on Ignite stuff, yeah. He doesn't realize the skill is Tornado Chopper. I do realize that, Grimro. And here's the thing. You're completely right. It's Tornado Shot, but it actually looks good. Also, it has one factor that Tornado Shot doesn't have. It has an AoE explosion. I wonder how that's going to turn out, right? Because, like, it actually, like, when it hits, like, a wall or something, it actually has an AoE. I'm really wondering how much shotgunning is going to be in some skills on initial release. Because, like, picture this. Picture this. You have an enemy against the wall, and you shoot the fireball. And, like, you get the AoE explosion on, all 3 fireballs. And then you get also the secondary projectiles to hit, too. Like, that'd be kind of hilarious, right? It probably doesn't deal AoE damage. It's just visual. Are you sure about that? Alright, hold on. Let's look at some gameplay of the fireball. Let's analyze. PoE 2 content reveal. let's observe. Alright, Infernalist gameplay. Alright. Hold. Go back a frame. Change the playback speed. Let's go slow. Okay. Okay, everybody watching carefully. There's like 3 skeletons, right? 3 skeletons. Nah, I mean, that kind of looks like an AoE to me. Does that not look like an AoE? Look at these projectiles too. Yeah. Look at this. Look, the dudes over here were dead before the projectile even got there. It's got to be some sort of Nova thing. You think they have like some secondary cast on Ignite that procced? It looks like a nuke. Yeah, you know, that could have been, to be fair, it could have been one of the cast on Ignite procs, maybe. Okay, let's look at some more evidence, okay? I can destroy armor, so it hard explodes. Oh, like armor break gives you bigger explosions. Okay, now this they're doing a channel explosion. Okay, hold the phone. Because that explosion kind of looks similar-ish to the fireball explosion, but not really the same. But they definitely didn't do that. Solar orb. Oh, I like the skill a lot too. Fireball incoming. No, they're channeling the thing on it. Dude, the fire skills look so cool. Fireball. Okay, wait. Was ever confirmed that skills ascendancies count towards the skill limit? Was ever confirmed that skills from items ascendancies count towards the skill limit? I don't believe they do. I think they're just extra on top of the skill limit. Okay, let's look at the one he cast. I mean, every time it looks like a big AoE. Am I missing something? Like, this isn't at a full thing. You think they have a cast on kill? What skill are they proccing? Like, that's freaking huge looking. See, let's see this fireball. It looks like a freaking giant explosion every time. Is there a cast on kill support? Is that even a thing? You're just making that up, right? There's no cast on kill. Like, cast on melee kill, maybe. Has to be supported by something? Yeah, it could be a support proccing it. Like, it's obvious the extra secondary projectiles don't have that explosion, right? They do have whatever those charges are around it. Oh, that was just the other skill, I think. That was the Ember thing. That's Flame Blast. Fireball has the AoE tag? I thought somebody said earlier that it doesn't have an AoE tag. Am I just getting baited by... It does have the AoE tag! Ledge Fireball, which explodes! Fire in a... Yeah, I think you guys are full of... I think it just has a big AoE. Although, I don't feel like I've seen that big of an AoE when it doesn't hit an enemy. Like, when it goes off and hits a wall, I feel like it's not as... I feel like it's not as big of an AoE. Yeah, I'm getting one guide for sure. So maybe it doesn't give you the AoE when it hits a wall. Create a PoE2 Lightning Ranger build? You create... Did you Photoshop this all in? Did you Photoshop this all together? Lightning Arrow, Shock Chance, Faster Attacks, Multi-Proj, Behead Support. That's some commitment right there. Arc is nice too. Yeah, Arc is pretty nice too. There's a website? No, there's not. Is there really? Do you have a link? PoE2skills.com. Is this... Shut the front door. There totally is. What? What the hell? Yes. Yes, it's time. Okay, so I'm going to click Fireball. Fireball. Here, let me link that in chat for you guys. For those of you who want to look at this. I'll link it in the YouTube and the Twitch chat. We'll see if it's actually legit or not. PoE day 2, yeah. Now this is have supports that would work for it. Added chaos. The thing is, okay, is this even correct though? Because yeah, this support attacks, right? Like this doesn't have the attack tag. Like these things shouldn't really work for Fireball, right? Or they shouldn't show up, maybe. What do you think about Contagion Essence Drain? My guess is it won't have enough support on the tree because they haven't finalized the occultist like archetype ascendancy, so they probably will be missing some stuff. My guess is it's a risky start. It doesn't stop you from doing bad stuff. Yeah, I guess it doesn't. It wouldn't stop us from making questionable decisions. Bum, 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 bum. Doesn't look like it's filtering? No, it's not. It's not filtering. How far have we walked so far, by the way? I need to determine whether or not it's... Yeah, it's 3 miles. Alright, we're gonna chill here for today. A nice, clean 3 miles. We'll relax and we'll take a look at this little skill. This little skill-making site. Can you check neural overload? Sure. I could check it. Does not mean I will necessarily know the right answer, though. Do you think added damage will work on SRS? No attack tag, but it doesn't say they attack. I think it'll work, probably. Like in PoE 1, they are attack based. So I think it's a much more likely that they're going to work with something like added attack supports versus a like controlled destruction, which is a spell specific support. Almost 5 cam, yeah, I'll take it. Not a bad little walk session. Burn a little bit of calories. Check elemental invocation. We looked at elemental invocation already. It does look pretty solid. I'm kind of wondering how it'll feel versus the other trigger skills. Like, you don't have the automation of the thing being proc more often, but then you get to proc a bunch all at once. There's a staff that sets resist to 0. Do you think that will work after weapon swap? If you're doing the damage while you have that staff like on, then I think it'll work. But every time you swap back, the resist will go back to whatever it would be at. What treadmill do you? Last one I had kept shocking my keyboard because the board to keep disremembering his PC. I don't think that's a treadmill related issue. Always a baddie. I think that's you're generating like static electricity. If you're on like carpet, I think we had somebody else who had this issue. You need to get like a mat or something to separate your treadmill from like generating static electricity, I think. Could be what was going on. Great video. Thanks, Dragon Demon. Exclamation point treadmill if you're curious. I don't necessarily recommend it or anything. I just got one that's been okay for me. I'm not necessarily happy with it or convinced it's the best treadmill, though. Archmage is a buff skill. Wait, Archmage is in the PoE2DB. What is this? What is this Twitter post? Archmage is a buff. Ooh. Okay, hello. Whoa, that's loud. I'm so sorry. Move our webcam out of the way. I'm so sorry about that. I don't know why that was so loud. I apologize. What is this quality? Okay, we need to find this on the YouTube. Surely they posted it on YouTube, right? Surely they posted this on YouTube. All right, there we go. All right.
I know that you
know that. What the hell did I just do? All right. Pause. Ball lightning. Level 11. 1 to 19 flat damage. Hits enemies in rage. Oh, we actually have a freaking number for how often it hits now, which was not in the tooltip before. Then they have Archmage support. Persistent lightning buff 100% spirit reservation. Spells gain 5% of damage as lightning for each 100 mana you have. Spells cost an additional 5.35% of your maximum mana. Spells gain 5% of damage as lightning for each 100 mana you have. So if you have 2,000 mana, you get double damage. Or you get 100% of damage as extra lightning, right? It's a lot of flat. I mean, it's also pretty rough, though, because you get 5% of your mana as cost. I wonder how hard this will be to sustain. Instant mana leech is looking real good. Yeah. Keep talking about your mana leech stuff. Okay, and then when we have winter shards, sword skills have 20% chance to fire 8 additional projectiles in a circle. Okay, cool. I could put that on my fireball, guys. Common chonk W. You guys are obsessed with your chonk plans. Oh, wild. I don't know how I read winter. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, am I missing something? Because I'm pretty sure this says 20%, and he's casting like in a projectile like every single time. Oh, looks like he has some double cast as well. Maybe it's Unleash he has on it. Dude, that looks cool too. Oh wait, hold on. There's things I can read on the side here. Gain 20% of lightning as extra damage, spell damage, mana, +5? What the? I'm sorry, what the heck's going on here? Grants level 20 sigil of power. Dude, they had to have done something to gem levels. They did something to gem levels. They did something to gem levels, guys. I'm like 69% sure. They did something to gem levels. Requires level 90? Interesting. Very interesting. Dude, that's okay. Okay. We got some high level. You know what I just realized, guys? You know what I just realized? Level 90 ES bases. Energy shield meta. I'm telling you, dude, you know. These ranger builds, they're gonna have to log out of their ranger and start making a character that scales ES, okay? ES is taking over. Level 90 ES bases, I'm ready. You thought +5 all lightning spells was good? Wait till you see my 2k ES chess piece. You could probably get +5 on a staff and +2 on one hands. Yeah, I kind of wonder. And then we have a Sigil of Power. Gain stages when you spend a total of 50% of your mana while in area. Maximum 4 stages. Buff grants 14% more spell damage per stage. Wait, whoa, what the? That's so much. That's pretty good. Wait a second. That's 56% more damage. Not gonna lie, Chonk is looking really good right now. Shut up with the Chonk. Ain't no shot the Chonks are gonna be the one use. Okay, Chonks might be using this. The Chonks might be using this. But there's also gonna be like sorceress players, okay? Does this mean I can't go blood magic? Wait a minute. That's a lot of damage. Requires level 90 though? Yeah, and it's level 20 sigil of power. But the thing, okay, guys, it's tied to a staff. It's tied to a staff. You know what that means? That means you're paper. From my experience, you put on a staff and your character is paper. That's how it works. You put on a staff and you are instantly paper. You know what that means? Big damage? Okay, let's see. Let's see how fast he kills this boss. Let's see how fast he kills this boss. Was that the kill? Was that the hold on. The fight lasted longer. The fight lasted longer. The fight lasted longer. Alright, fight starts at 23 seconds. So they killed that boss in like 13 seconds. He died to the ad right after the cut. No, he didn't. The ad died to like its own spear thing, right? This wolf, it literally died to the spike. One skill. Yeah, exactly. That's a great point. That's a great point. It's literally a one skill build. And it looks sexy. Dude, that looks so good. Kind of bright though, but picture that, but with fireballs, guys. The fireballs. He missed a lot that died in like 6 or 7 Sparage, yeah. He's playing Unleash, right? That looks like Unleash, I think. Shame that node that allows you to use two-hand doesn't work with staves. Yeah. It's a bit of a bummer. I would totally use that. Read the ball lightning again. What about ball lightning? Fire a slow moving projectile repeatedly, shoots bolts of lightning at nearby enemies. What about ball lightning? John said he's fixing Sork so it can't do one button stuff. I don't think he said that at all. He said he was adding stuff so there's more combination possibilities. That doesn't mean they're making one button stuff not work. Also, by the way, I want to point this out. There's going to be one button builds for literally every class. I would bet on it. Like it's so hard to make it not a thing because you have to balance the opportunity cost of the time it takes to set up your freaking combo. Like you have a skill that takes 1 second to cast but makes you deal damage with your next skill. That sounds good. Oh, I'm going to double the damage of my next skill. Or you could just use the next skill twice. They're showing this on tier 1 maps. I highly doubt this is a tier 1 map. They're not going to showcase a level 90 character on a tier 1 map. Also, it doesn't really matter what tier it's on. Ball lightning looks cool. Level 14 ball lightning? You think they were using a level 11 ball lightning in this showcase? I think they didn't want to showcase what level 20 ball lightning does. So they chose a random level. I hope DD's on the table. I mean, you can't desecrate, so DD might not be on the table. Quinn got the design unique. He high rolled, man. It was freaking it was a 90-10 situation. Arv is dead. I have heard rumors that the Death's Oath has survived for 8 weeks. No. No. Arv is not dead. Arv is fine. They did find a clip where they proc the 20% like 6 times in a row though. They totally found a clip where they literally hit the 1 in 5 6 times in a row. Well, let's like count how many times they got it to proc in a row with the friggin' 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess this is a double cast, so maybe it's only 2 at this point. 1, so that's 3, 4, 5. Yeah, Archmage is more damage per flat mana. It's over. Are you gonna survive, Connor? That they took out your ability to scale flat. I think from what I'm seeing on weapons, on effectiveness, they're trying very hard to. One of the big things they're doing to reduce damage is hit the flat. That's better. That's better. I don't think it's necessarily better. Flat's a very important thing. They're limiting the sources of flat we have a lot, Connor. Like a lot. They're limiting the sources of flat a ton. Double damage per 2k mana? But how hard is mana to get? And it's not like it's just double damage for 2k mana. Like, you have a good Archmage build? Hold on, let's just do this for a comparison. Let's do this for a comparison. We'll compare 10k mana versus 10k mana, which I'm pretty sure it's gonna be harder to get mana than it is in PoE 1. Maybe, I don't know, we'll see. Depends on if there's percent mana on the tree or not. Let's go Archmage PoE 1. Archmage in PoE 1 gives equal to 19% of unreserved mana. So about 20%, right? And if it's level 21, it might be 20%. Yeah, level 21 is 20%. The one limiting factor of Archmage is that flat is bad for it. Flat is what are you talking about, Connor? Things like E-Blade? Oh, you're assuming E-Blade exists in PoE 2, Connor. We don't know the E-Blade exists in PoE 2. What are you? We don't know that E-Blade exists. They got rid of flat as a whole for spells in general, and I think the amount of flat spells have with seems to be much lower. All right, where was I? Let's just use Fireball as an example. Fireball at level 21 has 1800 to 2700. Let's see how this compares. 2000 flat times 4. 370 effectiveness. 3.7 plus 1845 plus 2767 divided by 2. So 9700 versus 845 plus 2767. I can't type. Divided by 2 times 5. You know what? This is more. This is more. You know what? That seems pretty decent. Times 6. Oh, it would be times 6. Yo, that's even better. That's even better. Times 6. Not bad. Not bad. Now you get gem levels. I still think your base flat is bad, though. And to be clear, I'm pretty sure mana does not scale as high. Well, the thing is, does percent mana exist on the tree? Freaking Dreamcore and his selective. Oh, this is the good ones I want to show you. Freaking just show us the whole tree, because there's good stuff on there that you're totally. What are the nodes, man? This is bogus. It's pretty good. I have all the nodes, but I don't want to show them. Percent mana exists. Yeah, but what's the scale? What's the scale? I will get a source. Do we have the source of somebody like hovering over a percent mana node? Flat mana seems like actually kind of accessible. Like flat mana rolls on gear, I believe, is better. We saw like 97 flat mana on a pair of boots, which currently boots can roll like 73 or something mana. Also, int giving 2 mana per instead of 1 mana per 2 int is also quite a bit stronger. It's a reservation. Yeah, it's a reservation. The other thing I'm worried about is I don't know how well we're going to be able to sustain mana. I kind of wonder what that's going to look like. Attribute percent is mana percent? No, not exactly. Because like say you have mana on your gear that is not from int, and you have the mana from the int, it'll scale the mana from the int. But the thing is, that'll be a flat amount of int you're getting additional, and then percent mana will scale both of those after the fact. Chonk? Oh, great. Now Connor's saying Chonk too. Connor, do you know what class you want to play? I kind of don't want to force you to play something you don't want to play. I gotta be honest with you. The lightning damage per int is pretty sick though, yeah. Our Lance is gonna jinx ES stacking. I just can't take another ES meta. It's just what's gonna happen, buddy. You get a lot of mana for sure. Well, yeah, and it's like a separate multiplier. You scale a bunch of int, you do percent ints that or percent attribute that gives you some nice mana, and then boom, you hit it with some more. You could cook with basically monk, merc, sorc, witch, or warrior. So you literally don't want to give me any insight on what you actually want to play? Mana remnants? Guys, I think the remnant thing is super bait. The remnant thing is like super scuffed in my mind. Like getting a flat amount back. I don't know. For 30 spirit. I guess this is a level 4 and it ends up getting more with levels and stuff, but I don't know. I'm still a little bit hesitant to believe in them. To think it's going to be decent. Monk has 2 options, Chonk and Taco Bell. I don't even know what Taco Bell means. What do you mean by that? How common are the Artificer Orbs, missed again? What the hell are Artificer Orbs? $100 Spirit Reservation. Wait, was there a guy earlier that said he had a link for percent mana proof? You know what I need to find? I need to freaking find a freaking... I need somebody who did a freaking Sorceress gameplay in, like, recent history. Not Jungron freaking a year ago when the tree doesn't even exist. Subtract him? Did he have any freaking tree showcase in his thing? Or did he do his dirty too, not showcasing us any of the tree? The tree! The tree! Please, the tree. Okay, hold. Freeze build up, cold damage, okay. Whoa! Gain 12% of mana. Maximum mana as stun threshold. Okay. 6% mana. I wonder if 100% recoup looks possible. I haven't seen enough recoup on the tree, but there's recoup on gear that's pretty good. 6% mana. That says energy shield? What says energy shield? Okay, never mind. 12% of energy shield is stun threshold. 2k mana, endgame. 6% for a notable. Okay, we need him to hover over other notables. That's not a good start. 15% crit chance. That's kind of rough. Dude, there's so much ES. 30%? There's so much ES. Chonk Supremacy. Surely there's got to be a good way to sustain mana. Guys, Sorceress has to have some mana support for it, right? Chonk is not the only valid option, guys. Foreboding? Shut your mouth right now. No. I don't want to preload my flask throughout the entire zone going click, 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 click. Gotta spam my foreboding flask all the freaking time. No. Most garbage unfun. You shut your mouth right now, Connor. Inveterate gives mana on shock. Does it actually? Attacks. I don't think it's Innervate. There's not even gonna be foreboding in PoE2. There's a shock gem that gives mana? Alright, I'll look for it. Is it? And it's a support. Enervation. Oh, it is. Okay. Regenerate 2 mana per second for 4 seconds when supported skill shocks an enemy.
What we doing live?
What we doing live? Yo, Lily. What's going on? Uncapped? So you think this will just keep stacking, like every shock we proc with whatever skill will just keep give us the regen? Like, there's no way. It's level 1, yeah. It might end up getting better. I still have a hard time. Like, you'd have to invest into a lot of mana regen. Great. I don't know. I'm worried about the sustain of the mana situation. If anything just resets the timer, all the support gems are level 1. Yeah, the support gems, they don't change levels. They don't go to like anything else. They just stick at level 1. Yo, Lily, what are you running? Do you know what you're gonna start yet? I keep flip-flopping between Blood Mage and like a Sork. And then I have like a crowd of people that keep pretending Chonk's a good idea. They're out of their minds, I think. He's missing the Chonk light. Yeah, I guess I am. Subtractem Shavelay showed up never worried about mana. Well, Subtractem also had he wasn't doing Archmage or anything yet. Chonk is the way. Don't forget to pop the skellies. Do Ranger for 100% projectiles hits Ascendency plus proj damage? No, I'm not clicking Ranger. I think Ranger's gonna just gonna die is what I think's gonna happen. I think the Ranger's just gonna die. That's my feeling. You click Ranger and you have no scaling. You're just dead. Okay, I guess I'm struggling to find where that... I need to go back to the PoE 2 reveal I was looking at. Dude, I might be talking myself into an ES-based Archmage character. After this preview. I might be thinking about it. Connor, do you want me to wait a little bit longer before I guillotine your and choose your starter? Do you want me to wait until more stuff gets revealed? Archmage, CI Chonk. Guys, can you even leech mana with spells? Does that even work? That might not even work, guys. Our preview people say what's gonna be OP? I think ES is gonna be OP in terms of like defensive scaling with like decent gear. I think on start it's gonna be maybe hard to pull off though. Mana Leech support just for attacks. Yeah, I feel like Mana Leech isn't really a thing in current PoE for spells. I think that they might keep it with that thematics of not letting you leech mana, especially if they're having things like Archmage support. Blood Mage with Zealot's Oath, Mom, and Eldritch Battery though? Wait, what? And my axe. Yo, Tracker, appreciate the sub, dude. PoE 2, let's go. Omega hyped, same. I'm also Omega hyped. There is all leech now? I have no idea if there is or not. But the Archmage support here, it's not Archmage support. It's a buff that applies to every spell you'd use. It's just a buff. For every 2k mana, you get 100% gain is extra. It's very strong. But also, like, I don't know how the hell you sustain this, especially if you want to, like, do Mind Over Matter, and then you brick your recovery rate. What happens if you do Eldritch Battery with this? What do you guys think? What happens if you do Eldritch Battery with this? Spells cost an additional 5% of your mana. Do you think we get away with just clicking EB? Oh, and then once we take damage, we start spending it down until the recover procs? It doesn't say you need to spend mana, yeah, right? We click the CI EB Archmage. Over quality to mana floss. Hard stack all three? Nah, I'm thinking I could be back on the CI train with this. You know how the cast on stuff mechanics work? Sort of. I mean, it kind of depends on how accurate the information on the PUDB page is. Dude, this stuff is wild though. This stuff is very wild. Why CI? The extra life might be good. The reason for CI is chaos immune. You don't have to gear chaos res, and then it makes you immune to one of your weaknesses. Dude, I didn't know if they were gonna have Archmage in the previews. This is kind of exciting. Watch it go to like 7% at level 20. Oh, that's a good point. It is level 14. So it is scaling. Glaze Nation? Wait, what the hell? What is that? What does Glaze Nation mean?
Echoes in eternity.
Yo, Try, dude. Thanks for the raid. How you doing? Welcome everybody from, I guess, Glaze Nation. You guys been glazing a lot these days. Welcome, welcome. How's everybody doing? I have now once again talked myself back into my original plan, which is CI EB Mom due to Archmage. I am once again logging in. Chonk Nation Rise. Okay, no, there's no Chonk Nation, guys. Dude, Chonk is. You guys are seriously baiting yourselves if you think Chonk's gonna be the play. I'd log in twice if I could. Lance and ES tagging? Yeah, dude, I'm looking at it. Wait, does Subtractem hover over any more ES nodes? Does he hover over any more ES nodes? Come on, dude. Dreamcore is not treating me right. I need some more ES nodes, some more ES node hoverage. Please, I'm begging you. Please, just give me a little something. Subtractem! Hover the ES nodes, what the hell? Is that the only ES nodes he hovers over the entire video? That's it? He's just hovering over supports? Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like. What does this have? 150 cost multiplier. Source spells you cast yourself, making their effect reoccur twice. Gain seal every 2% cast time. Spells unsealed when cast. Their effects reoccur for each seal lost. Bro got raided and didn't even know? I did. Wait, did the raid notification not play? Is it bricked? No, it's working, I think. Okay.
What we doing live? Echoes in eternity.
Next to 25% mana regen, there was a small 12% mana regen nodes when he was hovering earlier. Yeah, I'm going back to the where he was hovering at. I still can't get over this. Like, okay, okay, mana blessing, sure, that's kind of neat, but I can't get over this. Guys, hear me out. This node, what does it say? 28% energy shield. What does this node say? 15%. What does this node say? 15%. What does this node say? 40%. Granted, if we are doing the chonk, or not chonk, sorry. If we're doing Archmage, we don't want to take the 10% reduced mana. This node over here, I'm pretty sure says 30%, right? The node over here? Yeah, 30 freaking percent. Chonk confirmed. No, I'm not gonna start chonking. It's not happening. No, keep dreaming. Dream on. It ain't happening. No, we're not becoming Chonk Nation. Shut up. Shut up. Dude, look at this though. I could spend 15 points and I'd have like 200% increased ES. I'm at 200% increased ES with like 15 points, not to mention all the other points that have like way more ES than makes any natural sense. Dream on until your dreams come true. Yeah, something like that. Chunk Nation Rise. Guys, how many of you honestly are going to log into the instant leech? I haven't seen like a single leech node on the tree for percentage leech amount. How many of you guys are actually being real about this whole plan to log in and start chonking it up? Because I gotta be honest, right now I think most of you guys are just liars, straight up liars. Me, I don't. I'm gonna check back with you guys. I'm gonna write down all these names I'm seeing right now. Dude, he doesn't even like look like a witch or a sorceress in this gameplay. That you just look at that meaty armor. I can't even tell that's a sorceress. That's some thick looking armor. How do we recover our 16k ES in Act 3? You could have every single monster in the game hit you in Act 3 and they still haven't chipped you down to 0 ES. So you don't even need to recover at that point. You're welcome. We saw an item with 7% leech on it, but it was related to like attack though, right? It was related to attacks though. No respecting ascendancies though? Yeah. Dude, I might be going back to my original plan. I might be going back to the original plan, guys. I might be back on clicking sorceress and then making my decision last minute based on these nodes here and here. I might be back on the original plan of just like freaking ignoring the blood mage plan and going straight back to the CI plan. That archmage freaking buff looks good. The lightning spells look aesthetic. We don't even have to do those. We could do fireball with it, right? Because it's percent damage is extra lightning. We could literally go do fireball with it, right? Damage, yeah, as lightning. I could literally click fireball, and I could shoot the fireball as much as I want. The only problem is if I have like like fire petted stuff versus lightning petted, but it's gonna be like two different types of damage. Let's be honest, Chrono loots too cool, looks too cool to be good, right? There's a chance it's good if the other nodes on it are good. Tomorrow, Dream Int area. I gotta be honest, with how Dream has botched this little node selection, I feel like he's glazing over. Like I think he's like skipping past very good nodes. He's handpicking 10, but I don't think he's even picking the best 10. Okay? Like his video today, he looked at a node that had like 20% evasion energy shield and it had some other stat, and he was talking about the other stat. He wasn't talking about the fact that it had 20% evasion and energy shield on it. He's not picking the generic ones. Listen, I want to know about the generic ones too, man. I want the power. With 5k mana, you get 250% damage as lightning. Yep. That sounds pretty good, right? 100 spirit reservation. Yeah, it's a pretty big reservation, but think about the damage. All nodes matter, exactly. He's going to show us more nodes for chalk tomorrow. No, he's not. Guys, I will be laughing at all of you when you guys lose the ability to reserve. Think about it this way. Think about it this way. Look at this. Archmage, 100 spirit reservation. It literally says, and I can translate, gain 250% of damage as lightning, right? 100 spirit reservation. And you guys are going to tell me with a straight face, no lie, no cap on a stack, you're going to go over here and you'll be like, oh, I'm going to log it a chalk. And you're going to get 1% per extra chaos, 20 on reserve darkness, which equates to like 30% extra. Okay? And you'll be like, oh, I'm chonking. Pathetic. I'm just not going to click the darkness. You guys are coping so hard. Here's what happens. Okay, let me walk you through this. Leech has to be good. If Leech is not good, you are literally logging out and you're logging into a different Ascendency. If Leech is good, guess what? Your choices are max Chaos Res, which is it's okay. I will admit that's an okay option, but also keep in mind you can just click CI with an ES build, which you should be doing anyways, which means you shouldn't even click this node. Which then means your options are Darkness, which is bad, a trigger on kill buff, and you're praying this is good. You're trying to do an RNG roll that this one node is good, or this node is good, but you have to pick up a bad node. Why would I'm going to reserve my life? You can't reserve your life. That's not a thing. They haven't showed us any arrogance, support, or anything like that yet. Instant mana leech, John. We need full Ascendency nodes as soon as possible. I don't think they're giving it to us. I think they're going to let us go in, and this is what we know. We're going to know these 4 nodes, or these 4 nodes from, like, Blood Mage, and we're not going to know any of this other stuff, right? I am predicting there's going to be some banger stuff in here or in here. And I'm going to be glad I clicked Sorceress and not Chonk and not Blood Mage. Titan or Stormweaver for me? Yeah, I think this would both be pretty safe options. I think Stormweaver is a pretty safe option for a caster. Like the nodes they showcased were all like seeming generically decent. And then the unknown nodes, there's a high chance of them being good because you have 7 possibilities, right? Even if a couple are bad, you still probably end up with a decent Ascendency. I'm gonna go Flash Grenade Titan. Okay. I hope that works out. Big risk, big reward. No, Chonk is not big risk, big reward. It's big risk, very low chance of any reward. Oh yeah, let's not forget the freaking what was it called? The Sigil of Power. The Sigil of Power though is like this requires you to spend mana though. Also, it forces you into staff, which is bad. Pandoom is weird if there's no life reservation. I think there might be a Petrified Blood, but yeah, I haven't seen anything for life reservation yet. Staff is good? Yeah, staff seems kind of wild. Why is staff bad? I'm saying staff is bad defensively. That's what I'm saying. I think generally I believe block is a strong mechanic and shield stats are quite powerful usually. They say Blood Mage allows you to reserve life. I have no idea. I have a feeling they don't want you using shields, which is exactly why you should be using a shield. Think about it, guys. Think about it. Are you going to let the devs pigeonhole you into some staff that kills your defense? Or are you going to resist them trying to freaking pigeonhole you into a staff and you're going to grab a shield and be hella tanky and still deal good damage? We all have shield swap. Big staff, big chonk. You guys need to dial it back with the chonking. The staff looks like an instant W. Guys, let's not forget that this staff probably cost a good amount of currency. This is probably expensive, guys. This is probably expensive. Is it really fair that we deal damage to monsters? Yes. 35D on day 1. I'll have 25X, but X. Yeah, but things aren't going to be listed in X though, right? And this isn't going to exist in Act 1. This is going to exist when somebody does like a freaking, You probably have to kill a boss for this. I bet this is like a freaking tier 4 Chayula dude, right? Or a Gestala dude, right? It's probably not even like, you probably can't even get this in a T16 map. You probably literally have to kill one of the higher tier bosses to get this. Level 90, guys. What's the quality doing? I have absolutely no idea. I wish I could tell you. Quality might be giving more spell damage or something. Who knows? Lance is coping so hard. Okay, we'll see who's coping. Okay, when I have 20,000 ES and 10k mana and deal millions of damage, and you guys have freaking instant leech that doesn't work with spells, and you have no ascendancy power, we'll see who's laughing. The chonkers are going down. Okay, the chonkers are going down. I will at least admit you guys have a chance to give me competition because you're making the intelligent decision to click energy shield. But let's not kid ourselves, okay? You guys are gonna be no match for me, okay? Your chonking has limits. Can you link the video? Which one? You want the ball lightning video or you want something else? My CI Archmage build just got stronger. Log in.
And my axe.
1,000 ES from items, 2,000% ES from the tree. Exactly. One shot by Fizz. I bet. I doubt. Well, I don't know. We'll see. I bet the bosses are gonna be super overtuned. I bet the bosses are gonna be really hard. I think there's going to be a situation where there's like a lot of people getting wrecked because Jonathan said they haven't really tested the endgame yet, which means Mark probably cooked. And he probably wants people not to win initially. So I feel like he probably overtuned him, right? The Sigil Showcase is a chonk user. The Sigil Showcase is literally a sorcerer. AKA not a monk, AKA not a chonk. What do you mean? Yoshima and stickers. Appreciate the primes, guys. Thanks for the support. Bleed mommy all the way. Okay, I don't know about that one, Olden Son. He's using 200% of his mana per second. Yeah, I guess let's look at that. What does his mana sustain look like? 1 stage? I'm trying to look at it. 2 stage? 3 stage? 4 stage, I think. Oh, was Sigil of Power supposed to have a better duration than that? What was that duration? Was that really only 11 seconds? So he spent 200% mana in the course of that time frame. How long was that actually? It basically was the 12-second duration. We can't see, Lance? You guys see the same thing I could see. Did you pay for this? Did you pay for this, Rose? Or are you just trying to get a free emote? Was this bought and paid for? Wrong chonk? Okay, we need a different chonk, guys. It's the wrong chonk. Link the correct one, guys. Link the correct one. We don't deal in discount chonks. Yeah, this is the one that Grutherback linked me earlier. Well, I need the 7TV link, guys. I need the 7TV link. So 7TV is bricked right now. It's 200% mana in around 5 seconds. It seemed longer than 5 seconds, though. It seemed like 10 seconds, right? I'm trying to see how fast they ramped it. Because it was like 22 is right now. And then I was trying to see the symbols occur. So that's 1, 2. I mean, that actually hit the first stage really fast, right? Hit the first stage in like 3 casts. That's a lot of mana spend. But the thing is, they also spend time like dodging around, right? Because it's not this guy forgot to spec ES, so he is not a tanky character. Probably a life user. Dedge is Chong Gamers? Yeah, I think so. Mana Leech on the spell? I don't think it's Mana Leech. I wonder if they changed the base regen rate of mana. The wiki doesn't know. Did Subtractem talk about mana sustain in his video? He probably did. He hovered over mana nodes. I'm kind of curious now.
Huge fidelity upgrade over Path of Exile 1.
To me, Draven.
Freeze is so strong. So you can see in the upper left corner, building up the freeze.
His mana seems like super easily sustained. That is wild. The skill gems in PUDB must be like super wrong about the mana number.
I'll turn it up a little bit for you.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Perspective, like this is always the right play, but there are, you know, inefficient methods of customize your builds and Path of
So
Exile.
the mana wasn't an issue. He probably started out with the.
This is a new school called.
He did start with some of the mana regen, right?
Unfortunately, I was you know, with my gearing, I was like really pushed into cold skills.
He's using a free mana skill from the staff.
But I
yeah, I guess we should look at when he's casting skills that aren't the free mana skill.
They're beautiful and really cool. I'll turn it up a little bit for you.
Yeah, so he gets the regen when he's using that skill. Even then, though, this mana cost doesn't seem too bad.
But as you can see.
But note to self, dude, that
so
staff
strong.
is OP.
But oh my god, the animation is just gorgeous. Like
Now don't move.
walking around and self-casting Ice Nova, you're gonna see a lot of that. It just ended up being the strongest tool.
That mana looked rough right there.
Like
look when he goes to start doing Ice Nova.
Walking around and
Starts
self-casting
destroying
Ice
his
Nova, you're
mana.
gonna see a lot of that. It just
Drop the video. Oh, shoot. Hold on. What's the Fire Soul thing? I think that's the Ember skill. That's the here, I'll show you. It's this thing. It's the Ember Fusillade. I think it's this. It's this thing. Conjure a blazing ember that hovers above you. After short duration, the embers launch at an enemy, dealing fire damage in the area of impact. Recasting the spell resets the duration for all active embers. Multiple embers fired in the same fusillade will attempt to target different enemies. I think that's this thing. Pretty neat little ability. The staff was +2 cold and 50% damage. Yeah, it was a cracked staff.
ended up being the strongest tool, unfortunately, for me a lot of time. Here's another boss, just showing how strong I am. This is about halfway through Act 1.
Let me teach you the power of the Eternals.
Let's see it. Let's see the DPS.
Well, yeah, like the anime, I don't know. This is clearly a fidelity upgrade, a huge fidelity upgrade over Path of Exile 1.
To me, Draven.
Dude, that is
Freeze is so
ridiculous.
So you can see in the upper left corner, building up the freeze. See those debuffs right there. We also now have the damage numbers.
Such good damage.
You can see the damage numbers up here.
That
You can
is
see their
hilarious.
weaknesses and strengths right here. Debuffs, and then damage numbers, just like Dark Souls.
Get the +2 staff early, easy
pretty
peasy.
cool.
Yeah.
Take your necromancy to the grave where it belongs.
See the stat? Yeah. It's 47 cold damage and +2.
Here's me kind of mousing over a couple things in the passive tree.
Still can't get over the high percent
Didn't see anything
ES.
crazy. I didn't explore everything in the passive tree. I didn't have a ton of time. I wanted to
30% ES. Dude, man. I'm gonna be an ES enjoyer.
was balancing like playing the game, chatting with Octavian and Jonathan, you know, chatting with the other streamers, and God, it was. I wish I could have played more. I could have explored more, but I wanted to do a little bit of everything while I was there.
Don't forget, Mana Tempest is gonna be so much damage. What's Mana Tempest? Have we seen how much flat ES we're getting on gear? We've seen a few different bases. I don't think I've seen a high level base. The percent ES rolls and the flat ES rolls that occur on gear seem to be similar. But the deciding factor is going to be how much the bases roll with ES. Like, for example, if you have a 200 ES base, then you can realistically get to around 700 ES on like a chess piece, for example. Versus if the chess piece can only go up to 150, then it'll be lower, like 600, you know, like that sort of thing.
Yeah, this one is really cool. Frozen Vortex. When you shatter an enemy, 30% of the overkill damage is done per second. It lasts 3 seconds, so you basically get 90% of the overkill damage that you do.
The spaghetti node, yeah, I saw that one.
Total, which is pretty cool. I don't think I was doing that much. So the cool thing with Cold Snap, rather. So Cold Snap is a skill that shatters. So kind of like the rotation that you can do here is, I end at Frostbolt, so you could do Ice Nova. You can cast your Ice Nova on Frostbolt by default.
He wasn't using Fireball, dude. He was missing out. I am for sure clicking Fireball. I want the Fireball bad. Armor and ES or full ES? I think it's probably going to be full ES, but there might be an argument for doing some hybrid if you want to try to... There's maybe an argument for that in some cases.
I just found my Frostbolt was going
Yeah,
too
that stab,
fast,
you're not clicking
like,
Fireball?
casting too many skills,
I would be
just-
probably level
that got
it.
a little bit too much. But what
Like, the thing is, he's still using skills that aren't just that staff, for example. And he's doing damage with the other skills as well.
I ended up doing was dropping Frostbomb when necessary, casting Ice Nova, freeze.
Is Arc in the game? Arc is in the game, and it looks decent. Arc gets 50% more damage for each remaining chain, and it starts out with +2 chains. It is in the game. I already know I'm going Fireball. The Fireball looks so fun to
Cold
me.
Snap will shatter frozen
I'm gonna do
enemy
Fireball
for
with my
damage.
Archmage.
And then you can link that with Frozen Vortex, so that shatter overkill damage.
You went with
will
with
then,
cold skills
put,
because of
like, a
staff,
nice, strong
probably.
Vortex on the ground. Ended up being a pretty cool combo.
And I really... What would be nice is seeing the difference in the flat damage that spells give as they
Leash
level them
is
up.
about the same as
So
it
we
was
could
in
actually give some
PoE1.
context.
This is to demonstrate a little bit more. So, Frostbomb on the ground, casting Ice Nova, and then Cold Snap to shatter them. And showing how dangerous zones can be really quickly. You can start getting stunned.
Got to go with the ES nodes.
You have to be pretty intentional about just charging forward. Here we go. Here's Veriketh, aka Candlemass, I guess. Same monster from PoE1 with a different name.
Have I seen the staff? Yes, guys, I've seen the staff. It's +2 cold and 50% cold damage on it. I'm aware
So
of
as
the
you can
stat
see, my damage
situation.
is not as much. I believe I still have the same staff from the beach. So with all that said, it's just that same staff, no additional damage items or anything. And this is probably about 2/3 to 3/4 of the way through Act 1. Probably 3/4. I think this is almost the last zone.
It seems corruption takes on many.
The thing is, like, his staff's already kind of fallen off. Because, like, this boss... Like, I feel like me and Yosis, when we did our run, we had a harder time with the boss he killed in, like, 5 seconds than we did with this guy. CC for cold skill's pretty crazy, yeah, because you get really big chills, right? I'll probably just use whatever cool stat drops on my item in the first run, yeah.
All right, so I didn't want to like go. This boss fight takes a little bit. This is the final boss of Act 1. Got an Exalted Orb.
Plus 1
Show
exalt.
the new item that I got. I finally did upgrade my staff. Level 5 freezing shards. I actually spent, I edited this. I spent a lot of time, like a solid 2 minutes or so, 2 to 3 minutes, trying to compare the damage numbers between all my different skills. So the interesting thing here is I lose the +2 cold skill gems, and I gain level 5 freezing shards as well as some freeze buildup, which is nice. I actually end up taking this. But you can see you have your DPS numbers right here, which are... So I was originally looking down in the lower right corner in
so how
PoE1.
much? Let's see the
but
change.
These tooltips, I hope they build these out a little bit. I think they're trying to simplify it. But when you mouse over your skills in the lower right...
How much did,
I
did
hope
the
they,
+2 make?
so
Did he show the keybinds
you can see you have your...
Okay, wait. Back it up.
freeze build up,
Back
which
it
is
up.
nice. I actually end up taking this. But...
Okay. This is a good idea of what happens with the +2 cold. So Frost Bomb is at 270, Ice Nova is at 60. And he trades a weapon that has slightly more spell damage than % cold damage, but he loses the +2.
You can see you have...
I mean, the +2 kind of is actually doing a lot there. That's like 50% more damage for the cold skills. $17 to $23. Yeah, this went up, while the other things went down. My guess is this skill might shotgun. I'm trying to figure out why this was even doing close to comparable damage to the other skills he was doing. He downgraded for sure. Well, he might be doing just better damage with this. The thing is, he's also not linking this with his supports, and he maybe should be. It does shotgun, yeah, because it shoots out like 6 projectiles, right? Or like 5 or something. It does seem like it does shotgun to me. Playthrough was so useless to gauge how to play a Sork. I don't think that's true at all. He's one of the only people that showcases a Sork. How can you say this is not freaking useful information? You gotta be able to extrapolate though on having...
So I was originally...
Like, okay, we'll put it this way. Let's say he was dealing 50% more damage than if he had a weapon that had no +2, right? It's still a pretty big deal in terms of how fast he was killing that one thing. I think the takeaway is this, like, the skill that's bound to this weapon, because that weapon, that freezing shard thing, doesn't benefit from the +2, right? I think the takeaway is, if you get a skill bind like this, it's really strong early. And it had nothing to do with the +2, because the +2 clearly does not affect freezing shards, right?
Looking down in the lower...
Or did it? And the +1 was the difference in going from 17 to 23. He needs the difference in a level 5 or what did it say beforehand? What did it say? Hold on. What did it say beforehand? Did it say level 4 beforehand, or did it say level 2?
I'll add some freeze buildup, which is nice. I actually end up taking this, but
okay, it did say level 4. Okay, so the +2 does actually apply to it. Man, that's so weird. So items that have a certain level of skill do get benefits from gem levels, and they do get support gems for them. Man, that is so weird. Does that mean that Sigil of Power was level 25? Yeah, I think that means it could be level 25 Sigil of Power. So it's a skill after all. Yeah, I think it's just weird because of playing PoE1 is just you're so used to things that are like from items not getting scaled. Level 25 Archmage, yeah. That is hey. We're in a whole new world. I like it though. I still think the takeaway is the item or the skill link to the item's OP. Also, I should say this as well. Plus level gear is super freaking common. Like, even if you didn't get a plus level in the like when you first kill the first boss or whatever, I think you can buy multiple plus level gems from the vendor. Like the first act vendor. He'll have like multiple that are plus levels, I think.
You can see you have your DPS numbers right here, which are... So I was originally looking down in the lower right corner in PoE1, But these tooltips, I hope they build these out a little bit. I think they're trying to simplify it. But when you mouse over your skills in the lower right corner, it shows nothing. It just says the name. There's no data whatsoever. I think they want everything to kind of be in the skill gems, like kind of kept over in the corner here in the skill gems panel.
Are those keybinds? He's playing Wazda, right? Not click to move. So that changes things, right? When you play Wazda and you're not playing click to move, then it means you can have a skill on your left click, right? Or you're Connor and you're a bit sadistic.
And there's a rough DPS estimate. Again, because you're comboing so many things, it's not going to be accurate whatsoever. But you can see these DPS numbers changing as I'm...
He's left-handed? Oh, you guys are talking about the... I didn't even notice that. Oh, okay. I thought you guys were just talking about the fact he had a skill on his left click. I literally thought you were because I think it's weird when people have a skill on their left click. So that's what I was looking at, and I was like, well, I think it's because he has I didn't notice the OK and the brackets. But yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, left-handed, that makes sense. The F keybind, yep. That's maniacal. I'm left-handed, but I grew up using right-handed setup. I can't imagine using left-hand key layout. Yeah, that's kind of a weird thing. I wonder how much that transfers over. Like, if you just get used to something, then you're used to it, right? I'm left-handed. I use a normal layout. You know, maybe it depends on the person whether or not they take the time to try one versus the other, right? It's definitely something you'd have to learn. You'd have to get used to.
Changing my weapons around. And I keep trying to mouse over here to like see if anything changes, but it actually, the tooltip doesn't change when you change your items. The
tooltip does change. I just don't think he's probably just not used to looking over here. This is gonna take like an adjustment period to get used to it being here. So he upgraded his freezing shards and he downgraded his frostbomb and his ice nova. But to be fair, I think his freezing shards was still like his better ability anyways.
Anything changes, but it actually, the tooltip doesn't change.
Can I make time go fast? I'm not a chronomancer. I have no power over time manipulation.
Tooltip. So here's, I believe, the first boss fight in Act 2. There's my frostbolts flying in, trying to clear some of the ads.
Chunky ads. This fight is literally different than when I fought it. They didn't have these extra 2 ads or this friggin' spear thing. They literally added more mechanics to this fight. And this fight kind of had mechanics to begin with.
This fight ends up taking a while. So yeah, this is, you know, if we're going to talk about some of the cons, at least for the sorceress gameplay, there wasn't that much I can do. If we think about the tools that I have, and I went into all of the cast speed that I could. I had faster casting. I took all of the cast speed nodes on the passive tree. If any gear gave me any cast speed, I would take it. So the problem with this fight is if you go above this line up here, there's a bunch of hyenas standing on a cliff that will just shoot arrows at you. So you're stuck in this little triangular arena. You really can't go up here.
What Ascendency? I'm leaning towards Sork right now.
The boss will
maybe
just,
Stormweaver.
if you walk away from him, he'll do multiple slams. He'll do a charge attack at you. Like his scariest... I guess I'm spoiling the boss fight spoilers if you don't want to know how this boss fight works. At the beginning of Act 2. But if you get too far away from him, he'll do a charge attack at you. Or he'll do really big slams.
When I see this, I'm screaming use the shard skill.
I don't have any tools that give me very good damage at range. Like,
did he take it off his keybinds? I think he took it off his keybinds.
It's not like PoE1. You know, later on, maybe if I get Unleash and
mana looks fine, yeah. His mana doesn't seem like
it's
an issue.
But if you cast 1 Frostbolt and then maybe I can get 2 Ice Novas and then 1 Frostbolt and 2 Ice Novas, I'd rather just cast 3 Ice Novas, right? Or even like 3.5, because the Frostbolt had a slow cast speed. Because of
this is what I'm saying about the combo skills. It's the opportunity cost. You have to make the combo
that
skills give you
cadence,
more out of
it
it.
was actually way better for me to just stay close to him. Thing is, the way the fight works,
They have to be like substantially better to feel like it's
and
worth it.
if I walk away from him, he'll do like really scary range stuff, and I'm kind of stuck in slow cast animations. And it's actually easier to just, you know, roll around him when you're really close. Also, he periodically spawns ads, and
The
because
right combo to make
the
it feel
ads
smooth,
are
yeah.
not
It's something where you're gonna
nonstop,
want
but
cast
pretty
speed.
frequent, I'm forced to almost nonstop just spam my Ice Nova. And this was a little bit of a concern. Like 100% could be build or skill issue, but you know, I kind of felt a little pigeonholed into just I didn't hate it, but I guess I cut this out because I didn't want to spoil the whole fight. But yeah, that's basically what the fight was. I just wanted to point that out. Conk effect. Oh yeah, I got Solar Orb, which was just a cool. It just, you put a fire orb on the ground. It's
He's
very
breaching some
pretty,
Ice Nova, it's not doing a lot of
and it does
damage.
burning damage. Just kind of mousing over some of the support gems here. You can see a couple more support gems that we haven't seen yet.
More skill effect
Camera, you
duration.
can see a little bit more. So yeah, just leaving this for anyone that wants to comb through the video and just see everything I mouse over. Go for it. So I'm gonna let the rest of this play out. You can just.
Cold's looking pretty safe. Yeah, freeze logging enemies is nice. I don't think Ice Nova is a particularly good DPS skill, but I think it's good for freezing. What was the tooltip they had on the Ice Nova in the showcase they had? Where they showcased the Sork. Did I already close out of this? I already closed out of it. I keep going back to this because it showcases a tooltip section with some skills.
This is
Friendly reminder about the keys. Yeah, I mean, I've been using those depending on different things.
You get a single fireball that explodes, throw multiple projectiles on there, and you know, obviously it does what you might expect. You get multiple fireballs. So one of the things that's important is that you can actually move these support gems around between skills.
Fireball, 2500 DPS, lightning conduit, 1k. Level 20. So there's a bunch of gem levels. I wonder if Spark's actually like good DPS. But surely Fireball can shotgun, right? Fire skills look so much better than Cold. Yeah, Fireball, the Solar Orb, those look really cool to me.
Projectiles. You get a single fireball that explodes. Throw multiple.
Yeah, you get the explosion every time. I think Fireball shotguns.
And you know, obviously it does what you might expect. You get multiple fireballs.
Like, how is the dude standing next to that wall not getting hit 3 times?
So the one.
Like, he's so getting hit 3 times. Like, that Wild Shard Ice Spear seemed like it was hitting shotgunning if you just stood next to the enemy, too. I wonder if that works for things like Fireball, if you freaking stand right next to them and then even without walls. Might only shotgun with walls, yeah. It could also shotgun without, potentially. Storm on crit Spark, yeah. Spark looks like it might be just a decent skill. 3 hits plus the potential Fireball ricochets, yeah, it's kind of what I'm wondering.
One of the things that's
You
important
can hit
is
your
that
own
you can actually
Frost
move
Wall.
these support gems around between skills. For example, we took the multiple projectiles and instead we put.
That's right. Frostwall's totally a skill that has like freaking the ability to be imploded or whatever. Creates a wall of ice which holds enemies back. The crystals explode if sufficiently damaged or if pushed hard enough. But you can manually hit those and they blow up. So if you tie Frostwall to like, let's say like a cast on Ignite or something, and you're just casting, you're constantly proccing this skill, I feel like that would feel pretty good. Probably would need a big enemy to hit all three, and if you do, you would also get the extra progeny as well. Well, I think if you do something like this combo with Frostwall or something where you force some extra object to hit and blow up on Fortress, yeah, use the Fortress support. Is the Fortress support on here? Fortress just makes it go in like a circle, right? That's a support gem. Walls, forum, support skills are created in a circle instead, yeah. Circular wall, yeah, that's the support right here. Are you still thinking about circling enemies? What do you mean by circling enemies? Frozen Locust is destroyable as well. What's Frozen Locust? I guess that's a skill gem. Cast on Minion Death. We'll see if that works with SRS, then that is an angle. And we can put it with less duration and stuff. Frozen Locust. Leap backward and strike the ground with your staff. No. This is, well, it's a quarterstaff, first of all, which I don't want to be holding a quarterstaff. And second of all, it's like one little thing, right? Versus the frozen wall is going to be like multiple objects. Shield wall. I don't want to be giving up a shield, no. That seems too rough as a downside. Melee Andes, yeah, this is a chonker skill is what this is. This is a chonker skill situation. Frostwall Fortress Wild Shards. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Peter. That's where I'm at. Could be glorious. Having played D4, the rogue jump back never feels good. I can't imagine liking the jump back. I can't see it. I have a real hard time seeing the jump back.
On I don't know.
I don't want to lose control of my character where it's forcibly going one direction that I can't control.
Oh, this ice. I think you've got an ice skill somewhere. Frostbolt.
You know, Subtractum should have used both staves and had an ice nova on the yeah, oh, that's a good point. He literally could have used the weapon swap thing, and he could have had the best of both worlds. He could have had the better damage and the better ice nova damage. Which it's gonna take some getting used to. Like, I don't know. I don't think on the fly I'm gonna think to do that. I'll like try to keep that in my mind of things I can do, but I literally wouldn't even think of that. And I think also when we were literally watching him, I don't know if somebody said it earlier. There might have been a couple people that said it earlier, but I don't think there were very many people that said, "Oh, he should just do that." Like, you said it now later, and I noticed it, but that's definitely not something that's in our brains of like, oh, that's a thing I can do, you know? How slow is the weapon swap? It doesn't seem like too much of a change, but the thing is, it's like you pay the change once, pretty much. Like when he was like doing like this part of when he was doing this fight or whatever, he made up in his mind that he just wants to cast Ice Nova. So he would pay the cost of swapping, which is like the slight, I don't know, 250 millisecond delay, whatever it is. And then he would not pay the delay anymore as he continues to cast it. Can we corrupt support gems? Do we know? Maybe. I don't know. Quality's a thing, so it might be a thing for support gems too. I'm not too sure one way or another. Man, dude, I'm so excited about Fireball.
Make that into multiple projectiles instead. So effectively, I'd expect you get multiple fireballs.
I could just continuously just rewatch this.
You get multiple fireballs. So one of the things that's important, you get multiple fireballs. So one of the things you get multiple fireballs.
Dog Nation, you guys gotta watch out. This is
that's important is that you can.
Come on, man. It looks so freaking fun. We'll try out. Okay, if the cast on SRS death thing works, that'll be insane for our procs. If it doesn't work, we can always do cast on ignite or like cast on crit, depending on like what works out. That skill just looks so fun. There's a lot of other cool fire skills too, like the I really like the solar this solar orb thing. This thing right here. This skill is pretty cool. It constantly, like, I don't know if they showcase this at all or not too much, but I use this on the playtest and I like the skill a lot. It constantly procs a hit. It lasts like, I don't know, 10 seconds or whatever it is. And then if you hit it, it blows up as well. Something like that, I think. It might let me see. It should be solar orb. Solar orb. Creates a stationary fire orb that periodically releases explosion fire. Cast a skill again will replace the previous orb. Okay, never mind. It doesn't actually blow up like I thought it did. I thought it blew up if you hit it, but I guess not. I just imagined that. It still is a thing you can put down and just constantly deals damage for you, which is pretty nice. What's going on with Eye of Winter? Eye of Winter seems pretty strong. I think I'm going to use Eye of Winter as a proc skill to generate crit chance. If I can proc this skill on any consistent basis, this gives me 10 base crit. Which seems pretty good to me. Both lightning and cold have freeze-like effects. Fire feels pretty left out of the extra defensive layer. Fire skills might just be more damage, so their extra defensive layer is killing the enemy faster. You know, like, we don't... Like, Fire has Ignite, for example. Ignite now scales with hit-based damage. Ignite also now scales with crit, so it's one of those things where maybe that also feels good too, you know? All the cast on ammo will allow auto-cursing with all bills if they sort of single element focus. Yeah, and you can also just do Blasphemy. Like, Blasphemy is only 30 spirits, so it seems like a decent option as well. I'm definitely going to be considering doing a Blasphemy. Why slower proj, though? That's just the way that Eye of Winter is, just a slow-moving projectile. Is Rolling Magma in? I don't know if I've seen Rolling Magma yet. I don't know if it is. It is. Nice. I don't know if I've seen like gem information on it though. It was in the Stormweaver demo. Wait, it was. Hold on. Stormweaver.
Classes.
Oh, that's right. I put the slow speed on this one.
The start of early access. Only 2 per class will be available. Ascendency classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell.
Okay, hold the phone. I need to watch this a little bit slower actually.
Drastically affect how you build your character.
I'll mute Jonathan this time. I kind of want to look at to see how if I'm shotgunning from close range. Hold on. Playback speed. Enhance. Okay. I just want to point out they have LMP on. There were 2 enemies there. Every single fireball got blown up, but only one of the fireballs had the projectiles go everywhere, which is a little bit weird, right? Miss. Holy, this guy sucks at aiming. Did all 3 of those blow up with that hit? Like, it looks like it, right? The enemy's under an ailment effect? What ailment effect is he under? The effect of getting blown up? Oh, so good. Oh, because he was shocked. But what does the shock have to do with the explosion occurring there? All right, hold on. To me, it looks like they're hitting like freaking 3 times, even on small enemies from distance. Like, look at this. You have this one enemy here, and they're like all blowing up. You know, that's volley support. Volley support is maybe a thing. Two hits there. The thing is, like, there's no... Oh, okay. Actually, the fireball might still be going through that last fireball. But it seems like you can shotgun if you're just, like, point blank on the enemy to me. That last one was just 1. Was it really just 1? I'm just coping out of my mind. Maybe LMP gives the explosion extra proj for the stuff that, like, goes out. Okay, now you guys are right. These are the 2 main fireballs. That was just 1, but it looks like LMP might apply to the smaller like extra proges that go out. It's gotta be Herald of Fire explosions. I don't think it's a Herald of Fire explosion. That one's only 1. Dude, it looks so good. Okay, I think the Frostwall thing will work, and I feel like maybe it works if you stand right on top of them, maybe. But maybe I'm just coping. How many projectiles was that? We'll go back and count the Nova projectiles in a bit. And I'm just trying to look a bit at fireball mechanics. I was supposed to look at rolling magma. You guys said there was rolling magma here, and I'm literally just looking at fireball. I can't help myself. You're blind? I don't see how you guys are seeing rolling magma, to be honest. I think you guys are coping about the rolling magma gameplay. Oh, okay. I see it. I see it now. They're right here. They're right here. I see them bouncing. I see them bouncing. I see it now. Okay, you guys are right. There is rolling magma. Okay. All right, I'll slow the phone down. Fireball goes boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that would have been 8, right? So maybe it normally shoots at 6, and the +2 proj applies. I feel like the plus proj applies to the fireball both before explosion and after. We can compare directly against this footage, right?
Actually move these skill gems. Pick is multiple projectiles for one of our skills. So, for example, we've got Fireball. If you fire it without multiple projectiles, you get a single fireball that explodes. Throw multiple.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5
projectiles on there.
Maybe
and,
not.
You know, obviously it does what you might expect. You get multiple fireballs.
Maybe it just always does 8 anyways. Looks like it maybe just does 8 all anyways. At least on the split, it looked like it was split evenly for 8. It says, does it just say 8 on the gem? It doesn't say what it splits to. How do you have +2 proj on the rolling magma and the fireball? The rolling magma might have been on volley. It might have been on volley. Yeah, I mean, that kind of looks like a volley to me. Sources look it's so cool. It does. I don't know. Between this and this little showcase we got here, I don't know, guys. I think I might be logging back into Sork. I might be back on the Sork train. Also, finding out that you can't unspec out of your Ascendency kind of kills the witch start, because you start out with an Ascendency node that I don't think is very good. 10 days? Yeah, we got a lot of time to kill. 10 days. Sork Lance? Yeah, I think I might be back on Sork train. Either Chronomancer or Sorceress. There's just a lot of potential here, man. There's 12 unknown nodes. 7 nodes on Stormweaver and 5 nodes on Chronomancer. Not gonna play as a monk? No, I don't think so. I don't understand what Chronomancer offers. It offers 5 unknown nodes. I wouldn't pick Chronomancer for these. Like, these are like neat, I guess, but also I wouldn't pick them. I want pure unadulterated power. I don't want to kill the boss because I froze them and then hit them while they couldn't hit me back. I want to kill the boss when they hit me and deal not enough damage, and then I hit them really hard and they die. You know what I mean? I don't want to cheese some little freeze mechanics. I want to establish dominance. Do you think GG's gonna reveal the rest of the Ascendancy nodes till? I don't think they're gonna reveal them. I think they're gonna tease us maybe a node here or there. Maybe they'll tease us a unique. I think they're gonna have us go in blind, and it's gonna be anyone's guess. What do you think about 25-hour Act 3? Is that factor cap? 25-hour Act 3 is based on you've never played Path of Exile before in your life, and you're taking your time, and you're listening to lore, and you're full clearing each zone. I think my bet is, on the launch, I think people will be clearing the full campaign sub 10 hours. I think the good players will be clearing the full campaign sub 10 hours. And then when people learn the campaign, then it's going to get a lot faster than that. I'm going to be a 30 campaign hour, Andy. Yeah, the thing is like, for your first time, especially if you haven't played PoE before, I think, also if you're just going to like enjoy it, take your time and stuff. Maybe it could be longer than 10 hours if people struggle with certain bosses, if some stuff is like too tough or whatever and people have to farm. Did Mark say his campaign time was 25? No, I think Mark's campaign time was... I think the reference was Mark was 5 hours or something for the 3 acts or 6 acts, or I can't remember. And then they estimated like the 3 acts for 25 hours. It was something like that. Mark said he could do 7-8 for a full campaign run, yeah. So I think it's realistic to see somebody like Ben, some of the better players do a sub 10, even with them learning the fights for the first time. And we'll see what happens on launch day. I think the good players that are just gonna freaking lock in and just start, speed running, even though they're probably gonna go in the wrong zones, they're gonna not know the fights, they're gonna die, they're gonna have suboptimal characters, they're still gonna be pretty fast, I think. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, server issues. Server issues could make that change a lot too. Server issues could also have an impact for sure. For sure. Sork 25 hours? No, we're hopefully we do it faster. We'll see. All right, I'm gonna call here for the day, guys. It's kind of late. I want to get some food and chill, so I will send you guys over to. I actually don't know Rob very well, but I just recently watched a video or two. Again, he seems excited about PoE, and he seems like a cool dude. I'm gonna send you guys over to Rob. Okay, he's a D4 enjoyer that is logging into PoE, and he seems like a cool dude. I watched like just a couple videos of him, and he seemed like a stand-up dude. All right, so I'm gonna send you guys over to Rob. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully, you guys had fun today. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Have a good one in Rob's stream, and I'll catch you guys later. Hopefully, we can get through these 10 days together, guys. Hopefully, we can get through these 10 days. Good luck to you all. Good luck.
He's super strong. What else do you spec on this guy, though? What is it?
And they also said that you can't respec, right? Once you've chosen your Ascendency, at least on launch, like on early access launch, you can't respec.
Called? He's got the Witch Hunter, right?